My name is Eddie Moog. We'll be joined shortly by Charlie Sullivan, and we'll be hosting the broadcast brought to you by Here Now, Wrong Mavens, and the ACRA National Championship. So, what we have going down is the repechage. This heat is determining who gets to go to the A final, top 6 crews in this event, and who will be going to the B final. And these crews raced one time yesterday, didn't quite make it to the top 1 or 2 out of their event, and are trying to get that back today. So from left to right, we have URI, University of Rhode Island, UC Santa Barbara, Bucknell, Georgia Tech, Texas, and Chicago, just off our screen a little bit. And I believe UC Santa Barbara is up and running. Looks like they are about a half a length ahead of the next closest crews, looking to get one of the top 2 spots in this event, and working their hardest to get everyone to stay off and away from them. The next 2 closest crews who are contending, trying to make their way up in there, are Georgia Tech with the yellow blades and hull, and Texas at the University of Texas Austin, that has a great burnt orange hull and Texas flag oars.
Yeah, UCSB has a really great history actually in lightweight rowing. UCSB has a great history in lightweight fours. They don't actually run a lightweight program per se. They just have, as many of these programs do, a bunch of guys who are natural lightweights. And so after they've selected a varsity 8, a second varsity 8, and they're getting into the small boat decisions, it makes a lot of sense sometimes to do that. We get top 2 going into the A final. And as they come by us live, it looks like Santa Barbara's in a good space on that. Really gorgeous rowing, gorgeous water,
Gorgeous water.
flat.
We just before the races started, we had about 20 minutes of rain. Nothing too terrible. The water's really calmed down since then, and these crews are taking advantage of taking the first strokes on the course today. UCSB moving along at a really nice clip as they come by our line of sight, nearing the 1,500 meter mark pretty soon, trying to see if they can capitalize on this lead, which they have open water on
Georgia Tech.
And then the rest of the field they've had open
now,
water
Georgia
on
Tech
for a
is
while.
3 or 4 seats up there on Texas. There's still some connection. The coxswain can see. And, so for Texas right now, this is the regatta race, right? I mean, they're trying to get into the A final for sure. So we'll see what happens. And coming up behind them, we also have Bucknell and Rhode Island, I think. No, Rhode Island's on the outside there. So Bucknell and Chicago on the far side, sticking itself in. So we'll see right now in this last 500 if anyone can get into that Georgia Tech boat. But they're rowing pretty solidly, and the rating is up, so they're definitely laying it out.
Something I saw when Georgia Tech came by is the strokes are good. They're punchy. It's a really great pace that they're rowing at, but just a little bit lost on the back end. So as they're pushing through, they're not really giving themselves the opportunity to send it away from Texas. So they are keeping themselves ahead. We'll see now that we are in the last 500 here, is that going to help them separate a little bit before the red buoys, the last 250 meters, and secure their top 2 spot? Or are they going to use so much energy here working? Yeah. So what I'm going to describe as working really, really hard to stay ahead of Texas, who might have another gear to shift into.
And you can see it from this great drone shot. If you look at the Santa Barbara boat on the left and you look at when the blade comes out of the water, you sort of see that they stay in and they stick a little bit and they push the boat away. Well, what you see in the Georgia Tech boat is that even before the blade is out of the water, it's already turning and you're seeing that sort of yellow face, right? So their finish work just isn't there. If you look, is it at Texas next to them on the right?
Texas is on the right, and
yeah,
I think they're moving
Texas is holding all. They just caught a little crab there, but they're moving now, and it's just a little bit better send off there. But that said, Georgia Tech is making it work, and yep, there they go across the finish line. UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos, and Georgia Tech going on to the A final. The rest will go into the B final and race each other again. So they've now gotten a measure of each other for the B final, and we'll go from there.
Nicely done. Really good work by UC Santa Barbara, Georgia Tech, Texas, just missing out. Bucknell just
so
missing out.
2.2 seconds. I mean, it's close, but it's also significant.
What we have coming up next is that was our only repechage of the men's lightweight varsity 4. Pretty small event, filled out a little bit so that it has 2 finals worth of athletes. And what we have coming up next will be our first repechage of the women's novice 8. This will also be top 2 to the A final. The next 3 will head to the B final.
3 and more.
3 and
so
more. Thank
anyone
you.
3rd and below. Yeah.
3 and more.
And they'll race each other again in the B final. So, so to a certain small extent, that's something that we need to sort of keep. That they're going to race each other again at the finish. And the race is off.
Under 250 meters in the women's 8 rep.
Like they had stopped the road attack there. We have
under 250 meters into.
We have 4 crews, but in fact the race is going. Sorry for.
But these middle crews are starting to assert themselves to the front of the pack, and from left to right of this overhead shot, we have Purdue's B boat, which is great that they have 2 novice 8s in this event. Penn State, Northwestern, who we can see in the purple hull, Central Florida in the middle there, Michigan State on the right-hand side of this forward pack. You see Irvine and Virginia Tech just off of our screen. These Northwestern and Central Florida rowers are really going at it. And actually, I'm going to say Michigan State added in too, going at it stroke for stroke for stroke. Little bit of game of tag here. You're it. Who's going to get their bout ahead? And for their
UC Irvine is sort of in there too, because I mean they're only 2.5 minutes into this race right now, just a little bit over, right? So there's still a bunch of time, and as we saw yesterday, you don't quite know if this is people's base speed or not, but from looking out on top here, that the boat in lane, is that lane? Who's that in the blue boat, Eddie?
In the blue hull's Northwestern.
Is Northwestern, yeah. So probably purple boat, maybe. You just see really, really good rhythm coming off that. There's no rush at all. And Central Florida right next to them also a little bit quicking, a little bit sort of quicker to get up in there. But those to me look like rhythms of really, really good base speed. And so it's going to be interesting because only 2 get to go on, right? So we have Michigan State sort of, they haven't gone anywhere. And we have UC Irvine, who's also just sitting right there.
Yeah, and for my best guess, I think these crews are going to close in on each other the further we on this course. I don't think anybody is going to tail off. Whether that means one of these crews a little bit off the top 2 mark starts not sprinting, but building up to the higher than base pace sooner, just to get that last grab to try and make it to the A final, because that puts them in a spot where they're contending for the top 6 crews in this event and for their work in the country. And I think anything goes when it comes to doing whatever it takes to get into that spot. But Northwestern
Just
and Central
eking out a
Florida,
seat over like
yeah,
30, 40 strokes, right? So that shows us where the speed is, and this is the part where the race quickens up, sort of, as you say. You know, people realizing, okay, we've got to go, and we've got to go now. And that's Central Florida, you know, coming right with them. And they can't give up, because right there you can also then see the Michigan State bow sort of sticking up in there.
I will
This
say,
sort of shows the repechage really work, because it's
really,
concentrated the 4 crews that have a shot to be in that final in a race where they really get to race to, you know, it's not, well, we finished with a 752 and you finished with a
right, yeah. If it's
754.
ever just heat, semifinal, final, sometimes it feels like, wow, the draw was against us. This is your last shot to really prove that you have it. And Northwestern, as they come into our line of sight, looking really solid.
They've
There's
taken another seat
a
or
little bit of
two.
steering going on. Hopefully that doesn't get in their way and get in the cause problems.
And by
for us
steering, you
otherwise.
mean that the hull is digging into the water at the
Oh no,
around
it's
the
moving a
finish, or
little
not?
bit out of its lane. Not out of
Oh, I
its
see
lane,
what
but
you're
it's
talking
hugging
about.
the buoy line. And
Gotcha.
if the rowers start hitting the buoys, it's just gonna get in their way, slow them down a little
Yeah.
bit. But if they get too intense, and I think this is
So
just the eagerness of
Irvine
the
is moving
rowers.
up there,
They are
and so is Michigan State, holding on there.
holding on, trying to make their way back through Central Florida, who isn't, I'm not going to say they're fading, but they are holding this base pace. And I think Michigan State is putting themselves in a very strong position that if they want to go and they start going now, they can squeeze out that bow.
I think Northwestern has done the work where they at least have uh, a little bit of an edge, so that if a race happens behind them, they can respond. But that other race, I'm not willing to call yet. They're just up by seat. So this is going to come down to who's got a more efficient sprint, or maybe somebody has an athlete in that boat who just has an erg score, and that erg score is going to start to be felt right
Yeah.
now. That's now the one thing about that Central Florida boat is those blades are awfully high up in the air as they're coming into the catch. And that's going to give a crew getting the blades down in nicely, like Irvine, a shot.
And like Michigan State, those
Like Michigan
blades are
State.
just disappearing right at the catch
Yeah,
into the
Michigan
water.
State's losing some send at the finish, though. Those blades are washing out. So what I'm looking at is the blade work staying well. And I think you can see right now Irvine.
I think Irvine's
moving.
charging up right now. This quartering angle's a little bit tough to tell, right? Because we're not looking directly at the buoy lines. It's a little bit tough to see who's really ahead. We're going to get that side by side.
Northwestern is going to win, but Irvine has moved themselves out, and I think even and maybe in front of Central Florida. Again, and they're almost going to catch Northwestern.
Almost, yeah. Northwestern's doing everything they can, looking out of the boat just a little bit. These are novice rowers.
The three woman is like, no, get us there, get us there.
Nicely done, Northwestern.
Oh, but they're just not quite in, and it's
Central
actually
Florida.
Central Florida who comes through for the second. But that's a great race. This is what these reps are designed to do. There's some discussion going in among the coaches and the referees right now. There are over 2,000 rowers,
athletes.
And well, there are under 2,000 rowers, but there are over 2,000 competitors with the coxswains in there. And this has become a very large regatta, and it means that the schedule is actually sort of pushed. And so one of the questions here this weekend is sort of the coaches are talking to each other, and this is a coach run regatta in some really critical ways. The coaches are the ones who decide what events they're going to be, what the schedule is going to look like, what the progressions are going to look like. And so they're having a discussion about whether they can take the reps out. And
which is hard to imagine, because this event is one that still had heats yesterday, and it is great to race your way through the heats in comparison to a time trial, which what our varsity 8s, varsity 4s are seeing, because they're just so deep. But again, the repechage adds a lot to the schedule, and it's going to be really hard to fit crews in, but it does give that second chance to the crews who, maybe just needed that heat to to shake it out of their system and really see, because what we mentioned a lot yesterday, for those of you who were not here with us, is this event is one of the main times a lot of these programs are racing each other for the first time. We have crews from every side of the country, every region, and, just assuming that Northwestern
Right.
didn't race. UC
These
Irvine at any
crews out in
places.
front here are Middlebury from Vermont. This is the women's second varsity 8. UC Santa Barbara from California, and Grand Valley from Michigan. So they have not seen each other for sure. And they were the ones who just missed out of making the final directly in the heats. And so there are 2 spots. So this is the debate that's going on. The other option is to run a lot of time trials, as you said, and I think there are some folks who prefer that. But it's really weird in some ways to come to a national championship. I still think it's odd. I know that time trials save us a whole bunch of problems in many, many ways, but you go down the course by yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I'm almost sort of like, why don't we do time trials in a space where like 3 crews are sent off together and 3 crews are sent off together? So there's some side by side component to a time trial. That might be interesting.
That might be interesting, right? Because
And no one's done that. That is a Charlie Sullivan original right now.
The heart of the sport, I think
Hashtag.
all rowers, former rowers, and anyone affiliated with the sport is lining up on the stake boats and hearing the start horn go and racing down side by side like these crews are doing so well in this race. It is what you train for. It's what you emotionally prepare for year in, year out. So it would be hard to see the rep showers go away because it doesn't happen at every regatta. But for one, again, with 2,000 athletes represented, it is a great way to make sure there's parity. And
as we're sitting here in, I'm going to guess about the 750, 800, we had Middlebury having moved themselves out in front by 3 or 4 seats. Grand Valley a little bit up on Santa Barbara, but absolutely still contact between those 3. The other crew in here is UC Irvine, but they were back, as you can see here, and they were back fairly soon. So
fairly soon, yeah. And we didn't get a chance to see the start, but I imagine that these 3 crews ahead had a great starting 5 strokes. The boat is sitting still, locked in stake boats, and those athletes have to generate power enough to get this hull that all of them are sitting in up to boat speed, and then they take 20 or so strokes up above their base pace to really bring it up to full speed, and then stride down to what their base pace is. So
and I'm sorry, I either miscalled it or it's just shifted. UC Santa Barbara just a bow ball out in front of Middlebury on that second one, but this Grand Valley boat just moving away very, very nicely.
And Grand Valley has been one of the deeper club programs for men and women that get represented at ACRA for a long time. Pretty small school, as far as I know, from Michigan. Am I right, Charlie?
Yes, they're from out in Western Michigan.
And it's great to see they
Grand
field
Rapids.
such a large team every year on the women's side, the men's side, deep in the 8s, and then into the small boat category. So you can just see that it is cultural there, that rowing
Absolutely.
is a big part of the
Now we
campus.
have Middlebury making a move here, coming into about 1,300 meters, and they put themselves up maybe a seat or 2 on UC Santa Barbara. Grand Valley still out there in front. The thing that's cool about this is these are women's programs. You can't have a second varsity without a first varsity.
Right.
So these are larger programs that have been out there. Middlebury putting a gorgeous move. Sorry, bad joke. It's early in the morning. We were only our first cup of coffee. And they've now moved up on Santa Barbara 4 or 5 seats. And moving back into Grand Valley a little bit.
Charlie brings that up. For those of you who are not familiar with Vermont's team, they have cow painted oars. So the spots you might see on a dairy cow that I've had for as long as I've been around the sport. I think
Absolutely.
Forever. So they are very distinct. Love them in the overhead shot. Very easy to distinguish. But really great move. They're hanging the blades up just a little bit, but there's enough power.
But it's been enough move. And actually, they're getting tighter in. Just a little bit. But and actually, Santa Barbara is getting their blades in almost a little too fast. It's almost like they're sort of rushing when they just need to let the boat run. But it's hard to hold on to that composure when you're really trying to go. And you can't replicate this in practice, even against your 1V in the same way.
No, you really, if you're lucky enough to have multiple crews in the 8s that can do pieces side by side, there's going to be a lot of distance between them. So this is something I love about the sport, is that we have the first varsity 8, the second varsity 8 here at ACRA, third varsity 8
on the men's side.
On the men's side, which is great because this sport means that you have athletes who are not the top 16 people on the roster that still get to race against every other programs. Let's call that 17 through 24. 24 athletes, and it's people at your caliber. So you can represent.
These are the same
team.
people on the other women. Mike Tatey, the longtime U.S. national team coach, Olympic coach, had some things he said that you always pick up your little pearls of wisdom here. And I'm not sure I completely agreed with him on this, but I think the general idea is, he used to say, your 3-man has to beat their 3-man. Your 4-man has to beat their 4-man. I know that I have a guy in 5 who's better than the German guy in 5, but boy, they're 6-man. So he was really sort of, Philly Catholic high school boy that he is. He was really thinking it very much in this sort of, a mano a mano sort of approach to racing, which in some ways is great in an individual boat. I've actually got to beat that guy
in some ways, but this is a team sport, so this crew gelled together and charged through the finish line well ahead of the next 2 crews. But that is, yes, Middlebury taking in the second spot, almost
open water
no, certainly open water ahead of UC Santa Barbara, who they were neck and neck.
But the great thing in
on.
rowing, to sort of finish that off, is these are numbers. We're going to assume 9 through 16 on each of their programs, right? So we're not just, there's no sort of like cannon fodder being put out if you're trying to race against the starting 5 of Kansas basketball, and you're like you're the bench guys. That's not happening.
Everyone gets a playing time here, which we love about the sport,
and at the level that's appropriate for them.
At level, yes, and that's.
It would be interesting to see Kansas play Duke in basketball and say the top 5 are sitting for the first half. If they like, what would happen if they did that, right? I coached at Kansas for a few years, and I used to, I had this thing with Bill Self about, like, could you coach a game without talking? Because we don't get to coach our guys.
I was talking about that with the head coach of Smith, who described it in a way that I love. Smith College up in Northampton, Massachusetts. We, as rowing coaches, are practice coaches. Everything that we can do to support and prepare our athletes happens in practice, on land, on the water, early mornings. But once these athletes launch off the dock for this race, we don't see them until after the race is over. So there's nothing we can say. We can't make an in-game change. So they describe the field and court sports as game coaches, right? Those coaches do a lot during practice for sure, but can impact how their athletes perform in a game, in a competition. Whereas we have to hand them off and say, we've hopefully prepared you as well as possible. Just like these singles that are coming down the line, this is our first batch of semifinals. These rowers rode through heats yesterday, and now they're trying to sort to see who's going to go to their grand final for this event, the top 6 entries, and the B final for this event. So the top 3 in this race will go to the A final of these 2 semifinals. So what we're seeing here from the left side of your screen over, Jack Stecker from Oregon, Arizona State single sculler, Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee, hopefully I pronounce University of the South.
Sewanee is fine.
Who won his heat yesterday and is out in the lead right now. Charlie Vitek from Michigan, Robert Motow from UMass, and Noah Schmellenberger from Washington State should be on the right side of your screen. So it looks again like Benjamin Pollock is up ahead. And if I have that right, that should be Arizona State in the second place spot right now. So we're looking back.
Looks like that. And then Charlie Vitek sort of moving his bow a little bit up into third place from Michigan. Above UMass, and
I believe Robert Motow from UMass is still a little bit of overlap, but that bow is starting to slip a little bit away from Charlie's stern. So we'll see if that pans out. And not to underrate Jack Stecker from Oregon, all the way over in lane 6. It's pretty hard to race off of the crew next to you when you're so many lanes apart, especially in this event. No coxswain, no other teammate to look around. So a lot of these guys might be in a pretty internal spot. Let me row my race. Let me put down my best 2K, and we'll see where
and Charlie's asserting himself here. He's an interesting guy. We got to talk to him a little bit this morning. He's actually a fifth-year rower. There's still, this is the last year of COVID eligibility that some of them have. He was in the Michigan 1v8 for 2 years, the last 2 years, racing the varsity 8 last year. He's now a graduate student, and he had been working with the novice 8, with the associate head coach Todd, to work on there. And he's a pretty fast rower, actually, in the, to make the varsity 8 at Michigan for 2 years in a row. And so he was training with the freshman all winter. And at a certain point, they sort of said, "Hey, do you want to race the single?" So he's been in the single about a month. So he's very experienced as a racer, not so experienced in a single. And that also means that what you might be seeing here is he doesn't quite have the start down,
Yes.
the
Okay.
higher rating, and now he's able to sort of, though, get into the base and let his
which I'm
his
glad
base
you
work
pointed
work.
out, because through this base, he has closed in on the field. I think he's a lot closer to the single sculler from Arizona State. We don't have their name in our notes here. And I don't know if he's even with them, but that last overhead shot showed us a great race. They're through the 1,000-meter mark, coming up about 1,200 meters. They'll be coming through our line of sight right now.
And it looks
And I
like
believe
Charlie's even right now with their.
I think he's ahead of Arizona State at this moment. And honestly, I
He's
think he's
moving a
gaming.
little bit on Ben Pollock. Ben, I hope it's Ben and not Benjamin, or I hope Ben's okay. If not, you can tell me later before the final. And that's turning into a little bit of, I mean, there are 3 to go through, and these 3 have separated
They have.
themselves pretty clearly with base speed. But he's moving on Ben Pollock too. He did say, Charlie said this morning to us, that he wanted to put down a full race for the first time.
Which is partially because yesterday in his heat, he and the other sculler that made it through to the next semifinal were well ahead of the field. But in the event before them, in the women's single, there was a flip, and the officials were helping that athlete out of the water into their boat, and they were still in the lanes that Charlie and I believe Ethan from High Point were rowing in. So those guys actually had to not stop entirely, but slow down, move out of their lane, and yeah, great sportsmanship. Let them go ahead. The High Point gentleman.
Charlie's making a move. 5 meters to go. He's within.
And Ben.
And here you see him actually.
Pollock is definitely picking up the pace. I don't think he wants to settle for, we just made it for the A final. I think he wants to go into the A final as the fastest crew.
One of the advantages here that
he's
has,
clipping
not
it up.
Really big guy. He's like 160. He's one of those natural lightweights. But the erg score is under 620, so
that helps.
He has
the lungs and the legs
to move here, and he's just able to pop it up and go. So gorgeous move again. Yes, full disclosure, everyone who knows me already knows I've coached at Michigan for more than 20 years. But this whole sort of building it up and building it up and building it up approach down the course is the. So Charlie coming through. Will Pollard moving very nicely with him as well. Unnamed Arizona State rower. Benjamin Oswani. What?
Will Pollard is not in this race. Benjamin Pollard.
Benjamin Pollard, sorry. Will Pollard. Benjamin
Good
Pollard.
job.
I apologize there. So I tried to give you a nickname, and then I even messed up your real name.
But I think those 3 guys are going to fully assert themselves to take that A final spot. There was a nice race in that 4th, 5th spot between Melton and Stecker from Oregon and UMass and Oregon, respectively, to see who's going to shake out and be one of the faster crews. And it is still a really big help to yourself to finish off. I'm sure all of these guys are racing to the fastest capacity. None of them are checking it down to a lower pace, and see what your pace is going into the B final and see where you stack up against everybody. So that's Charlie making his way to the finish. Great race there.
Benjamin
making his way through Arizona State sculler, and then as they got out of our line of sight, we could. I believe Robert is just going to edge out Jack from Oregon. Great work by the UMass Aggie. A good amount of more sculling and sweeping happening at that boathouse due to Coach Bob Bullet Engelhardt, who's bringing a lot of his sweep and scull knowledge from the whole Western Mass area. He brings it to UMass, Pioneer Valley Rowing, and countless other places. So really great racing by those guys. A lot of sub-8 pieces, and our last crew from Washington State, Noah Schmellenberger, has just made it through the line as well.
Yeah, so in the end, Charlie got 7:49. Benjamin from Swanee went 7:52.6. 3.3 seconds or so in there. So Charlie, Benjamin, maybe there's another.
Give us a blurb.
For the final. Let us know a little. They'll see each other, but they'll also.
To it now. These crews are seeded based on how well they finished in the heat. So it should be the crews in the middle of the course and the crews that did not finish in the top 3 on the outside of the course. And we have a great shot here. So from the left side of your screen should be lane 1, Spencer Klassen from Tennessee, Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, Ethan Penny in lane 3, neck and neck with Nathan Demas from University of Cincinnati. Those two guys, not sure who is ahead exactly, but they are well ahead of the field. Isaac Sahutsky from Grand Valley, pardon me if I just ruined your last name, and Luke Proud from Vermont. So I'm certain that Ethan and Nathan in the middle will be taking that top spot. And I think that is lane 1, Spencer Klassen from Tennessee, up in third. Open water on the next 2 guys behind him, so I'm sure he is intently looking to make sure they don't close in on them, so that he can hold down that third spot.
The other person out in front in that heat yesterday, Charlie, where they. We have, you put these two, who right now are at about the same speed. We'll see what happens in the second 1,000 as they go. But some pretty rough parity in 3 or 4 rowers for the final, which will be really exciting to watch.
Yeah, it looks like Nathan from Cincinnati is making a move. He's now just under half a length ahead of Ethan from High Point out of North Carolina. But we're going to find out from the video soon if this is a move where he take 10-stroke burst, can be really effective in a single sculling race, or if this is something he's going to hold on to, like we just watched Charlie do in the single semifinal prior to this.
You can see these two racing each other. They've just blown away from
the
rest of them. I mean, it was sort of close, and now these two are really going, and they want to race for a middle lane in the single.
It is more protected. It's a lot, and you can see the whole field from there, which is great versus if you're on one of those outside lanes. Maybe you're ahead, but you can't really see if you're in lane 1, you can't really see if lane 6 is side by side with you, unless you are therefore so far ahead. And something I love about this racing that we're going to see in a microcosm throughout the day is that everyone's racing, everyone's going at their best pace, but sometimes these crews are racing one another so tightly, and that internal race, whether it be ahead of the pack or in the middle of the pack, just pushes them so far up ahead. I think I watched at least half a dozen races yesterday where there was the crew out in first and the crews in second and third were a little bit further behind, but they were so intent on passing each other that both of them caught up and challenged the first crew ahead. So I think these guys are going to just do that where they're going to separate from the field. We'll get a pan out soon. They're going to come in.
And it looks like Nathan has been putting a really nice move here into this race, and just sort of moving up on, moving a little bit away from Ethan Penny there.
Yeah, I think they work by the
open water. And the thing you can do in a single is you can make much more easily a short-term move where the boat speed you can really affect and change and move out, which is sort of what he's done over about, if you think he's gotten 2 boat lengths in 20 strokes, that doesn't happen in the bigger boats to that extent when you've really shown that you're the class of the field. So you can see the top 3 that we have there, the growing, sort of in third spot there. I think that's Isaac. Am I right, or is that
Tennessee's still in third. Isaac is approaching our line
Spencer?
of sight.
Sorry, so that's Spencer out there, and he was rowing by himself, and in fact now the top three, top four, all sort of in their own water. The referee has come up next to the fifth place sculler and the sixth place sculler trailing. So they're now just sort of rowing down the course in their good base speed. Doubt anyone is really going to put an enormous move here. If they did, I don't think it would be effective. Maybe 4 could come into 3, but he'd really have to start going right now.
He'd have to start going right now and sustain that. So I imagine if he has it in him now,
well, we'll see it.
If he had it in him, I think he would have been doing it earlier.
He's going a little bit, but the finish is just a little too hanging on to it. This feels good. Oh, there he goes. Now he's sitting up.
Yeah, and something what we just pointed out there is so he's at a base pace of how many strokes per minute he's rowing at. Most of our racing crews are going to be
he's at about a 32 or 33.
Yeah, are going to be 32 to 36 in the smaller boat singles, doubles, pairs, and then 35 and up in the 8s and 4s. But at a certain point, there might be a point
he's just gone up to 35, 36.
Oh, nice. Yeah, there might be a certain point where you are taking more strokes per minute, but you haven't quite moved your boat further per stroke. You haven't quite increased the boat speed, so there's a little bit of a limited return on what you're getting out of that. So it looks like the 35, 36 is helping him move. We'll see when we get away from this quartering angle if he has caught up to Spencer from Tennessee, and if Spencer can see that.
And the difference in this semifinal from the last is that the separation happened earlier.
Really early.
Right? So these guys have gotten to go down the course, and instead of pushing the last 500 to sort of stay where they are, that happened earlier. That may help them. It may not help them in the final, right?
Right.
Depends to a certain extent just on how experienced they are as rowers, how many races they have under their belts.
But Nathan, great frame here. He's taking really great strokes. I like that hang he has at the front end. Great suspension. You can't quite tell since the rate is so high, but there's just a moment where he's letting the boat suspend and all the weight is hanging in his handles and his heels. And he's just following it through nicely with this bow-loaded rigger. Following through 742, I think handily faster than Charlie about 7 seconds faster than Charlie finished in the semifinal previous this. We were getting our results in almost instantaneously on Here Now, who is also hosting this live stream. So you can go to herenow.com, legacy.herenow.com, to find these results as they roll in. But you are watching the live stream, so they're up on your screen. 742 for Nathan, 749 for Ethan, which is right in line with Charlie yesterday.
And that tracks from yesterday.
Spencer, 759, so he held on to his third place spot, 6 seconds ahead of Isaac from Grand Valley. So that's going to round out our men's single.
And it all points to a great final that we could have tomorrow. The only, the single at the Olympics at the World Championships is one of the hallmark events, along with the 8 and the quad. This is the only single collegiate championship.
Yes, every other collegiate championship in the country is 8s and 4s, except for the women's IRA lightweight double is the only sculling event at the collegiate level. So it's great that we can represent so many schools, and there are 76 rowing programs here. And what is fantastic about that is the small boat events helps more programs show up and attend, because some of these programs might have 15, 10 athletes because it's a small campus, because it's a new club, because rowing hasn't really, taken hold on the larger student body. So this means that a smaller school like St. Thomas, who looks like they're up ahead in this race, is able to, I'm sorry, that might be Gordon College.
No, it's Gordon College.
Actually, Gordon College, another great example. A smaller school can be a very strongly represented crew at this event, even though they're not going to field 8s. They might go up to 4s. Coach Hopkins there does a great job with sculling and small boats. So Gordon College is showing
and so they're not even 2 minutes in, and that Mr. Grant, Mr. Bayerjagal have absolutely put their stamp on this yesterday, as they did. But what we have behind them then is 4 other doubles in contact with 3 to go through. Yes, we have the little bit of a sort of chevron there that we can see coming down. So we have St. Thomas and Florida up there, but also Grand Valley popping in there as well. And only two more of those, maybe four crews that are still in contact, like to say, quickening up where the speed is showing out. And that's just, again, it's sort of, to me, it looks like the left side is reaching each other and pulling across and pulling away from the right side of your screen.
And the gentleman from Gordon College, Michel Bayar-Chagal and Malachi Grant, won Connect Cup this year. Happens in Camden, New Jersey. It's the early April, and is a great place for Division I and club programs to race. And they had to miss Dadville, which is another great small school event in Philadelphia, and they were missed it for graduation. So they're really thrilled to be out here on the course and showing that they have really, nationally competitive speed in this small boat event. And I believe so. If we're looking,
so if
yeah,
you're
go ahead.
listening and sort of wondering why Eddie has all these great facts about some of these rowers and that they just raced here and they didn't race there, and you're on a rowing team or you're the coach of a rowing team, please remember that that there have been multiple requests for information about these lineups, and we have them precisely so we can use them. So it's not too late to get us that information. You can get in touch with Dan from the well, Eddie, how would you like to get that information?
So if you are part of a program that's at this event, you should have gotten, your coach should have gotten an email from Greg Hartstruff, and we have a Google Doc that you are welcome to fill out if you want to come by the tent and talk about your program, or if you just want to fill out a blurb for your events, you can get in touch with us. You can come by the tent as well, tell us in person, and we could drop knowledge on the live stream. Because we just want to make sure, again, all these programs get a shout out, represented.
Everyone's working hard. Let's
Everyone
recognize
works
everybody.
hard, and I want to make sure everyone hears it, especially for family members or people who care about you who are listening in today. I only know so much about so many teams here, and I'm sorry to say I don't know everything about all 76 programs, so please enlighten us so that we can share it to the entire world, which is listening in this morning at the ACRA National
Absolutely.
Championships.
And
They're
right
coming
now
into
we
our
have
line of
Gordon
sight.
College just gorgeous in front of us, coming through at about 1,400 meters. They have almost a full 100 meters on the field. And the move coming out right now for second, I think out of St. Thomas there in lane 3. And remember, these are 3 to go forward. So we also then have Grand Valley sitting in third. And if they're going to move again, Colorado State needs to go now. I'm sorry. Florida needs to go right now to try and get into there. We have Virginia sitting in 5th.
Virginia, known for its sculling.
Virginia is known for its sculling.
And after this event, I'm going to know St. Thomas for their sculling as well. They've had a really great representation on the sculling front, coming out of Minnesota, land of 1,000 lakes. So they're
10,000
lakes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Minnesota. Sorry to all the Minnesotans listening. They put their lake to great use. These was great strokes. And I think Grand Valley, a Michigan crew, also taking some great strokes to hold on to that third place
Absolutely.
spot.
And part of what you're seeing here is that Gordon, that double is probably their 2 best guys. This is their focused boat. St. Thomas rows small boats, so those guys are probably up in their best athletes as well. When you're looking at here, Virginia or Grand Valley, they are guys who are further, there are 2/8 selected in front of them. So it means that's sort of you're just seeing a different level of athleticism up in those lead boats. But that Gordon crew is spectacular.
They are. Love as they
watch.
came to our line site. I love the way they're rowing these strokes too. You can tell it is an interdisciplinary approach to rowing from Coach Hopkins, who's also an accomplished sculler themselves. These guys know how to scull and sweep well. Their pair also had a great row yesterday. And it's not just 2 college sweepers hopping in and trying to hit this as hard as possible. It's 2 guys who really know how boat feel follows through. And as they come to their sprint here to lay down what I imagine they want is the fastest time in the semifinal, they're coming through just around 7 minutes and 11 seconds. 7:09, fantastic.
That's a pretty good time for a double, actually.
It is, and LaLoupe and Barron from St. Thomas are charging down too, also laying down their sprint, trying to close that gap as much as possible, and I'm sure extend that gap on Grand Valley, who was pretty far ahead of the next closest crew, but let's see as they come in through the end of the red buoys if anybody is starting to pressure them.
Yeah, not well.
Quite.
Virginia's gotten up almost into that, almost came back up into third, but come across fourth, and we'll go to the B final at Grand Valley. Ends up moving in there. Anyone from Gordon College, please get a message to your coach or to Grant and Biotrical. We'd love to talk to them a little bit about their rowing, so they could come over to the Atomic
rowing
tent,
right between Grand Valley and Penn State,
at the 1400 meter mark. It would be great to have find out what they're thinking as they go through. And it's a pretty dominant finish there to go 7:09, and then the next one be a 7:30, high 7:30s. So we're going into the second semifinal, and we have lane 1 Purdue, lane 2 Chicago, lane 3 Clarkson, lane 4 Sacramento State, lane 5 New St. Andrews, and lane 6 Seattle U. Again, Sac State, New St. Andrews, Seattle U, Clarkson. These are all crews where this might actually be their top 2 guys.
Yeah.
Chicago, not a huge program,
but I think their fours from speed we've seen yesterday are probably
their 4 is pretty
top
good.
2
and
boats.
Then Purdue is fully loaded.
Yeah.
1V, 2V, I think 3V.
Oh man,
4s,
so many
etc.
so
these guys side. Are the Purdue boat is sort of hey, let's go and get a good race, get some points. For
but it's also a testament to the coaching staff there that they have all those 8s, and it's not just like, oh, you didn't make an 8. I guess you're not racing this May. It's here are all the 8s, and we have the 4s, and we have the doubles. You are part of this team. You're going to make a boat to go to ACRA National Champions, so long as you started your year planning to commit, because I think a lot of these athletes are here, and we're training after graduation, after the school year ended, so making some accommodations to stay on campus a little bit after. I remember when I was on way back when college campus, we'd get kicked out of the dorm, so we'd have to figure out what to do for like a 10-day camp before we left for Georgia back when the event was at Lake Lanier. So up in the again from left to right, we should be seeing Purdue, Chicago, Clarkson, and Sacramento State, who I believe are our 2 leaders.
They're the 2 leaders right now.
Close to them, New St. Andrews out of Idaho in lane 5, lane 6, just dropping off our screen, Seattle U. And so Clarkson, we don't have a name on your crew members, but Coburn and Keel out of Sac State had great piece yesterday. I think they were well ahead of the field when they came through. I think a lot like that Gordon College boat. Just great strokes, really long, but I think.
But Clarkson out in front right now.
And I think both of these crews are enjoying how close this race is and are proving, or are going to take this piece to prove to one another who's going to be faster going into the final, and see if they can hold on to that.
Well, and again, right now, there's also trying to get a middle lane for the final where you absolutely can sort of look at people and see the whole field in the racing more easily. Also a chance maybe to, I think that Gordon crew is the class of this field, but to go out and feel them as you're getting into the first 1,000, maybe they actually can match this. So again, just we've now settled into a very clear top 3, a very clear back 3. And even within those 3s, at least the front 3, a fairly clear division now that Sac State has made the move. I'm sorry, Clarkson has made the move to go out in front of Sac State.
And there's open water between these 3 crews, but I wouldn't take that for granted. I think that open water can close at any second now. I think these guys are going to keep pushing up on each other to make the most of this race this morning. So for those of you tuning in, I'll pull the context back just a little bit. If you are tuning in because your son, your daughter, somebody you know started sweeping at college this year, and this is your first time watching rowing, there are so many different boat classes. We just watched the single, 1 rower, 2 oars going down the course. This is the double. 2 rowers, 2 oars for the sculling discipline of the sport. And they have no coxswain, they have no teammates telling them where to go. It is the responsibility of the person in bow, the back half of the boat right now, to look behind them, or at least use the lane markers to know that they're going straight, not adding any extra meters onto their course, and certainly not veering out of their lane because it might be detrimental to their race. We'll have these boats, and we'll also have, I believe, pairs this morning, which is another small boat, one of my favorite to race, 2 athletes, 2 sweep oars, and that'll be great. So Clarkson coming through, long, strong, and at a pretty high stroke rate right now, and I think they're using it to their advantage. I think these guys are ready to treat this last 700 of their race as they would if anybody was up right next to them. They are not backing down just because they have open water.
You can see here nicely they're hanging on those arms. The arms are sort of like cables that they're suspending themselves off. The shoulders are down, which means all the power is going through the armpit and into the lats. Really hanging very nicely. Blade, a little bit of blade hang there right before the blade goes in, particularly in the bow rower. But very nice sculling, and the double really quite hard. The other thing sort of we were talking about a little bit earlier is the difference between race day coaches or competition coaches and practice coaches is it is against the rules. The technology now exists
right
for them to have an earpiece in and for a coach to be talking to them the whole time. But it is against the rules in our sport to coach the crew once they shove from the dock to go warm up. So you can't even watch their warm up and then catch them at the start and say, hey, do this, do that. They have to be completely under control. And in these boats where the scullers are doing, that's some gorgeous rowing there in lane 4. That being Sac State. And so these guys have to figure it all out on their own. They've got to make the calls. They've got to know what's going on. They've got to row straight down a course. Now here it's a little bit easier because they're buoyed course, right? And handle every single bit of it. And I go back again to my basketball sort of analogy, but I wonder what those coaches how they would have to coach for people to be able to do this. This is a question I put to Bill Self, and he just sort of laughed when I was at Kansas. It's not even in their perception of it to just let their guys go and let the horses run, right? And the idea that you send them out to warm up and you can't do anything but sit there and watch it happen. So just a very sort of different place. But I think that's actually one of the reasons in some ways, we talk about rowing as a teamwork sport, but it's also a take control of what you're doing sport.
Really, yeah. And nice work by Clarkson coming to the line just under 7 minutes and 11 seconds. And the guys from the Capital Region will be following through, I believe, just under 7:20.
So if they went 7:11 and Gordon College went 7:09, we could have a heck of a barn burner.
We are, yeah. I think it's going to be a really great race. 7:22 from Sacramento State. And I believe we'll have our teammates.
And Sac State may have another gear they didn't show today. They may have just said you want to go. Okay, that's fine. We're fine. So we'll see what happens to that tomorrow. So
and Charlie, that final will be tomorrow, start of the day. Is that right?
Yeah. Great. So if you have a semifinal today, then there is a final tomorrow on Sunday. We have some finals today for sort of D, C, and D finals on some smaller boats where the progression was already clear from yesterday. Right.
Great to see New St. Andrews taking that 3rd spot to also progress to the A final, 7 minutes and 44 seconds. Similar to
and Grand Valley was a 7:43, so
there
should be some good racing at the back of that, assuming these sort of times and speeds move forward through this. But a really nice semifinal there for the men's double, and we're now going to move into the women's pair. You were saying that yesterday you really liked the pair.
I love the pair.
What it is.
It is again another small boat, also known as a blind boat, because you do not have a coxswain watching for you. The athletes have to steer for themselves. And I am of the sweep discipline. I am best with one oar in my hand, as I learned row in college. So it makes a little bit more sense to me. But I love the autonomy, the ownership the athletes in the pair have to have about their race plan, how they execute, and just watching a pair move really well. It's just a thing of beauty to me, and I'm really excited. I'll tell you right now for this Wash U St. Louis crew to come through. They had a dominant heat yesterday, long, strong. I think they still went through all the beats of their race plan, not setting only down for just being in first. So I'm excited to see what happens when the crews along with them are there. We'll see if anybody pushes them, gets ahead of them, and from when I believe the drone shot will show us crews from their stern, from lane one, right now on the right side of your screen. Over will be Joseph and Slivken from Northwestern, Zialowski and Miller from Vanderbilt, Malka and Wood from Georgia Tech, Pardo and Torre from WashU St. Louis, Height and Labor from University of Cal Berkeley's Lightweight Club, and Stefan and Cruz from Nebraska.
Absolutely, and Height and Labor from UC Berkeley, lightweights. They may be lightweights, but they're not here weighed in as lightweights, so they can be racing wherever they want to. But yesterday, Pardo and Touré, really gorgeous rowing out of WashU. Both of them clearly good athletes and hanging nicely. And to me, it looks trying to read the tea leaves of the depth, like either they or Vanderbilt are out in front. And those two raced each other yesterday also and had a good race.
I think you're right. Yeah, they're definitely ahead of the
Berkeley's up there too.
Crew between them. Yeah, and Berkeley is up there. Do you want to describe Berkeley's club a little bit for?
Yeah, so Cal, if you saw Boys in the Boat, you know that the Cal men have been a long time major program on the West Coast, along
Men
with
and women.
going back over a century.
Sure.
On that side, on the men's side, with Washington, and at that time also UCLA, very fast. Oregon State's been part of that, and at about the time, so before, and then they added women at Cal, and those Cal women have been very good over the years. They're still very good right now, but they don't have lightweight rowing in either of those programs
Yes.
that are varsity. So there is a lightweight club at Cal with both men and women. I think it's historically been men more than women, but the women getting out there as well. And those two crews from Cal and
WashU.
WashU are sort of moving out in front. They haven't seen each other directly yet, I don't believe, and so they're going to put a race in there. There is
WashU.
Pardo and Touré, and you can see athletic women driving the legs well together, rowing very well together. They have to drive straight without using too much of the rudder if they even have a tow rudder on place. And they're putting a move right there on Cal, which you can see happening as we go. They have to match each other. At least in the double, you have your own oar that you're matching on your other side. And the other guy, the other rower, has their two oars. And so at least you're matched to yourself and they're matched to themselves. But here you have to match the other rower.
Right, and we're not going to see it from any of these crews. They're just rowing at too high of a level. But if you just get your oar in a little bit earlier than your teammate, the boat might steer just totally out of the way.
Absolutely.
I use these a lot as a training boats for athletes because it gives you a lot of feedback about what you're doing well, what you're not doing well. Because in those 8 shells, even in 4s, you can kind of hide some things that you need to work on. Oh, that was the other port. That was the other starboard. This boat, you'll see if your blade's going in at the right angle, if you are actually propelling a hull through the water. And then when you get to race, also I find it's just a light enough boat. So once you get into this swing and this flow state that WashU clearly is in, that boat really can just fly with the two of you.
So one of the reasons I think we're seeing pairs here is actually a much larger pair field than we've had before.
Yes,
double is
definitely.
COVID. This was a way that people could train up on the varsity programs where they couldn't. They have 8/8 of women in some of them, and they weren't allowed to row in anything more than a pair. And they didn't have to race that fall when they were on the water. So a lot of programs and a lot of club programs also were able to get out the water on the pair. And so a lot more people are just comfortable in the boat. This WashU boat, gorgeous yesterday, gorgeous today. It was close with Cal, but then they just put a move on. They're coming into the 1500 right now. just moving away, and you can just see the first part of that drive is so matched up as the legs go down, right? The legs start together, the legs are squeezing down together, the blade comes out absolutely gorgeously. I actually think Touré in the bow is a little bit longer, maybe.
I think that's stroke longer, yeah.
But it's working for some reason. Maybe they're just and it doesn't look to me like they're on the
On the red line or all.
rudder at all.
So as you point that out, I think you're right, but I think Pardo in the stroke seat is definitely a rhythm setter, and something that's also really fun to do with pairs if you have more than one is you can test athletes in pairs in just seat racing, but more likely in a matrix situation, and those are really unique because it'll show coaches and athletes that the fastest time on the erg does not always mean the best boat mover. The best person in the 8 might not be the best person in this pair or a smaller boat. And it can give you some combinations if you get to do it with a lot of athletes where you're like, I didn't realize you two would work in this combination in this set of things. But some people really have a knack for bowing, steering. Some people really have a knack for stroking and setting the rhythm. And it's great to get this grouping down. So I'm sure Pardo and Touré love racing together because they found a great groove here as they are in the red buoys, I believe. Cal approached up. Yep, Cal moving their way right into the red buoys. For those of you who are new to this, this is the last 250 meters of the race course. So the athletes know it and know that if there is a time to sprint, now is the time to go. And I think we're going to see Cal start to bring up that stroke per minute.
If nothing else, just to practice going.
I think they want to establish themselves further ahead of the field. This is top 3 to the A final. I think almost all these semifinals that we see will be that. These events, the small boats, are smaller fields of athletes, so a lot of it will be who's going to the A final, going to the B final. Later up, when we get back into the larger sweep shells, we'll see AB finals and CD finals. So which crews are already filtered out of contention for the top 12 spots and are only going to fight for the C or the D final. But only a few more strokes before Touré and Pardo do a great job of establishing the first place finish in the first semifinal of the day. And a few more strokes before Cal comes in through. I'm going to say about 6 seconds behind them. We'll see if here now is timing corrects me. And Vanderbilt looking like they're about to take the 3rd place spot out of Nashville, other side of the state. Great work by is that the Commodores? Vanderbilt, feel free to correct me. I think I'm mixing that up with somebody else. Berkeley, 8:41, so 11 seconds behind. 8:53 from Zialowski and Miller from Vanderbilt. That puts the rest of our crews through the line. Once Northwestern wraps it up. Georgia Tech in the 4th place spot, headed right to the B final. Nebraska at 9:16 headed to the B final, and Northwestern as well. So the second semifinal is underway on the course. I think we will be again looking for these middle 2 lanes to set the pace. That is the Commodores. Look at me. Look at my knowledge. Set the pace for the semifinal, and I think we are going to see Gordon College and University of Chicago as 2 of those crews establishing that early. But we are looking from the stern of the boat, so we can get a left to right. From left to right, we have Florida State, Tulane on the left side of your screen, Chicago and Gordon College. Chicago now leading the pack, Gordon College in a close second. UC Santa Barbara and University of Rhode Island in that 3rd spot in lane 6, a little bit further away from everybody else. Probably can't quite see the 2 crews ahead of them, but they can certainly see the rest of the field behind them, and I think they'll use that to their advantage to continue to establish their lead.
And we're only 2.5 minutes into this, and the 3 top crews have just moved out. The top 2 very much, and then URI in lane 6 also sort of clearly in 3rd in their own water, as we've been describing it. But you can see just a very nice flight. This is great water for pairs rowing out here today, and we'll see how much they choose to play or not play. I think if I were in that second boat, Right now, I'd be trying to move up a little bit and say, hey, we can go with you, or let's see if we can bring the rating down just slightly and still match, or what do I need to do better to be able to match the speed there? If I'm in the front one, I'm like, again, how do I get another inch every stroke? So they're playing that sort of game on each other right now, probably. Again, in these small boats, you can make sudden speed differentials,
Right.
which is really sort of pretty cool. Um, and so we've seen a number of these small boats where all of a sudden, uh, a crew just boom, they're now three lengths up. So you sort of want to keep an eye out for that. But what we're seeing here, I think, right now, is just tiny, tiny little bits every stroke, in which lane 4
Gordon College.
Gordon College is sort of moving slightly ahead,
It's
maybe.
quartering angle, so it's a little bit tough to tell. We'll find out pretty soon. I believe they're coming up to the 1K mark in just a couple of strokes here. Great. I love this finish send from the Chicago. It's very emphatic press through the legs, and it's nice gold shell from Gordon College from the greater Boston region. Bow seat of this boat, Elizabeth Ellie Romeo, spent their first half of their semester in Barcelona, Spain, and participated in some coastal rowing before coming back. And their stroke seat, Victoria, is a Barcelona native. But what's funny is that coastal rowing, you're out in the ocean, much wavier, much rockier water. So I'm sure she appreciates, or I would like to imagine she appreciates being on this flat, beautiful body water at Oak Ridge, Melton Lake, so they can just put down their maximum power. University of Chicago, I think, is still about half a length ahead. Really great pace. I don't think they're playing around with, oh, can we match? I think
No,
they're
when you're in
playing around
third,
with,
you're like, we're going to make sure we
no, I think
go.
Chicago in first.
Oh,
I think they're playing around with, I want to be the fastest crew to come out of the
gotcha, gotcha,
semifinal.
gotcha.
If they're like us and saw any of the Gordon College results, I think any seconds ahead of Gordon College that you can have will be better for your planning before you head to the final.
It's actually some pretty nice rowing out of Santa Barbara that you just saw. Very tall, very upright, and moving around. But you can see the power differential from that crew to these two on the race. And the bow of Gordon College looking over at Chicago and just taking a little look and seeing where they are. Yep, they're still there. Both those crews sort of going after each other. I do think they're going to want to race. Looks like Gordon College is trying to move up, but I think that, again, just a little bit stroke by stroke, an inch, half an inch a stroke, and maybe sometimes where the speed, where there's parity there, I think that Harrigan Eugen from Chicago are just moving up. Again, that said, we don't know about the sprint that they may have in the
Right.
other boat, and that could change in 20 strokes.
That can. University of Rhode Island out of Kingston, Rhode Island, still holding down a great pace here.
Very clearly in third.
Yeah, wide open on the rest of the field. Again, they can see the rest of their competitors behind them, and I think they're using that probably as some fuel to keep them moving along. And this is unique. University of Rhode Island is one of the programs here where there is both a women's varsity and a women's club program. So it's really great to see programs that are schools where rowing has taken such a hold that it has representation on the varsity and the club side, because traditionally club programs started as mostly men's programs that didn't get varsity funding or varsity status, but it's great to see more and more women's programs establish and expand over the last 10, 20 years across the country.
Absolutely. So, it's just some really good rowing here going through the pairs. We're going to pop over to an interview pretty soon with some folks from Grand Valley. And that reminds us to send out good wishes to John Bancari, longtime Grand Valley coach, many other places. He's in the hospital in Philly, or he'd probably be here. Loves this regatta. And we will see how the Lakers from Grand Valley do. The Laker Navy, as they're called. So, Eddie, you're going to take this away. We're coming across. We'll come right as we come through the final. get the result, and then switch over a little bit to talk to some of our buddies from Grand Valley. They literally just walked up and said, "So, do you want an interview?" And we said, "Sure." So it's that hard to get, yeah, you don't have to go through our agent. You don't have to be pre-screened.
Yeah, I got a VIP
This
press
is
pass
real
first.
live interview.
Yeah. So they'll be joining us right after we wrap up this race from Gordon College and Chicago. I believe the sprint is happening, but I think Chicago's going to hold on to that lead going into the last few buoys of the course.
Yeah, a little bit more oomph in the Chicago rowing, and they want to win this.
Clearly.
You can tell that. Gordon College staying nice and long. So it actually sort of shows us that Chicago is a little less efficient when they go up.
It is, but they still had about half a length on the field. All right, we're joined by some rowers from Grand Valley State.
Good morning.
Hello.
Guys, who do I have the pleasure of talking to?
My name is Bryce Stronach. I am to be next year's president for Grand Valley State University. Pride and joy, and this is my adult partner, Stephen Warner.
Yeah, I'm just a rower.
And Stephen, you can hear him, right?
Yeah.
Great. In the headset?
No, I don't think I can. Maybe I'll step away and we'll try again.
I know you're good. I think you're good as long as.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we're not getting both of them on. We'll just share that one microphone. But guys, what did you race in this morning? Have you raced so far?
We just got off the water. We were in the men's final. We got third, which qualified us for finals tomorrow. Yeah, so we're super excited. All season, we were the men's champions in the double and macro. So that was. I've been schooling for 7 years. Steven is pretty brand new.
Yeah, my favorite story with it is on spring break training. My coach comes up to me one day. I was sweeping my first year, and then all the way up until spring break. My coach comes up to me. He's like, "Have you ever sculled before?" No, I have not. All right, you're sculling in our scrimmage tomorrow. So I got to learn real quick how to scull, and then my coach, I guess he fell in love with it or thought my port rowing wasn't the best, so I had to do something else.
Guys, are going to have you share that one microphone. If you just want to pop the headset afterwards, so one after another. Cool. So, do you want to tell us a little bit about your doubles race prior to that, since no one else besides me got to hear that?
Yeah, I will tell you all about our double race. We came out of the heats. We were a little disappointed in our performance yesterday, but we dropped about 18 seconds today. So yeah, we are nice. We are ecstatic. This is Steven's first ever grand final. So
the macro champions. So.
Well, yeah, besides the macro champions, right? So yeah, this is a really big moment for Steven.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Steven's been rowing for 2 years now.
Yeah, just barely making that 2-year mark.
And I've been rowing for 7. So
7 years in college, or this means you have high school experience?
High school experience. I rowed for the wonderful Saline Hornets. Shout out Saline Hornets out of Saline, Michigan.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So very cool.
Super happy to be here. Super proud of Steven.
Awesome. What else should we look forward to? What else should we know about your other teammates in the Grand Valley State boats that are happening this weekend, both the men's and women's side?
So men's and women's side, we got the men's 8. I believe they are in the C final.
I want to say CD semifinal.
CD semifinal. We have our women's 8. We have our men's pair in the C final. And we just had our women's 2V this morning. And our men's single.
2V women's this morning looked great getting first in their repechage.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah.
Awesome. And then what did you all focus on going into the end of the season to prepare for ACRA? Is it after the school year ended? Did you guys get to do like a mini camp at school?
You want to explain?
Yeah, so we had 2-a-days, probably about 3 days a week, and then our little, secret technique of 3 ATs, where we did a lot of good work to get our rate up and get our speed, and built a lot of speed in a short amount of time with that, and that was really good. And then we had some great competition to keep pushing us while we were training, and our pair partners.
Nice.
They unfortunately couldn't make the grand final themselves, but they posted a great time in the heats, and we'll probably post a time that can get them the grand in the semis or the C final. 100%. Really believe in them there.
Nice. Charlie, that sounds familiar, right? The speed sequence after the end of the school year, picking up some speed towards the end. Real quick, I'm just going to pause. We do have the men's pair semifinal on the course with the commanding lead right now from what I believe is Lehigh.
I think that is Lehigh out front, lane 4.
Lehigh getting chased by Baylor in the light blue shell. Is named after Kevin Harris, I believe.
Oh, is it really?
I think
Kevin
so.
Harris,
I think I saw it on the
coach at Tulsa University.
I think I saw that on their trailer, and then that should be lane 2 close by. I believe that will be Lafayette. And UMass is in this race. Mark Lagarda and Brandon Burns, president of UMass Rowing, fighting this 4th place spot. I think they're going to see if they can close in on the rest of the field, but we're about to hit the 1,500 meter mark, and if you do not have overlap, it's going to be pretty hard. So
absolutely,
all these guys are going to empty the tank to try and make it to the A final, like all the races you've seen this morning. Top 3 head to the A final.
As we'll see, then those top 3 fairly close. UMass would have to go right now, and I just don't see it in the rowing. I don't see it sort of in the attitude. They're trying hard. It's just not working together. Bauman's sort of throwing his body a little bit there. And that's the thing about the pair, is that tiny little technical things make an enormous difference. Same in the double, as the guys who from Grand Valley here are talking to us. We'll get back to them in just a second as we finish out this semifinal. So by this point, you sort of are like, okay, have I done what I need to do? I'm the lead boat, very clearly going to make that. And do I just go across the line, or having not really had much opportunity to race down a buoyed course, maybe, do I want to actually put it down, see what the sprint looks like, see what it feels like, because I know I have to come back into a final. At this point, too, everyone's tapered, and, they're not doing much except going back to the hotel and watching and playing video games and watching TV. They're bored as heck. And, this is the one time in the day they get to go. So they may as well go, and you have the energy. Ideally, this is also, to a certain extent, charging the battery for tomorrow, because that's when it all really sort of has to happen.
And we're just going to hold them to answer that question real quick, as the Mountain Hawks from Lehigh are in the red buoys. I think they're just taking about 10, 15 more strokes before they cross the line in the first semifinal of the men's pair.
And they are practicing their sprint there.
Great look out of these guys, really long hang off the front end. Still pretty patient, even though they're clearly up, taking high strokes. I don't know if I'd say sprint, because some of that's contingent on being next to another crew and doing whatever it takes to get ahead of them. But great high strokes there.
Yeah, they're certainly practicing their sprint, if nothing else.
And we're going to see, I believe
and
that was
pretty
Baylor
dominant win there,
coming through out of Waco, Texas, in that 2nd place spot. And there is Lafayette holding on 3rd. UMass getting a little bit of overlap in the end, but heading to the B final. Lehigh, Baylor, Lafayette, UMass. I think this is Michigan. MRA coming in the 5th place spot. And Colorado will round out our field. So we can pass the mic back to our friends from Grand Valley State.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll pop a question in, and the way we're doing this is they're actually taking my headset and talking into the microphone between the two of them. It's actually quite a sweet. Someone should get a photo of it for your end of year banquet or something like that. So Grand Valley really sort of has grown as a university. And used to be a varsity program, but still fairly well supported for many years, has gone back to Henley. Is that something y'all have done recently? Do you have any summer coming up, or is this sort of done?
Plan on potentially going next year. We do a lot of summer racing just locally. But yeah, we've been going to Charles every year. We're retaining our bids. So yeah.
I don't have much to add to that. Really here, Bryce is the brains of the operation. When we're in the boat, I just kind of listen for left, rights, and just pull in. I'm trying not to dig. I always ask my coach how I'm doing. He's like, "You're digging," and I was like, okay.
But yeah, back to the question. Before I was the president of the program, I was a trustee, so I did a lot of the recruiting work for the program. We've seen a lot of build. I actually recruited Steven here last year. It's been truly been a pleasure, but yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into bringing in our team. One of our pair rowers over here, Aiden Miller, is also one of our team recruiters. Does a great job. That is our men's C pair right there.
And that's great, guys. That's a testament to what the recruiting's like on campus. I think most teams that come to ACRA pride themselves in that walk-on culture, and at least, if not walk-on, with people who are brand new to the sport, bringing people in their freshman, sophomore year to bring them to not just a great sport, but great on campus. Usually a lot of camaraderie and helps people find their place. Big school, small school, otherwise. Charlie, any last questions, or Grand Valley gentlemen, anything?
You'll have to repeat it.
Sure.
Just what's the approach in the final now?
Great. So last question of the morning. What's the approach in the final for you guys?
We're gonna go after it, baby. We got nothing left to lose. We have there's very tremendous doubles out there. Insanely fast. I commend everybody who's in the double event. Definitely some speed demons out there this year. We're just looking to rip it. We have nothing left to lose. We're just gonna go after it. Super excited.
Rip it, no digging.
Yeah, rip it, no digging, and probably bump up the rate and keep it clean while the rate's high. That's all we can really do.
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much for
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Take care, guys.
Best of luck to your rest of your racing, and we hope for a speedy recovery for John Bancheri. Has made a great impact on the sport and clearly carried through by the athletes who are here representing Grand Valley State. And we have our second semifinal on the water now.
And in lane 6, we have Georgia Tech. Lane 5, we have MSU, Michigan State. Lane 4, Southern California. Lane 3, Clarkson. Lane 2, Pittsburgh. And lane 1, Washington State. And it looks to me like we have Southern Cal out in front. If I'm reading I'm sorry, no, that's
Clarkson.
That's Clarkson out in front. And Southern Cal in second there. Sorry, visually I switched myself as we.
Oh, no. I'm correcting you wrong. That looks like a Southern Cal blade.
Well, but they may not be out
they
in
might
front
be
now.
borrowing.
We don't know when they go to
that looks like a
when
Southern
they go
Cal,
to the
unless they're borrowing unis too. That looks like Southern Cal out ahead of the field. It's really great pickup and pace. That stroke man is doing a great job of just hanging on it and forcing the boat through the water with him. It's really strong. And there's Clarkson in the yellow hats.
And we're going to amend that. It is actually Clarkson out in front in lane 3. No. Yes.
Southern Cal is.
Southern Cal's out in front. There we go. USC out in front. Clarkson there. Sorry for us losing our bearings there a little bit. And again, these sort of crews going. The thing I'm noticing here, though, a lot of these pairs are bouncing in the water just a little bit too much. That's caused by a little bit too much body being thrown around. Ideally, you want to be up and suspended up out of your hips a little bit. Very strong connection in the core. So as we go through, if you're new to rowing and you're trying to tell the difference, just watch here. There's not much bounce going on in that Southern Cal boat that's up in front. A little bit more in the ones behind it, but so are they. Sometimes you call it porpoising when the boat sort of digs down through the water. That can be about the hull. And there's a little bit, but you can see if there's a bounce happening, a little bit of bounce happening there. The other thing that makes a lot of sense is, are the blades clearing the water, or how long are they staying in contact with the water as you take out of them?
So as they cross our line of sight, this is Southern Cal with a really wide open water on Clarkson, and then the Washington State men in a third place spot. Bouncy to this Wash State boat is in their first year of rowing, so this guy is a novice popping up into what I imagine is mostly other varsity rowers. So that is major props to him. And then over in the near lanes, duking it out is Georgia Tech and Michigan State, who really close together. I'm worried that they're so intensely racing each other that they might stop steering as perfectly as they can. Might get a little too close. The blades might slap around a little bit.
Michigan State pushing the edge of that a little bit.
Yep.
Actually, both crews pushing a little bit.
And pushing. And Wash State trying to push up on Clarkson here. Clarkson out of Potsdam, New York. Doing really well in these small boat events. Their double just had a great race earlier on. I'm sure these are also two of their top 4 or 5 guys in the program. But Southern Cal, great work here, holding that lead and trying to extend it just a little bit.
Washington State putting a little move. They're a little bit closer to Clarkson than they were. So we'll see what happens as they go into the last 250. Again, the finish order or the finish rankings top 3 is not really necessarily in doubt here. But again, people trying to sort of work out the kinks out of their race plan, because when they go to the final, they know it's got to be absolutely a whole deal there.
So that you brought that up, I think as two of these crews approach the red buoys, it doesn't quite matter where the finish order is, but there could be some inclement weather coming in this weekend. So what happens if it's so intense, thunderstorms and otherwise, that racing gets bumped up or even moved around? What does the finish order here tell the crews?
And here, just coming into this finish, it's going to be a very solid row out of Southern Cal, hanging very nicely together. Particularly, actually, the rowing and out of that stroke, just gorgeous stuff. And in lane 3, Clarkson coming right behind them, and then Washington State. So those will be, I believe, the 3 that will go through. 7:33 and a 7:36. Pretty good times there, actually. The
Yep,
Lehigh was 7:26 in the other semifinal, and then 7:39, 7:40. So some
nicely done, and Georgia Tech holding that lead on Michigan State. That was a great race for
absolutely
that pair of guys. 4 seconds apart, so they just opened that up just a little bit, and I believe we're going to have Pittsburgh rounding out the rest of the field here before we move into the women's single.
And there may be actually a break here. I don't know what the referees are going to do with this right now. We're scheduled to have the women's single C final, but there weren't enough scullers. So,
interesting.
So there's no one there. So I think the referees may take a small break. That said, an important, if you're listening and you're at the regatta site, if you're a rower, you're a coach, there is an updated schedule on the ACRA website, and it will be up on Here Now soon. The afternoon racing is going to be bumped up, moved forward to avoid some weather that was going to come through right about when the semifinals for the varsity eights were supposed to race. So there's going to be a changed schedule. If you're a rower listening to this, please let your coach know. If you're a coach, please check your email, but also go and check the ACRA website. If you're a worried parent someplace else, let them take care of it. Let's not bombard the coaches with a lot of text. Text them maybe, hey, check the schedule, but I'm sure that they'll get that out. So we'll be shifting things online a little bit to reflect that, and just getting the word out enough so that everyone can get here on time for their racing. So I think we have a slight break here, and then we'll move into the B final of the women's singles, D and C finals of the women's singles. We're into some of the lower finals here on small boats for the rest of the morning.
In this break, if you are just joining us, if you did not start the day with us, this is the live broadcast of the ACRA National Championship.
I'm Charlie Sullivan. I've been announcing this regatta almost since it began. I was Greg Hartsoff's associate head coach. He said, Charlie, we need someone to call races. So that got me into announcing rowing. And with me,
Eddie Moog, my first year joining everybody here at ACRA as an announcer, former athlete at this event a long time ago, and really happy to see it expand to what is now 2,000 athletes here between rowers and coxswains. I think the largest it's ever been, and 76 programs represented from basically every corner of the country. I won't say every state,
there's no other program from Idaho racing any place
anywhere else.
Yeah, there might be an individual rower here.
Yeah, I think we're missing Montana, Wyoming, and New Mexico. So if there's anybody listening out there that's hoping to start a rowing club in Missoula, Santa Fe, or
Hawaii.
Cheyenne, I'm missing Hawaii and Alaska, aren't we?
I could go coach in Hawaii. That would not be hard for me at all. You'd have to pay me enough to live in Hawaii, but that's a different question.
Sure. But it's a great extension of where the sport is in the country now. So we're happy to be here. A little bit of a break. So what you've missed if you did not wake up with us is we had repechage heats and we've had some semifinals. So all of the racing started yesterday. Time trials for some of the larger events in the men's 4, the men's 8, the men's novice 8, and then heats in the rest or race for lanes in the rest of the events. Heats being 6 crews either selected by the seeding that the coaches agreed on based on race results earlier in the year. That's mostly for the 8s, maybe. No, it wasn't for the 4s. Mostly for the 8s. So your crews that were faster coming into this weekend were seeded to be in the middle lanes, and then everyone else moved out to the sides. And they raced to see who would make it in contention for an A-B semifinal or smaller events straight to the A final, which would be the top 6 or the top 12 in their event. After that, there were race for lanes, some of the smaller events. I think novice lightweight 4 being one of them. There was only, let's say, 6 entries in it, so everybody is guaranteed to go to the grand final of the event. But it helps to be in the middle lane. It helps to know that you're one of the faster crews going into the event. So everyone got a race down the course to see where they settled, what time they put down as an alternative to a time trial, which is a little bit shorter than the 2,000-meter course that our varsity 8s, varsity 4s, novice 8s did yesterday morning. So after all that wrapped up in the first half of Friday's starting day, there were our repechage heats, which we saw a few extended ones this morning. So that is a second chance for crews that didn't automatically qualify for the A or B final, or I'm sorry, I should say the A or B semifinal of their event. They had one more shot. So for example, the men's varsity 8 had a time trial. I believe the top 8 crews out of that automatically earned their spot to race in the AB semifinal today. And then there were 4 repechage heats, out of which the top crew moved on and will also be in the AB semifinal today. And we saw some tight racing. It's a really unique part of the sport that I love. Some of my best racing came out of repechage heats because it's make or break. It's you got to put your money where your mouth is. Are you really one of the top 12 crews and therefore in contention to be the fastest crew in the country, or are you in that second tier, which is fantastic as well. So we saw great racing there, a lot of photo finishes for 1, 2, or even 4 boats across, which was exhilarating. This morning we had some great racing from the women's novice 8, women's second varsity 8s, and the men's lightweight varsity 4, who had the repechage. And then since then we've had semifinals, and I believe we will be trading off semifinals and lower boat finals for the rest of the day. Semifinal seeing who goes to the grand final, top 6, B final 7 through 12. Such as the event that is now in the starting blocks, the women's B final for the singles. So these are athletes who are contending for the 7th through 12th spot in the country. And this great overhead shot from here now on the live stream drone footage, left to right, we have Michigan State single scholar Suhasini Iyer, Tiffany McHenry from TCU, Clarkson's single scholar Caitlin Buell from Penn State, and Sophia Schmitz from Oregon. So they are lined up in the starting block. I believe should be a volunteer holding them down. It's one volunteer job that I've never wanted to do, sitting out in the sun on a hot dock the whole day, but making sure these crews are perfectly aligned, bows lined up on the right side of your screen should be the aligner who's looking.
You can see the aligner there.
Yeah, you can,
right down the line.
Making sure all those bows are perfectly lined up. Hopefully, the crews are going straight down their course so that they don't take their first 5 strokes and steer into someone else's. So giving them a little bit of grace to start themselves off on the right foot. And I think
you can see them getting themselves pointed right now.
Yeah, at this level of the race, they'll wait for the event to make sure everyone is lined up and started. At some lower events, the high school level, they might just say, "Oh, your time's up. Yeah, you got to go." But this one, we want as much fairness as possible. So you're just waiting for the start to happen.
The other thing, just sort of that's cool, is you can see the arms that they're out on there. They're pushed out all the way right now because the single is a very short boat. Then they have an 8. If you'll watch later, they'll have been pulled back.
And we are out of the
off.
starting blocks here. Great start. Never going to win a race off the starting strokes, but you certainly want to put yourself ahead. And this is really strategic.
You can lose it off
a bad start. Some crews have a blazing hot start, really high strokes per minute, a lot of great ability to get the boat up to speed. But sometimes that really hot start is backed up by an okay middle of the race.
Yep.
So we're going to see if these 3 crews who took the early start, Michigan State, Clarkson, and Oregon, if they're going to hold on to that, or if they're going to.
Looks like Suhasini is really moved out nicely. Sophia Schmitz from Oregon started with a very high
Yep.
thing, but as she settled down, we have Clarkson and Michigan State moving out. Clarkson in that bright green decked single. You can see that Sassini has a little bit sort of entangled in the buoys, not really entangled, but they just get in your way, and in some ways almost more emotionally, psychologically
Yeah.
than physically, because you don't actually have to keep in your lane
You
as
don't have
long
to
as
keep
you're
in,
not
but I would
messing
say
with anybody else. But keeping in your lane is the fastest way to go.
experience as a sculler, not quite as good as any of the people on our screen right now. Hitting the buoys over and over, it's going to add up. If not a full seconds, it's just going to add up on your time here.
Also,
But
just frustration.
yeah, on the flip side, some crews don't look to go out with the hottest, fastest start they have. We saw earlier in one of the semifinals from the men's single, the crew that eventually won from Michigan has a pretty good start. The athlete tests up. It's not my main spot. It's not my best thing I do in the single. So they just took the start even keel and picked up speed late in the race. But we're getting pretty close.
And we can see that because Clarkson actually sort of off the start was not the fastest out there, but she's come into her base and is just moving away.
Yeah,
very
strong and
nicely.
composed. We're going to come up on the first 500-meter buoys pretty soon. Clarkson establishing open water on the teammate next to them. I'm sorry, the competitor next to them from Michigan State, and the rest of the field. Suhasini Iyer also pretty far ahead of the field. So this is great rowing. Pretty, I'm going to say long, low stroke rate. A lot of times race pace stroke rate is in the single between 32, 36, but at a certain point, if you are out and ahead, you don't need to do any extra. If you can do the work, get this type of lead, and then still maintain base pace or even a little bit lower than base pace, you can use that to your advantage. Yep. But it is the final.
That's
maybe
it's the final. It's the last race of the season. Maybe it's the last race of a career. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to go out feeling good to set yourself up either for the rest of your rowing career or the rest of your life. You know, let's make it an important thing, their hallmark moment.
Make an important thing in their hallmark moment. So great rowing here out of Clarkson. I love the spacing they're getting per stroke. You can look at the puddle left by their oars as it exits the water and how far past the stern deck it goes. And the
very efficient motion.
Yeah,
there's
and
no extra, nothing extra.
Sweep shells we'll see later. We're going to call out that spacing because it's all about the bow seats or how far past the boat does it go. Does it clear the entire stern deck? Does it reach their coxswain? This, I sure hope, clearing your stern deck, but how far away can you get? And it's certainly in a very intense athletic endeavor, a little bit of peace of mind seeing those puddles just get away from you further and further, and also helps you steer a little bit. You know which puddle you're getting closer to. You have a good idea of where you are in your lane.
Absolutely. Also, just sort of noticing that, and at this level you wouldn't expect this to see, but the blade's totally off the water, the boat set, and it looks like we now have a race going in here for second, as Sassini has had her neighbor come up into the race there. That's Caitlin Buell from Penn State. That's Caitlin Buell from Penn State moving into second. We're right next to the
Nittany Lion tent, hoping to get their attention.
But they didn't listen to us. One person looked and said, "Huh?"
Mm-hmm.
But maybe soon they'll go there, and that's really quite a nice move coming from the Penn State University. Is putting a nice move in that women's single to move into second. Oh, now they're going. There you go. So this is just being good neighbors here. Except I misread it. I'm sorry. That's Texas Christian. Sorry. Go back to your conversations. So I got flipped up on there, but there's a great race going on there. Penn State is coming down though, so you should get up and cheer. Cowbell, more cowbell, more cowbell. It's a really nice sort of a family space here going on at the racing. And it looks like Sassini has responded and said, "No, I don't think so quite yet today."
Yeah, that's great. And it is a great showing from a lot of Nittany Lion family members. It is a pretty big trek from the central of the state all the way down to Tennessee. And I think I'm biased just because I'm so close to their trailer, but it's one of the bigger family presences I've seen outside of Michigan here. But great race going on here. And what we're going to see a lot of the time is, as one of these races that is not to secure first place, but to secure second or third place, these two are going to push each other so hard that they just might close in on Clarkson. I think our single sculler from Clarkson is so far ahead that they're not going to catch up in a single sculling event. But these two, they're just going to let that steel sharpen steel and work their way up, at least away from the rest of the field. So they're coming into our line of sight pretty soon, around the 1,200 to 1,400 meter mark. Clarkson, long, strong, great leg drive, not a lot of swing, pretty efficient, compact stroke, and strokes from Michigan State and Texas Christian University. Not stroke for stroke here, but battling, because I think every stroke they take on their recovery in between the crew next to them is trying to trade bows. But Michigan State, they're going. See how Iyer is going and trying to take this last third of the race and make it their own.
Yeah, and you can still see contact. I mean, those two women are going to have a great race down the course together, and we're starting to see maybe a little bit of movement by Tiffany McHenry from Texas Christian, pushing back again. So it's sort of going to be, can Tiffany push in, and can Socini make sure that she's holding it off? In the meantime, we just have Clarkson out in front gorgeously. Penn State trying to push up a little bit. Caitlin Buell into Sophia Schmitz of Oregon, who's out in front of her, but there's pretty open water between those. The only real race left going on here, and they're pushing. You can see they're not up high. No one's using a lot of rating right now. They're just trying to do it with power through the water, which is pretty good. But I think that as we come into, they have about 300 meters to go now, 350. When they come into the blue buoys for the finish, you'll start to see that, which is what we're seeing right now from the rower from Clarkson. We can still see from a bit far away. In fact, that will be from Clarkson, sorry. And that will be her moving away into the final. Looks like Socini still eking out a little bit, maybe bow to stern now, on Tiffany McHenry from Texas Christian there. And Socini's gone up a little bit, starting a sprint in the red buoys. And we'll see who wins that, but that was a very nice shift up in rating.
Big change, just for all their money, chalk and marbles, whatever it takes to get out ahead and get the highest finish they still can. Great to see the representation from Clarkson out of Potsdam, New York, and Texas Christian University, two of the, I'll say, small school programs where they're focused on these small boats and just have a nice presence in the single double pair at this event.
But the Michigan State scholar Socini Iyer from, hope we're pronouncing the name correctly, it's just sort of moving away as Clarkson rower getting ready to come across the finish line, 7th in the nation in the women's single.
Congratulations to her.
Absolutely. I'm sure she would have wanted to be in that final.
I'm sure.
Sure got some good speed to get up there. But great race to finish out her year. And yeah, now just you can see difference in speed, difference in rating going up as Michigan State is going to come in, take second. Very nicely road race there, very composed, and has a little bit of extra at the finish to get away and sort of lay that out.
Nicely done there from Michigan State. And we should have TCU coming through the line. Just another stroke. Really well done. I think just over the 10-minute mark. And get it followed up by Penn State and Oregon, of which we will find out soon who will be first in that group. Nicely done. Nicely done from Sophia Schmitz from Oregon and Caitlin Buell from Penn State. Following this, we're about to have the D final for the men's single coming up. Probably already on the course if I check here now, or you can find all of the results as they come in. This is a two-man race.
They're 3 minutes in, and they're side by side. This is a great race. I mean, here you come to this big 6-boat race, but your final race is going to be a match race, a dual race with this one-on-one guy, and so much more fun for Caden and Andrew. Caden Gordon from Ohio State, Andrew Bobbitt from Wichita State, to go out and have a great race and go after it and really sort of feel like you have some competition and you're not just rowing down the course somehow. This is good. I'm excited to see this. Look at this.
Yeah, and I love that it is 3.5 minutes in. We're already out of the first quarter of the race. We're going to be approaching the halfway mark in the next minute or so. And it's not that open water, right? It is really going to be competitive down to the very end. I think these guys are going to love this race.
And it's not even one guy sitting bow stern on the other.
No.
I mean, they're right next to each other, although it does look right now like I believe that's going to be Andrew Bobbitt from Wichita State.
I believe so, with the Yellow Blades.
In the Yellow Blades, moving up to move bow to stern. So, Andrew Caden is going to have to respond, the Ohio State rower. So this is a little, 4 minutes in, there's a defining moment, and Caden not answering right now what Andrew can do. Andrew putting a nice move. We'll see. It looks to me with the rowing like Andrew's just going to hold on to this. He's now, okay, I got it, let's go. And perhaps Caden just doesn't have that same gear. So fairly quickly you can see how that changes, the nature of the race changes in a single sculling event.
And Andrew's doing a great job really swinging his power and his mass through the middle of the hull there. As soon as he starts to catch, you can see that top half of the body swing and the oars accelerate just in time with it. There's nothing lost in the front end of that stroke. As we bring this view down from this great drone shot from here now, it's still going to be a little bit of open water from bow to stern. These guys are past the 1K mark, coming up towards our line of sight. Wichita State, we got to talk with some of the athletes from their women's varsity 8 yesterday, and this club is men's and women's club, and it seems like the love for both sides of the program runs deep. They're super supportive of each other, so I'm sure Andrew has a large group of people cheering him on from shore right now, and I'm sure he wants to represent as best as he can for his home college.
Now, you may not have noticed this if you're watching and you're new, but Caden just tried to answer there.
He did.
Caden brought his rating up, and he closed just a little bit, enough for Andrew to see it and match it. And Andrew's rating has had to go up now in response. So it might be possible that Caden can come back in. I mean, as quickly as that lead was created, it can be away, lost. Right? But it still means that they're needing to go through. They have 750 meters to go. That little red buoy is the 250 between the 1,000 and the 1,500. So that's 1,250 into the race. And I think what I see in the rowing here for Andrew is he's still leaving the blades. In fact, he's almost taking water with him out at the finish. But it means he's leaving the blade absolutely in, while what Caden's trying to do is sort of rip the blade through a little bit. And I actually think that's the difference, although I did see Andrew on shore earlier, and he is quite a large person.
Yeah, good big frame, help move the boat along the lake.
And that means that at a certain point, if he can control all of that, it can move the boat very, very nicely. Single scullers at the elite level are tall and lanky. And so there's a lot of power going through that water here.
And it's a lot of power at a catch, which is a really delicate position to be in, right? If you talk to any rower, if you have been one yourself, you'll know sitting at the catch, boat is at its least balance, its most unstable, and in a single, that's just amplified. I'm sure you could talk to anybody who tried single sculling, sat up in the catch the first time and flipped the boat because it's so hard to stow. So I imagine the wattage, just the pure power these guys are laying down at that really delicate point. They've done a great job of making it look like it's simple, like they're just pressing it on the erg, no problem, no worry. Caden has definitely picked up the pace here. I think he's using this last 600 to just put his mark on it, see how close he can close in on Andrew. And again, just 2-boat race. If he freaks out Andrew just a little bit, can he gain even more?
And these guys will end up 19th and 20th in the country. but one of the things that we do here at ACRA and the championship is that everyone races all the way through to a final.
Yeah.
So no one's eliminated partway through the racing. And I think that's also the case at the NC2As. It's the
Yeah, it is
case
the
at the
standard in the
IRA.
sport
It's
in
like
this
the
country.
standard in the sport for the country. But what we don't do is limit the entries to a certain
Right.
number. So
Right.
there could theoretically be 50 scullers out here, and they'd all get their final race if we could make the schedule work and we had enough
Yeah.
referees.
For those of you who haven't been with us in the morning, we were talking a little bit about how the committee of coaches who run ACRA have already been thinking about with how many crews, how many athletes are here, do they need to change up the progression schedule to limit the amount of races there are per day? Because in some days it's time trials and heats and repêchages. So to have 50 scullers that all get a final, I think that would really define the conversation about how many races there are to get to the final.
And then you get the situation that we're in today, which is that we're expecting a weather front to come
Yeah.
through at around 3 or 3:30 this afternoon, which is right when the semifinals for the women's and men's varsity eights are, setting up what is unapologetically the main event of the regatta,
Yes.
the varsity eights, A finals. And so all of which is meaning to say, if you're a coach and have just tuned in, or if you're one of the rowers in your program, please check the afternoon schedule has been changed and moved up.
It is changed on ACRA's website. We'll let you know as soon as it changes on here now. I'll just refresh my screen.
So the coaches, or if you have access to the ACRA website, you can check that there. And if there were a whole lot of stuff that would happen, these are the finals that would actually be they're lowest on the priority list right now. So we don't want to do that, and that's not happening now. But you could imagine if it were an even bigger regatta at this point, they'd be taking D finals and saying sorry.
Yeah.
Particularly if you had a situation where they'd raced each other in a rep earlier and you already had a classification for those. But so now we're moving into the C final, and these guys, some of them have seen each other out of their CD semifinals, but 3 have seen each other, 3 haven't, and unless they maybe ended up in the same heat someplace. In lane 1 to the right of your screen, Ethan Benz from Emory. Lane 2, Joseph Gingold from Vanderbilt. Lane 3, Jackson Chiocha from Virginia. Lane 4, Abdullah Humayun from Virginia Commonwealth. Lane 5, Mason Phillips from K-State, Kansas State. And lane 6, Jesse Franklin from New Hampshire. So these guys, and this is what we'll start to see in finals as we go, they've been through a series of races to sort them into a class of speed. And we should see a little bit about what's going to be able to happen of who actually is fastest. And this is the final. So so that we're able here to sort of see again a little bit of spread out there. The way that the lane assignments work is that everyone from one semifinal is in the even lanes, and one from the other semifinal is from the odd lanes. And what you can see is a fairly good sort of matchup, but some of the speed out of one of those semifinals, 2 of the top 3 racers there. What we have right now, looks like out in front is lane 3, Jackson Chiocha from Virginia. Going up there, Jackson was a coxswain, and you can sort of see that diminutive stature there, but rowing gorgeously and really pushing as he comes through the 1,000. Very nice hang on those oars, the leg drive initiating that. Um, Virginia, as we've said, known for its sculling. That's a joke between their head coach Frank Biller and me. Let's be clear, Virginia is known for some very, very fast eights, and being absolutely a superb program. Frank Biller, their head coach, just uses sculling a lot in his teaching. So when it's time to go down to the small boats, he goes to quads, he goes to doubles, he goes to singles. And here we have Jackson leading this race, just rowing very nicely.
Virginia, known for its sculling.
Known for sculling, as that's going to be our joke for the day. Apparently, it's a joke on their team. So just some,
not a joke to their coach, I'm sure of that.
We love Frank Biller, though. He is absolutely one of the reasons that ACRA is as good and as fast as it is. He's one of the founders, along with Greg Hartsoff, and he and Greg and some of the other coaches have really been in this since the beginning, working hard to make sure that we had a really good race here to end up our seasons here. So we have Jackson there. It looks like Mason Phillips from Kansas State is up in second. Jesse Franklin from UNH right in contact there. And then also, I believe that's Vanderbilt, Joseph Gingold. Those folks are racing to go there. But Jackson really doing a nice job out in front there, just gorgeous rowing.
And that's awesome. And that's a coxswain for the UVA men's team. He just picked up sculling, single sculling this year. His whole team supports him. It's really great that a coxswain member, so someone who steers the boat, doesn't train on the erg in the athletic part of it with the team, picking it up, and he did it to start to get a better feel for what his teammates are going through while they're training, right? The duress, the stress, all that. And then he's like, oh, I love this too. And he's playing
and
out
so
there
he goes. Yeah, it's great to have
for
that.
the 13th spot in the country. Kansas State and Emory really duking it out now. That race is just getting out of our line of sight, but you can see it on this overhead shot.
And UNH coming into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, no more than half a length separating the three of them. So this is actually really the piece to watch to see who's going to earn this 14th spot. This is going to be a hard earn. Every ounce of sweat that it takes to get there is going to be worth it.
So Jesse Franklin from UNH moving up into Mason Phillips from Kansas State, and they can feel each other. We don't know if Ethan out there in lane one can sense what's happening on the other side. It's actually very hard for him to see that. And, hopefully he sort of looks over and catches on that there's something to go, because right now those other two, Jesse and Mason, Kansas State and New Hampshire, are moving away from Ethan on the far side, just because they're in a race. And those guys still, if you look at the rating, it's still patient. They're not sprinting yet, even though they're 300 meters to go. So we're sort of looking at who's gonna do what. But right now, Jesse Franklin has managed to move himself half a boat ahead. As we said, he doesn't have to stay completely in his lane. His blade was over. He's now straightening himself out. He's just not allowed to interfere with Mason, etc. And so doing the smart thing and getting himself into more of the center of the lane, as there's going to be a sprint, I'm assuming.
I think
no one's going to just sit there and let someone row. Meanwhile, Jackson moving very nicely, still in a very sort of prying, pushing power mode on through the water, and just some really nice, gorgeous rowing there as he's coming through, looking a little bit over his shoulder, seeing that he's a little bit on the buoy line, but really very, very nice. And if he's a coxswain, he's used to thinking about his course a lot.
He is. I don't think he's had a look behind him. There's a little look. Just
he's
to make sure he's in the right spot, but he's making sure it's perfect. This is a great press here. I'm sure all the UVA team members are hollering from the shore.
There you go.
Cheering him on for that first
And here's
spot.
the sprint that we were talking about in 5 and 6.
State.
And that's Mason Phillips, Jesse Franklin slapping the water in frustration a little bit, because he just had a little bobble there. And sometimes that's what happens when you go up and try and sprint and you don't maintain control and order in the body. And so just a little bit of frustration, but he'll come back. He'll come to land. He'll say he'll recognize later it was a great race.
It was a great race. And Mason, shout out to you for just making such a big move at the end. I think you're going to really appreciate that looking back. Joseph and Abdullah following through from Vanderbilt and VCU. And Emory has already rounded out the group. So that wraps up our men's C final, last men's single race that we'll see today. We saw the semifinals earlier, and I think the last
For the
single,
AB semis, so they won't race until tomorrow
And
because they've already raced this
that's
morning.
our last single of the day. We also just saw the women's B final, won by Sarah Fish from Clarkson. Their coaches came by to give us their names. So we also
Congratulations,
saw
Sarah. Glad to have a name to put to the rower.
Clarkson's men's pair, Anthony Forst and Benjamin Tobin, get second in their semifinal, proceeding to the A final tomorrow. And the men's double earlier from Clarkson out of Potsdam, New York, getting first in their semifinal. And their coach shared a very, this is Ryan Muldoon and Oliver Dolcino, great story about them in the men's double semifinals. They crashed their double in practice yesterday.
Oh no!
Launched and but before they got on the course, crashed and had to bring it back in. So last night, their coach drove to Nashville, pick up a boat from Vanderbilt, and drive it back here. I think he said 2 hours each way. That's what we did from the airport too. 2 hours each way just so the guys could race. And I think they appreciated it so much that they got first in that semifinal.
In a boat that they've never raced before either.
Raced,
so you just it's like picking up somebody else's violin and going and playing a solo or a duet.
So also great stuff by Vanderbilt being able to share another hull with them out of Nashville, Tennessee. So really great to see that. We're going to see actually a lot of teams that maybe are sharing hulls, whether it was too hard to trailer all your stuff over here. You didn't have a racing show. I think Sacramento State also had a UC Davis boat. They might just share hulls out of the club that they couldn't take away. So there is a lot of camaraderie. Since this is a very coach-run regatta, one that has a lot of transparency and wants every boat, every seat to matter, you're going to see a lot of coaches pulling for each other and doing whatever it does to help their competitors.
And you don't want to see yourself win because the other people had some misfortune.
Yeah, you want to line up against everyone at their best, ready to go. No one is looking to be like, well, maybe they just won't have their best race. They want to see them at their best.
Yesterday in the warm-ups for the varsity 8 time trials, there was a collision up in the start between Minnesota and Lehigh, and Lehigh's boat was damaged, and so they came down and hopped into a boat from Bucknell. Bucknell just sort of said, hey, here's a boat, go out and race. They came down the course and set a time, and now they've sort of moved through. So that's the main boat there, right?
That is, yeah. So we're seeing the women's C final in the double. This is a dual race between Kinsella and Ferguson from Wichita State and Janusik and McComiskey from Georgia. And we have
Georgia out in front right now.
Yes.
It looks like Wichita State got a little bit into the lane line. I actually think they could have kept rowing, but they sort of stopped and rearranged themselves. And
but to their credit, they're back on the move here, and I think they're working their way up. They haven't really let UGA get away from this. Georgia coming out of
Georgia
Athens
was moving away from them, and they were and then it was close, but there was a little move, and they responded. And now you sort of have Wichita State with some adrenaline in them, which may push there. But I think we're seeing Georgia here as they're coming through the 1,000-meter mark, I think.
Yep.
And in lane 3, that is Janusik and McComiskey. Not a name I've seen before. Always fun to see new names. And so now you have Kinsella and Ferguson from Wichita State trying to get back on that. See, and this is another sort of role that those puddles play. She can't quite see the boat, but she can see the puddles, so she knows they're right there.
Oh, that's a really good point to bring up. I hadn't thought about that.
So that you can't necessarily see the boat, but the puddles will show fresh. So okay, they're not far. If you see clear water, it's there. But you also have in that Wichita State bow a little bit of the body flopping all over at some times.
I think this is a tough race. These athletes are giving it everything they have as they come up to the 12:50 mark pretty soon to our line of sight. And in a smaller boat, like that could really doesn't quite, set you up, right? If you really empty the tank or put everything on a stroke, the boat might respond and say, whoa, this is really delicate. You need to really finesse it. So sometimes in an 8 or a 4, you can just press, kind of turn your brain off and push. And the double single,
You
pair.
never stop thinking.
You never stop thinking, whether it's where you're going or just
And
how
if
to...
you do stop thinking in the 8, it's usually to your detriment, but you sort of can just get into the rhythm and be thinking about that rather than all the things that have to go, particularly through a bow rower's
Sure, but I
thought
think if
in
you're in the middle of
a
the 8, you
double.
don't have to think about where the boat is headed
Yeah.
or the line, or all you got to think about is what you know about
What
your
the
race
coxswain
plan.
tells you to do.
Yeah, and what the people next to you. So as we're coming through, Georgia opening up this lead, Wichita State getting a big cheer from their teammates on the shoreline. The Shockers really roll deep. They have a lot of love for both sides of this program. Makes a big deal for them to establish this rowing presence out off their campus. So they are so thrilled that this team is here. Both these crews making their way pretty close to the 1,500-meter mark, and we'll see if UGA...
Georgia, some very orderly rowing, a little bit of hang, a little bit of sky, but everything moving. The Shocker rowing is sort of all or nothing. There's some nice speed that you see when they have it, and then something happens, and so there's still a little bit more to learn about how to row that double in the Shocker boat. But this is how you do it. You race. And put yourself under that pressure, come back and see what happens.
So just again, if you're joining us, it's just past the top of the hour. We are co-broadcasting the ACRA National Championship live stream. This is Eddie Moog.
And this is Charlie Sullivan.
So happy that you're joining us today. If you are a family member of some of the athletes who are rowing today, I hope you enjoy watching them on the screen. We'll try and shout out every crew that we see. We've been doing some athlete interviews to highlight some of the crews that are here from across the country. If you've been with us all morning, thanks for waking up, hanging out with us.
Having maybe your morning coffee.
Your morning second coffee if you're me.
A little bit of welcome and bienvenue, welcome. I was challenged by our boss to sing more today on the regatta.
Okay.
Just so you know, Eddie, that was a direct challenge to find the places to work that in. Eddie is actually quite the music dude. He listens to a lot of stuff. Yesterday, you introduced me to, you're going to have to remind me of
Jimmy
his name.
Montague.
Jimmy Montague.
With tomorrow's coffee.
Absolutely. So if we do not have a music soundtrack to this regatta.
No, but shout out to Oak Ridge Rowing Association. Before the races started, it was a little bit of a downpour this morning, and they had the blues going this morning. Great sound of Tennessee. It was very apropos to listen to as we warmed up for the morning.
Absolutely. But if you want to create your own musical background, check out Jimmy Montague. It's actually pretty cool, sort of very 60s, 70s, all sorts of influences.
From a contemporary
artist. Just dropped that album this year.
And in the last few strokes of their final race of their spring season, here comes the Georgia Bulldogs
putting a sprint on.
They are
finishing out the season.
Great strokes here, putting as much power on the footplate as they can, letting those blades drive in deep through the water, pushing the Swiss Bully Hall all the way to the finish line. Great work by them to open up this lead.
A little bit of what we call hang. That's a good place to see it. Just those white blades going up into the air. Also, sometimes we call it skying because they go up there. But that's the sprint at the end of the season, and you don't necessarily hit that all the time, and got to learn how to do that just as well. And so Janisic and Makaminski coming across the line in the C final, so that puts them in 13th position.
13th in the country, right? Yes, 13th.
And
Wichita State approaching the line.
Sella and Ferguson in the red buoys here. Again, some nice on strokes here, moving together, and they go through the final. Congratulations on your season.
Great work from the Wichita State Shockers, and we are moving in, I believe, to the B final following this, which is a dense heat. There's a lot of crews who are trying to fight for the 7th spot in the country.
Absolutely. So in lane 6, we have Coda and Rich from Tennessee. In lane 5, we have Williams and Smith from William and Mary. I made that joke yesterday. You finally got it. It's sort of interesting. In lane 4, we have Harvey and Fowler from High Point University. In lane 3, we have Alexander and Moran from Kansas State. Lane 2, Kleckner and Dowd from Pittsburgh. and lane 1, Lim and Trainer from Colorado.
And I think this is High Point in the purple hull. Am I right that lane 4 is up ahead of the field right now?
I believe that's true.
And then
High
I
Point
think
and lane 2,
that Pittsburgh.
Kleckner, and Dowd. So those two would have been in the same. Well, I forget how the selection went, but the double would have had heats.
Yep, they were heats. So the middle 2 lanes are from 2 of the higher seeded crews coming out of the heats yesterday.
They would have, I think, been 4th and 5th
yes,
in
if
the
this is
same
the B
heat.
final. So these crews are 2 of the faster ones coming into it, and they're hoping to see the lane. It's not that it's more protected or that there's an advantage, but I think all the athletes, especially in these sculling boats, also known as blind boats, because you don't have someone looking out steering for you, is you can see the whole field from here. So especially now, as established such a wide amount of open water, they can see everybody else. And if there were a third crew creeping up on one of them, they would know right away. But right now, they're just using peripheral vision if they're even paying attention to who's next to them, because this has become a really tight race. I can't really tell whose bow is ahead at the moment, and not because of the great angle from the drone shot, because I think it's changing every other stroke who's getting ahead. But I think it's a little bit of a push from Pittsburgh when we picked this up on the course. I think they were a little bit behind High Point out of North Carolina, and I think they're starting to close in.
And Pittsburgh there in lane 4, a little bit closer to us in the blue boat, if you're looking at it there, and High Point, we think, in the red. And yep, there we have Pittsburgh out in. Sorry, that's High Point in lane 4 over Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is in the red boat in lane 2, and High Point putting a little bit of a move, but you can read these buoy lines. They're actually lined up pretty well right there. That's them. That little red buoy there is them coming through 1250. They have 750 meters to go, and we definitely have a push
we got a great
coming
race here.
out of Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh running off the 3 rivers on the west side of Pennsylvania.
Sorry, High Point was moving away. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
Yeah, they're holding on to each other right now, and I think they're just about going stroke for stroke here. I think High Point's clipping up the stroke rate, strokes per minute, a little bit more, and I think this is going to be a move, which can be really effective in this smaller boat racing, especially when someone's neck and neck with you. If you can do a move for 10 strokes and get a little bit more open water as they cross my line, I think High Point has half a length up on Pittsburgh, but that could easily close back as the rest of the field catches up to us. We can see Kansas State, we can see Tennessee, the locals, and that should be William and Mary in the rest of the field, and then Colorado holding up the 6th spot right now. Tennessee and Kansas State also look like they are really duking
overlapped.
it out.
Yeah,
just a half of their bow deck ahead from the Lady Vols.
Absolutely, but what we're seeing right now is High Point University just getting their blades in a little bit better there, and a little bit more directly, and that's moved them up. You can see a little more just sort of patience maybe in the red boat up top, or it might just be they need to get their blades in and go. You can see the difference, but they're still holding on. So part of what's happening in that blue boat there is they're losing a little efficiency as they try to go up, and we'll see what happens now as Kleckner and Dowd from Pittsburgh are still sticking it in there. Can they just get their blades down in and sort of get the boat moving a little bit quicker, while High Point is sort of definitely going into their sprint, and it's just not quite efficient. Yep, there you go. A little
that's
digger.
tough.
That's what I was afraid we
were
were going to start
about.
to see.
And Pittsburgh
now they have
taking
to pick it
advantage of
back up,
that.
and Pittsburgh's going to come through. So you got to make sure that you stay in attention. Pittsburgh bow woman looking over and saying, "Yeah, we got them. Let's go. Let's go now." And now all of a sudden you see those blades dropping in.
Yep, they're striking while the iron's hot here. That's a great move from the Panthers out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So that just like that in these boats, it can happen as you go up. You can't in these small boats. You can't just go to power. You've got to keep the bodies
there's
ordered.
so much
You've
finesse
got
that
to
has to
keep the
happen.
finesse that it's still working. You got to keep that. And I think they're going to beating themselves up a little bit. But that said, they're giving everything they
They're
have
giving
to get where
everything
they
they
want to
have.
go.
They're representing High Point really well. Love to see the rowing coming out of here. Pittsburgh as well, getting a little bit letting the blade slip out a little bit too early from the finish, but they are powering through the stroke enough to charge into these last few buoys before they reach the finish line.
High Point clearly going back into a sprint, just going after
Quick,
what
quick,
they
quick,
can be.
yeah.
But Pittsburgh being able to just sort of lengthen and come through to be seventh in the
Nicely
nation.
done by
Very nicely
Pittsburgh.
done.
Just coming in, I think, just under 9 minutes. High Point 8:58.2, fantastic, and that earns them the 7th spot in the country in the women's club double.
High Point comes in second there at
5 seconds
9:03,
behind,
5
and I
seconds
think
behind.
Kansas State established a pretty strong lead ahead of the Lady Vols out of Tennessee.
I think that's
I
true.
don't see them on the screen. Maybe they'll catch up when we get out of this quartering angle. But I think Kansas State is gonna. Oh, this is gonna be close.
We'll see what
This is
happens
gonna
when.
be
Oh,
really
and here,
close.
whoa, here comes
William and
Lane.
Mary.
William and Mary almost out of nowhere, right? They were
Charging.
not in the picture, but there's a sprint going on, and William and
Late-
Mary, lane 6, moving through.
Oh, and I think Kansas State just edged out
Just
Lady
barely.
Vols
We'll have
and
to see. We'll get another
William and Mary.
photo finish
We're
there
gonna get a
here
photo
in the B
finish.
final of the women's double.
9:38.6, 9:30. I was gonna say 9:39 point. Ooh,
0.
Wow.
So 4/10, 3.5 tenths there for Tennessee to come
Yeah, less
through.
than
And
1
then
second.
William and Mary there, all of those crews right together.
Less than 1 second separating those three
So
crews.
we'll probably get a photo finish photo off of that, which would be fun to
That's
see.
fantastic. I love to see it. Really just taking it down to the line. Great work. William and Mary, first college in the country, right?
I believe it's one. Yeah, I think it's older than Harvard.
Yeah, I think it is. So representing the oldest university in the nation until I get fact checked. Here we get the men's double. Congratulations to the women who just finished the B final in the double. Men's D finals. We're going to get another dual race here from the men from Delaware and the men from Georgia. This is DeWaldo and Griffin in the Delaware men's double with the light blue blades to match the blue hens, and Keller and Drain from
Georgia.
University of Georgia.
We're moving out pretty clearly right now.
Yeah, and I didn't get to talk about it yesterday, but their coaches from Delaware do want us to know that both members of this double have got that dog in them. Okay, so despite the blue hens, but the problem is Georgia.
Ooh, let the dogs out.
Georgia are the Bulldogs, so that also might be inherent in their stroke. They're laying a really good piece down here. Just a bit of open water on their competitors. We are 3 minutes and 15 seconds in, getting about halfway between the 500 meter and the 1K mark of this race. And I love the stroke that these guys are laying down here.
Absolutely. There was just to extend the animal stuff a little bit, there was a question. I love these stupid memes on
spot in the country, and I'm going to read up on all of their but I imagine they have open weight in the lightest lineup much before this weekend, but I imagine they have open weight in the lightweight category, and some results from does have a pretty good sculling.
double there,
check
but
up on those before we wrap up this race. But the spacing remains the same. We got our live stream back under our tent here, maybe just a little bit of breakage on the sideline, but great rowing here. About 12:50 into the race here now for the Bulldogs from Georgia, 5 minutes in or so. And they're just holding that great swing through their stroke with a couple borrowed oars from Vanderbilt. Look at that. Vanderbilt just sharing the love here, letting everybody borrow stuff to make sure that they can all get out in the course. So you'd love to see that. Good frame in the guys from Delaware. A very front end emphatic stroke. They're really stepping on that foot plate, trying to press through. Great. Yep, and these croaker oars. And I think the benefit to Georgia's stroke is just it's a little bit longer through the water. They're swinging. I think they just have that frame where they can swing back a little bit more with enough mobility and core strength that they're extending the stroke. So they might not have as much pop off the front end, but they can uncoil that and let it rip stroke after stroke. Doing a pretty good job of letting the boat run. A little bit of the oars moving up and down, but staying clean to the water. Right. We talked about that a lot with pairs, which we will see coming up in about 15 minutes or so, is sometimes you want to be 102% on your technique and 98% on the power so that the boat stays straight, so that you are getting what I've described as free speed out of not getting in your own way. Blades dragging against the water, blades skying at the catch. Maybe it won't increase speed, but helps to make it a smooth, continuous push to the stern.
You still have to do the right things for it to come. You're just staying out of your own way. But when we tell kids it's free speed, then they don't worry about it as much.
Yeah. But pretty soon they're going to reach these red buoys. We'll see if they lay down a sprint to put down what they want to put as the fastest time stamp on their last race here at the ACRA National Championships to secure the 19th spot overall.
So Georgia rowing with a set of white blades.
I think those are
Purdue blades.
I think they're Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt has the V on it.
Oh, I guess I was giving credit to Vanderbilt. Interesting.
But nonetheless, and maybe it's just
maybe they're Georgia Tech.
Blades. Maybe it's his own oars.
Yeah. Yep.
They're not the same. They're not the same oar shape. So.
For those of you listening in who are not rowing geeks like myself and Charlie, there are so many different ways you can rig a boat, ways you can modify boats, but also you can have different types of oars. So the face of the blade can be different. Traditionally, way back, it was more of a tulip shape. And then I'm going to say,
the hatchet.
Hatchet. And then
even within that, different cuts on it.
bow seat looks like they have a smoothie too, which is pretty, I don't know, basic look of the oar, a little bit of the hatchet, and then it rounds out and has this black strip at the end, which is a vortex edge. And what does the stroke seat have?
I think it's
vortex edge. Okay.
Vortex edge on it, slightly different color.
So all that really is affecting with pretty similar types of blades, just missing that little extra modification is the way those athletes feel the oars enter the water at the catch is just different enough. And hey, maybe it's better for each athlete. One feels like they need that slip in smooth, and one feels like I want to lock into the water and feel the resistance right away. Delaware makes it through the line, following through, folding over. They are exhausted. That was a very strong
absolutely,
race
and it may also just be that that's what's available to them in their boathouse.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps they haven't thought about it for a second. I remember when I learned about oars in college, I don't know, didn't really go between the ears. And this is our photo finish from the women's double B final earlier, this single second separating bows 3, 5, and 6. And that's just fantastic. I love bow 6's. Who was that? Was that Tennessee? I love their boat name, Inevitable.
There you go. It's a lot of them are named for people who bought the boat, so that's pretty easy. Sort of hard to see what's going on after that. Sometimes with those names.
So we are getting into our C final for the men's double. We got a great shot looking at the sterns, bows at the top of your screen. So from left to right, we have Martsolf Miller and Dwal from William and Mary, oldest college in the country, Trimble and Jaleel from Ohio State, Lonergan and Jenks from Penn State, and I believe leading the pack, Williams and Oysal from UMass up in Western Massachusetts, Amherst, lane 5, University of New Hampshire, lane 6, Central Florida, the gentleman from University of New Hampshire, Kemp and Thorne. So this is a scene final. This is going to decide who is Am I getting this right? Yes,
C-final,
13th.
so that's 13th through
13th to 18th
18th.
in the country. University of Massachusetts looks like they have open water on most of the field, but there's a little bit of overlap from them and lane 1, I believe. So that is our William and Mary Scullers. Great
So
small boat
these UMass guys are the varsity entry out
They
of their
are.
program, right?
Well, the pair was a varsity entry.
Okay, and
I
there's a
believe
double.
these guys fill out the other half of the pair. They're racing a 4 for the most part this year, and then there is
Freshman 8.
a freshman 8. There's a quad as well. But I think these two boats comprise of the top 4 athletes from the program this year.
Gotcha, and you can see very nice sort of rhythm working there. Full disclosure, Eddie is a UMass alumnus.
And since they're in the lead for now, I'll talk about the program because I'm just so proud of them. Guys have had a great season. Coach Bob Bullet Engelhart has been leading the way for these guys. He's here today, of course, doing a great job. And this program has mostly been sweep, but there's a lot of great sculling that's been included. We're racing in a Swift shell right here, donated by the Gray Family Foundation after one of our teammates back in the 2010s passed away as a freshman. His family loved the impact that the sport and the team made on his life and donated pair doubles to the program, among many other things they've done in charitable stuff. But as I talk, William and Mary is putting up a fantastic fight. I think they're a little bit ahead as we cross the 1K mark here on the Aggies out of UMass. So we will see where this goes. And not to count out, the crew in lane 6, Central Florida, isn't far off. And anything goes in these doubles, whether it is just a technical application of is your boat going to stay moving at fastest when you bring up the sprint. These are very delicate boats. They take a lot of finesse to move well. And then just, who wants to punch it, who really wants to drive. I think all these guys are loving that they're in a race right now.
Yeah, and there's no next step here, right? There's no we just need to finish and so we can take the next step. This is the step.
This is it.
And so you want to, end of the season. Either of those two guys in this double seniors?
I don't know. I don't have the notes on them.
So, I mean, if there are any rowers out here who are seniors, it's their last race. Also.
I think Dalen Usall is a senior, and I think West Williams is a sophomore from this program.
So if you've put 4 years into rowing, including making it all the way through COVID and stuff like that,
right?
You want to go out and just sort of race. It still looks to me like UMass is up, and that's some really gorgeous rhythm in that double still, but being pushed a little bit there out of, is that lane 1, William and Mary?
I think William and Mary's holding the lead. They're about to come into our direct line of sight.
UMass is ahead. I'm going to give you that still. William and Mary is trying to push up.
Yep, you're right. Great work by that William and Mary crew out of Virginia, I believe. I should know that better. Williamsburg, Virginia. Great. I love the finish swing here. They're really built for the back end. These guys are squeezing off the front end and letting it really send through. I think Bowman is charged up right now, looking over at his course, helping his stroke seat know, do we need to go now? Do we need to pick it up? I'm sure they have sprints planned out in their race plan, but maybe
maybe don't wait.
Maybe
because William and Mary is actually sort of in a little mini sprint there.
Yep.
I don't think they're full up, but they look like they're smaller guys, and they're just able to get the rating up, and they're moving well. The blades are going in really nicely. You can just see the intent as they put the blade in. Chunk push.
Yeah.
Still in.
And they're catching
in UMass. Just a little bit of it's starting to come a little bit, but they've got to see that now and go. If UMass is going to answer.
Because I think they're looking for open water to finish out that move. We'll find out soon if they're like the legendary French pair who did they start the sprint too early? Not if you win. So that was a great move from William and Mary there. I think we see Central Florida also charge up and in. See if they can get any overlap on the crews ahead of them. This is turning out to be just a great race in the C final.
Absolutely. Trying to see if UMass is going to answer that. And their blades are going a little bit more directly right now, sort of picking up. But, there's also a crew coming up next to them with a fair amount of speed there, I think, in lane 3 from Penn State, Lonergan, sorry. Sort of putting a move in. I don't think they're going to catch, but hopefully that'll spur UMass on a little bit, but right now we just have William Mary, Marsloff Miller, and Duel have moved themselves,
I
I
think they're gonna.
think, into a pretty. I think they're about a length up
I think they're
there.
about a length up, and these red buoys. We'll see if everybody starts to, abandon all patience and just drive their way into the finish line. But great move from them. I think Bauman made the right call to tell the stroke, we got to go now. We can't wait till the red buoys to see if we can separate. Do it now.
Yeah.
And I think they're also rowing pretty clean in this. I
And
believe
he's looking across now just to make sure that they're
nicely
ahead, which they
done.
are. Very nicely rowed that
Great
last
work.
little move. And they created quite some distance there from UMass.
And following through, still securing that second spot in the C final, holding down 14th in the country. Georgia Tech following through with, Central Florida following through with the third spot in the C final. I believe it's Penn State is going to University of New Hampshire. I'm sorry, Central
Hampton
Florida.
Thorne.
I guess I was thrown off by the orange. Or maybe I just missed the University of New Hampshire. I am very sorry to the rowers out of Durham.
There's
Central
Penn
Florida
State
was
in
not in it.
fourth.
Nicely done. We have the pair event following up behind us. It looks like there's a little bit of a clash. Two crews just had to stop. I don't know yet if they were in the breakage area. It looks like the rest of the race is continuing. So I think they're just going to let them sort
We'll
that out.
see. It was. We come back to that now that we have the results on the C final here of the men's double. We're switching now up to the pair, the C final of the women's pair. We had a tantalizing bit of video there that we saw, and it does look like the race is still going. So in lane one, which is on your left here, we have Rush and Godwin from George Mason. In lane two, Herring and Chen from UC Davis. In lane three, Wichita State. In lane four, Higgins and Roberts from Pittsburgh. In lane five, Moser and Moser from Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
And in lane six, Arizona State. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have all the crews back up and racing. So there was a little bit of clash. And I think it was Moser and Moser there having a little bit of trouble with their steering. And it looked to me earlier, just the little tiny bit that we saw of it, that they had maybe steered themselves into Arizona State.
Yeah,
I don't want to say that
because
for sure because we saw it so quickly and don't want to.
in this pair event, if you just put so much power on it, and if you're not perfectly matched up, it can just drastically change the line of the boat, or I should say, the way the boat is steering down the course. In the doubles, we just saw, if you're a little bit unmatched or a lot of it unmatched, you still might be fine because each rower has their own pair of oars, and so long as those are matched up, you're still going to propel forward. But one oar apiece here, the smallest sweep event because there's no single sweep event. And the Wichita State Shockers, I believe, are establishing a really
They're out in
lead,
front there nicely, maybe a
followed
length of
closely by
open
Pittsburgh.
over UC Davis.
Oh, UC Davis.
lane
I'm sorry, I'm
two.
reading the wrong way.
And then looks like Moser and Moser have rebounded from that from Cincinnati to move forward, sort of gotten their rhythm back and just sort of moving through Higgins and Roberts from Pittsburgh. So that sort of brings up one of the perpetual questions, sibling pairs. Yes, sibling pairs, no.
Hey, if they can stand each other, go for it. I imagine these are twins too, unless one picked it up after another. I'm very close with my siblings, so I would say absolutely. And all the rowers that I rode with are like in a larger group of siblings. So I'd say
knowing
absolutely.
each other well here may just allow them to go. It doesn't mean they won't come off the water and have some words with each other, but in the moment it's just there. Sometimes it works really well. The Sinkovich brothers are absolutely known for that. They have been able to medal in international competition in the pair, in the double, with either of them in stroke, with either of them in bow. And they sort of switch things up at a moment. Well, we thought today we would try this other way, and there we are.
I've had a lot of pair of twin athletes at the junior level, whether that I've coached or I've seen at local clubs. And the cool thing is I've never seen a pair of twins who rode where one is way better than the other. They usually pick it up at the same rate, and they're not identical, but there's a lot of
So you have
distinguishing what
two
they
in
do.
your boys varsity 8. You had two. You have a pair of twins who are sophomores.
Yes.
And they walked down to the boathouse last year as freshmen, having just moved
from Denmark.
And we were like, "Who are these 18-year-olds?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "No, we were 14."
Yeah. So I've seen that. Some gentlemen who eventually went to row on for Boston University out of Boston College High School were also two tall twins, and everybody was like, yeah, and they got recruited to row at BU together. It's kind of a package deal. So happy that the Bearcats have a pair of them in this pair event. Looks like Wichita State is still holding on to their clear lead. Pittsburgh is challenging them, and I think, am I getting the oars right? That's the Bearcats fighting back to,
Moser from Cincinnati
I
had
keep
made
getting
that
Pittsburgh and
nice
UC Davis
move.
mixed up. I'm so sorry to UC Davis. I know you're in California.
But right now, I do think that that's Wichita State. And actually that pair's almost went over. They caught something and they stopped, but they pulled it back, which is pretty amazing. So that was Chen and Davis now needing to orient themselves and get back on the race. And actually, yeah, you can see they're still crews are coming through them, but they did not flip. That is one of the most miraculous saves I've
Good
seen.
save.
These boats want to go over at any moment.
Oh, man.
And now here they go. So they've had some speed. So let's see what they can do with it as they breathe and go.
Nicely done recovering that. Let's hope they keep their composure and get the most out of this race that they're doing so well in. I'm sure Wichita State is a little relieved that they get to see a little bit of open field. But Moser and Moser are coming up from Cincinnati. I don't know if it's enough real estate left to catch up to the Shockers, but these twins are really, I'm sorry, I don't know if they're twins. These siblings.
We're assuming.
Siblings.
Maybe they're cousins.
Maybe they don't even know each other.
Maybe it's just, yeah.
But they are rowing really well. I love the strokes that they're laying down here. The leg drive is really synchronized and it's powerful, right?
I'm looking at the shoulders. I'm looking at the hair. I'm looking at the legs. I think that they are at least closely related.
I'm a couple hundred feet away, but I can see how emphatic it's driving with the purpose, and I can see in that leg drive we're going to be the first crew to make it out of here no matter what it takes. So they're closing in on Wichita State, and the cool thing about when you walk up on a crew, when you start to close the margin on the crew ahead of you, it can be a real mental game. It can freak out the crew in the lead. Oh my God, we had this lead.
Now we have a great race going here between
Pittsburgh for real and UC Davis.
UC Davis trying to see if they can get back on there. Pittsburgh having maybe a little bit of life blown into their sails. And so now these two are suddenly having to very quickly make a switch emotionally for where they were, both boats, and where they are now. Pittsburgh actually now sort of moving. UC Davis looking a little tentative, actually.
A little tentative.
But they were moving so well earlier. Let's see if they can get that back. Maybe the bow woman can sort of go and say, hey, reach out a little bit. Let's go long and go.
Right of your screen, Cincinnati is still on the charge. I think they are striking.
Looks to me like they are ahead right now. It's hard to tell which line is the buoys. I think
we're looking and the buoys are going away from us a little bit.
Yeah.
So bit of a different angle. UC Davis and Pittsburgh are going to enter your screen from the left side here. UC Davis getting back that lead they had earlier.
There they go.
That's
so
good.
they've been moving up a little bit now on Pittsburgh is still there. It's sort of hard to tell, but I think they're in front of Pittsburgh. I think that's Pittsburgh's still up. UC Davis rowing, just looking now like it's they're not quite handling getting back on. It looks a little tentative instead of being able to relax. As soon as you get tight in a pair, that it's the kiss of death.
And we got first two crews in the red buoys. This is going to be absolutely, I'm going to say, photo finish as we come in here, unless there's another crowd getting caught by the oars. But
very nice rowing out of Moser and Moser there.
I am impressed with Wichita State, but I'm impressed that Cincinnati has this in their system. They've been building it up since like the 1250 meter mark, and they just keep going. Like
they had that issue at the very start of the race,
yeah,
right? So they had to reset themselves.
So imagine where they would have been if I bet they're using
and
that.
They're moving through now.
They're walking
moving through now.
There is an Energizer pack in their back, and they are not going to rest until the finish line is in their sights. rolling away from them. That is a great charge forward. Congratulations.
Great recovery. We still don't really know what happened out there. We just know that they were involved in having to slow down and reset a little bit.
The Cincinnati Bearcats. Great work by Wichita State. Tight. This is a quartering angle, so it's a little bit misleading. It looks like these crews are a little bit tight, and I think Pittsburgh is still gaining a little bit, but we're going to have to find out.
They're just a little bit more efficient, right? We're still seeing these occasional strokes out of UC Davis that look a little harried, a little rushed, a little.
Yep. Pittsburgh is
Pittsburgh now moving
ahead.
away.
Nicely done from the Panthers and UC Irvine Anteaters, right?
I don't know, but that's Davis.
Irvine. I'm sorry, University of California System of State Schools. I keep mixing up your things. To my defense, everybody has blue and yellow as their colors.
It is blue and yellow all the way down, except for Irvine has
black and
blue
yellow.
And black. Yellow and black, sorry.
Nice work by the Arizona State Sun Devils following through. Looked like a really solid piece. And then we're going to have George Mason rounding out the bottom of this field.
The C final in the women's pair. So now we're moving over. We will be moving over to the men's pair C final also. This will D final. Sorry, more pairs on the men's side as we saw. So there's a D final that should be just off the blocks coming up with 3 crews from Florida State, Georgia, and Penn State. And you can see them in the inset. That already is sort of moved out into its space. That is Florida State on your left. In lane 3, Hayes and Pufall, and then Sparing and Mayette from Georgia in second place in lane 4, Seymour and Zanser from Penn State in lane 5. And again, so this is the lowest level final here on in the men's pair. You can see, although they're out in front there, Seymour and Zonisher and Penn State seem to have moved into the lane next to them into lane. Actually, yeah, they're supposed to be in lane 5. Maybe they actually are in lane 5. That's true. So the steering issues are coming out of Georgia and Florida State, having some challenges staying together and staying on there as well. Yeah, so I think that's what's happening. Again, in these pairs, you've got to be able to match power quite well to sort of stay straight and going where you want to be and to stay matched. Very easy to quickly sort of get caught and pull over in both of these lowest level finals of the pair. We've seen some crews flirting a little bit with that. But part of what you have to learn to do in rowing is not just apply power, but also to sort of do it in a technically sound way. And that technical sound approach here very much showing up in this in the Florida State boat out in front, Hayes and Pufall. Yep, there they are, just moving very, very nicely, matching well together. Some pretty good posture there in the bow, sitting up nicely, being able to hang on the oars. That means that they have enough technical control of the boat that they can really apply the pressure nicely. And as we go up into the C final, after this, you'll see more of that tomorrow in the A and B finals. There's some pairs that are just rowing quite gorgeously, and you'll just see more and more mastery of that. And so the speed differential in these 3 boats is happening. They may even be the same strength right now. It really is all sort of how technically the rowing is working out. You can see Penn State there, Seymour and Zonster having occasional issues just sort of matching the blades through the finish. And theirs going pretty well, but it's sort of hard to know if that's coming in here. In lane 4, we have Sparing and Mayette from Georgia, and a little bit of rush maybe the stroke there. I believe that sparing could get his body over a bit more, and that might help him get there. But they're figuring out the pair as they go through, putting the race in and finishing out their season, and come back. Maybe watch this broadcast later if it's archived, and be able to sort of um, see what they might work on that next year. If they come back, perhaps one of them is a senior. However, this is ending up their season. Again, the pairs, just you want to be focusing a little bit more on the drive power. And what we're seeing there is a little bit of focus on the recovery coming up here. We're coming back to our leaders. I believe this is Florida State here. Yep. And again, very occasional slight mismatch, but really quite matched up rowing. Again, you're allowed to have not only your oar, but your full boat in the other lane if you want to. Um, it's up to you to make sure that you go as straight as you can. What you're not allowed to do is interfere with anyone. And at this point, this race is stretched out enough so that there's no interference that's going to happen. Now it's just trying to do the best row that you have, and you can see they're probably going, darn it, we're in the D final, and let's put up a time so we can see where we might have been against the C final that's going to come up after us. Can we go in and sort of manage to sort of rank ourselves at least morally in with the crews on the other side. I mean, one of the things that can happen coming through the semifinals or coming through the separation is that people have had to race really hard yesterday in some of their reps, or in trying to make the higher level, really sort of spent their stuff yesterday, and then today they may be in the C final, but not really able to work that. So uh, trying to finish out, just sort of coming across the line there in first place. Um, we have Penn State out there as Onser, and I'm sorry, Florida State, Hayes and Pufall, 844.9. And now in lane 4 coming across, we have Sparing and Mayette from Georgia. Again, sort of putting a nice little sprint in there to get across at the end. And then we should see Seymour and Zonisser coming up at some point, but there they are, trying to get themselves across the line in a fair way. And also that is working, although I don't believe they're well, actually no, they may still be in lane 5, depending. It's hard to tell from this. And coming across the line a little bit more matched, a little bit more in sync with each other. We sent him off to the corner for a second. There's this thing called Google. And we just want to talk to you anyway, so however we can lure you in. We have the C final here, and it's already underway. Lane 1, Grand Valley, our Grand Valley friends right next to us, going to make some number. The Shocker, the Laker Navy, sorry, and they have Miller and Schaefer. Schieffer, there you go. I think we have Mom and Dad Schieffer over there, and Dog Schieffer here, ready to row to yell for what's Schieffer's first name? Joe. For Joe and Miller, whatever Miller's first name is. Aiden, see, you tell us and we will put it right on the air if you come and talk to us. So Aiden and Joe out there moving quite nicely, pretty good rhythm. They're also, and they are out in front. Mom and Dad up there, everyone going there. But they also have Turner and Turner. Is this maybe our other pair in the pair?
Sibling pair.
Sibling pair from Vermont, who are also putting on a nice. This is actually a great race.
I
They're
love
not
it.
more than 6 or 8 inches ahead.
Separation.
Grand Valley's ahead, but sort of barely. They're putting a nice move on. Actually, just now, as I say, 6 to 8 inches, they've moved it out to 2 seats. Again, in these pairs, you can move pretty quickly. This great overhead drone work to sort of see the sudden move that's happening. Vermont's not letting them go away, though.
No, they aren't. No, they aren't. And also on this race, we haven't seen them on the screen yet. Purdue in lane 2, another pair of Bearcats from University of Cincinnati in lane 4, Arizona State in lane 5, and Oregon in lane 6. So it'll be on the right of your screen when we pan out. But right, the match to watch right now about who's going to get first in the C final is duking it out between Grand Valley and University of Vermont.
That's a great race going. Vermont now. Dog coming in too. We love that.
Yeah, both of these crews are through the 1,250 meter mark. Both of these crews are through the 1,250 meter mark, making a really great statement, totally separated from the crews. And I think we've been calling it wrong. Vermont is a little bit further back. I think this is.
It's lane 4.
Is this Vermont? This is.
Oh, Cincinnati.
Look at that.
Oh, so it's been Cincinnati, not Vermont. Cincinnati up there, sorry.
Cincinnati's been doing it the whole time.
My bad, apologies. But it is definitely Miller and Schieffer from Grand Valley trying to get in there. The Cincinnati guys, just a little taller, a little lankier, and they're using that height to their advantage right now.
I think they're just eking themselves quite a little bit ahead. Not a lot, nothing that they can rest on, nothing that they can say, oh, we got the lead, we can check it in.
Having gone through the 500, though, they just took their rating up, and so we'll see how that works. Again, you can still see a fairly tight race. Just that being University of Cincinnati, apologies to the Bearcats out there, being half a boat up now on Aiden and Joe from Grand Valley, Aiden Miller, Joe Schieffer. Still sort of, though, in contact. That's a great shot there right now. And you can see the Grand Valley rowing very orderly,
really well
controlled, really well done. A little bit more power and a little bit more height in that Cincinnati boat. But if Aiden and Joe from Grand Valley in lane 1 there have the ability to just suddenly change the boat, you can see that they have cleaner blade work.
Yeah.
Sort of coming here, but they need to sort of decide to sprint. They're not quite in the red buoys. From over top here, you'll see the buoy color change pretty soon. And when
I love
there it is, right there.
Really nice.
You actually see now Grand Valley putting
They're
a move
charging
on
back
very
up.
clean, while Cincinnati is pushing, and it looks like Grand Valley is back out maybe just within about a foot. Mama Schieffer is looking at me and saying, "Please let us know."
I love the stroke coming out of the Cincinnati stroke man, but it looks so powerful that the bow man has to actually course correct because of it, whereas Grand Valley's moving as a unit, holding it down. We have this quartering angle, but it still looks like
and you have Grand Valley watching a phone over there too.
It looks like they're holding that lead down.
I think Grand Valley's putting a move on,
and Cincinnati's picking up their sprint too. Both these crews know
absolutely.
The last few strokes.
There comes a Cincinnati sprint right now, but I think Grand Valley.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
I know it's gonna be tight. No, it's Cincinnati just out in front, moving back out now, just to win by a seat there. That was a great race all the way to the finish. Everyone should be proud of that race. So that's Malarchik and Klein from Cincy going in 8:02, and Miller and Schieffer going in 8:03.
And then our pair
that
of
being
assumed
0.6 of a
twins
second.
from Vermont coming in third.
We can tell though that Mom and Dad Schieffer still proud of the boys, and I absolutely love that the dogs got into the chant. I've not seen anything better at a regatta in a long time. The dogs barked with the chant for a good minute. It was a lot of fun. Here we have Turner and Turner from Vermont have come through in third, in lane 5 right now. We have Arizona State.
Yes, Arizona State Sun Devils riding through, and we'll have, I believe, Oregon filling out the rest of this field for the C final, which determines spots 13 through 18 in this
So that
event.
was Purdue in 5th, and then Oregon in 6th.
And in our picture-in-picture hosted here by Here Now, we have the B final for the men's quad, a 2-boat race between Texas and let's make some Illinois. Illinois in lane 3, and I think
that is actually the name of a Broadway musical open right now in New York City,
also
Illinois.
named of a Sufjan Stevens album.
There you go. It might be actually his music
Probably
in the musical.
And I think Texas is a couple lengths ahead. If I'm looking at these blades right, I believe
Yep.
it's the Illini or
The
Illini?
Illini.
Illini
The Illini
with
there.
the orange blades here, holding down second in this 2-man race. I love the quad. This is the biggest of the sculling boats that you're going to see racing
In
at the collegiate level.
competition, yeah.
Um,
We do have octopulls, which is eight
you can row an
rowers
octuple.
and a sculler. We use them for teaching novices.
I would love
actually.
to see collegiate octuple sculling races, but
that would be so fast.
That's 16 oars. Sometimes it looks like a millipede, and sometimes it's so many oars that you're just going to keep clashing one.
But when you think that a quad is just slightly slower than an 8, faster off the line than an 8,
yes,
an octuple is just gonna be crazy when they go full speed.
It's going to be crazy, but I don't think it would be faster than any of the 8s we're going to see here. Otherwise, we probably would have
If you put
switched.
those 8 guys in octuple on top of the skull, it would be faster.
If that was the case, I'm sure we would see those racing more often so that people can get the fastest times on a course. But Texas, with the state flag oars, putting down a great stroke here. This is definitely despite the size of the campus, a small boat school, always representing in the 4s. The quad, I believe we had a double or single earlier this morning, but I really like the flow here. This crew gets to row on Lady Bird Lake. Great body of water to train on, some beautiful I say bluffs, but cliffs overlooking one side of the body of water. There is it's a great community of rowing there between the Austin Rowing Club, the Texas Rowing Club, University of Texas women's varsity program, which is always in contention for a national championship in the last few years. I think they won it 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Just got second last year to Stanford. So these guys on campus love making this program bigger and bigger year by year.
I wish this quad from Texas would. I wish the stroke man would get his hands further apart. He's just a little short. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about to get longer in a sweep boat, you have to twist around a little bit more. You got to be able to reach out and balance on here. What you have to do in a sculling boat is just get your hands apart and have the strength then to carry that through. So you can see the bow 3 in that quad, very nice reach up into the catch. The stroke man, maybe he's trying to bring the rating up, but a little bit short. And so it's moving, and they're moving away from with Illinois, but Illinois is sort of hanging in there a little bit.
They're hanging in there. I think it's just a little less clean getting the blades out through the water, so they're picking up this boat speed. But if the oars don't squeeze out crisply and stay square and feather up high out of the water, you're going to pick up the speed and almost drag yourself back to stern because you're sort of staying in the water too long.
You can also see at the catch, the blade's not quite being squared. They're getting squared up at the very last second, particularly in bow. So a little bit more preparation in that bow pair would go a long way to cleaning up what from a rowing thing looks a little messy there, but moving the bodies together, it's really well. It's just oar technique here. They know how to apply the pressure. They just need to make sure that they're in a better space to be able to do that.
Yeah, nicely done. Really compact stroke here from the Texas scullers coming into our line of sight. So they're past the 1250 mark, and they are still holding that open water here. pretty decent clip of stroke rate. You can see the tents from shore. You can see the Bucknell all RV. All are welcome. And a lot of tents here because we got 76 programs at this event this year, 2,000 athletes between the rowers and coxswains competing. So I believe the largest turnout for the ACRA National Championships. We love that it's able to grow and more programs are bringing their crews along.
And we're joking about the RV from Bucknell, but there's a young alum who just is sort of like brought an RV for the last couple of years, and a great host, and truly all are welcome to go knock on that door.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he wanted that said to thousands and thousands of people here at the site, and even more sort of going there. Oops, but don't tell us things that you don't want us to have go out over the air necessarily. Dan Wallenben, their head coach, doing great work with his alumni. That's so critical here. Just it would be great as ACRA moves. A lot of programs alumni go back to the head of the Charles,
right?
But you get to watch the crew go by once, and you don't really get to hang out and all that sort of stuff. But it's in Boston, here. Great water, great facility. University of Tennessee has graduation this weekend.
They
so
do.
If you want to try and find a hotel room close by, it's a challenge. And we actually flew in from New York City together, and we flew into Nashville and drove over. We'll drive back after the racing.
Yeah. Drove back into the Eastern Standard Time time
back
zone.
to Central Zone and gain an hour of sleep there at least.
Hopefully. Nice pickup here from the Illini. I like how they're starting to clean up their strokes a little bit as that stroke rate comes up, which is the right time to do it instead of getting a little bit sloppier. I think they're going to try and squeeze their way and just close this open water. I don't think it's going to be much more than 2 or 3 boat lengths, but love the push from these guys. This is the first. No, this event usually has an A and B final, right?
Yeah, it usually has a B final. I think actually often sometimes it has 10 or 12 entries. We're at 8 this year. It just sort of depends on who's going there. And there are some programs who, instead of focusing on the 4, which can be a pretty big event, decide to put some guys into the quad. You just have to make sure they know how to scull, right, ahead of time. And so Texas coming down here in the Red Buoys, almost done in their B final. This will end their season for the spring. Maybe some of them are seniors, and it'll be ending their career. Just sort of keeping that. And there's Texas across the line to win the B final. And Illinois, not too far back. We should see them
ending their college
here.
career, at least. This is a sport that we love to say and can truthfully say is a sport you can do for the rest of your life, especially sculling. You can hop out and single at any age. And one
if
thing,
you can row a quad, you can go to almost any program, and there's going to be, pardon the language, 3 old farts there like, we'll put the young guy in the quad with us and we'll go out for a row.
Yeah,
and actually you might find that they're exceptionally skillful.
Yeah.
So that can be fun. So here's our B final: Texas 803, Illinois 816. And all of the A finals are designed to happen tomorrow.
Yes.
So you're seeing some B finals. Sorry, why aren't we seeing the A final? That'll go off tomorrow. In these smaller boats that we're seeing now, the B, C, D finals, or the C and D finals, happen today. This morning they were able to work out the progressions on them, often because we moved 12 boats in these crews on into an AB semifinal, which will be this afternoon in these events. But C and D finals we set straight from the heats.
Right. And it's the top of the hour. So if you're just joining us, you get to watch the D final for the women's novice 4 here on the ACRA live stream, brought to you by Here Now. I'm Eddie Moog.
I'm Charlie Sullivan.
And really happy that you're joining us. If you didn't start the day with us, this is the D final. So athletes fighting for the 19th through 24th spot.
25th. We got a 7
We got
crew.
7 lanes. This is a full event. And so
full
this
house.
is the women's novice 4. Every athlete here is in their first year of collegiate rowing. So as far as I know, unless there is no Tennessee. Nope, there's Tennessee. Except for the Tennessee rowers here. Maybe some of the Sierra crews. I'm mean to say probably everyone's first time on this course racing an ACRA National Championship. So I'm sure they're thrilled.
Swanee has probably been down here.
Yeah,
I
so
would
those
assume.
southern universities. But we are looking at the bows of these crews, who are just still under 250 meters in. From left to right, we're going to have Penn State, Sewanee, the University of the South, and then in lane 5, Seattle U, Tennessee, the home course crew, Wichita State, UC Santa Barbara, Gauchos, and Georgia Tech, all the way on the right side of your screen. So these are 4 athletes from the team, first year of college rowing, and I'm really excited for this race. Novice rowing is unpredictable.
It is for sure. And the other thing about, there are a lot of folks who I think that for novices, a 4 is appropriate in the spring. There are a lot of folks who plop their novices into 4s in the fall when they're just learning. And that's a little unstable. But by this time, they've learned how to get themselves in control. That we have a D final in a women's event here.
That's great.
Means that this is a heavily, heavily subscribed event.
24 crews, not in the premier event like a novice 8 or a varsity 8. 25 crews in a smaller boat category is incredible, and it speaks to us as a really big testament to how this regatta has grown and why more crews are bringing bigger squads and more programs to this event, because they know there's great racing here for them and for their athletes to end the season on.
And some of these programs, this sort of novice 4 may be their top 4 novices.
Might be.
But there are a fair number of novice women's 8s, and some of these programs do have novice women's 8s. But for example, I think Sewanee, Seattle, Tennessee, maybe Georgia Tech don't have an 8 in front of this. So this may be their best novices in some form. So as we look at this 7-boat race right now, it looks like we have Wichita State out in front in lane 3 there, just sort of on top of Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara coming back in there. UC Santa Barbara are the Gauchos. Eddie is working on his UC system names. Gauchos being Mexican cowboys.
Right, and great Steely Dan album as well. Wichita State just a little bit across the first 1K ahead of UC Santa Barbara. Tight race for third here. I believe this is in the Purple Hull, Sewanee, University South.
Georgia Tech on the far side.
And in that middle spot should be Tennessee, Lady Vols, Seattle. I'm sorry.
We'll have to see.
Seattle U should be lane 5, and I think Penn State is right here in the blue hull.
Yeah. Trailing a bit.
Trailing just a little bit. So this is all cruising through the halfway mark of the race, and they're starting to come into our line of sight where we can really make the most accurate calls of who's where, because I think it's going to be a fight. Wichita opening up a little bit on UC Santa Barbara, but
we have Tennessee and Sewanee moving up into that as well. Sewanee in particular out in lane 6, sort of coming. Tennessee there. Georgia Tech, I think, a little bit behind them right now, out in lane 1 on the far left of your sort. But we still have Wichita State up in front and UC Santa Barbara in second. Perhaps Sewanee moving in. We'll be able to tell that a little bit better when they get up. Sewanee moving maybe into UCSB.
Nice work.
Yep, here you can see UCSB still up by about half a seat. Sewanee trying to move into that. Santa Barbara looking a little panicked there. You sort of see a lot of water coming awash coming off of their oars.
You can see they're keeping the stroke rate up pretty high, but they're not moving the shell as efficiently through those strokes. The oars getting in, they're driving, but you can see the space from the puddle almost not even getting to the stern, whereas there's a little bit more composure from Sewanee, who I think is going to take this last just under 12:50 to go to try and walk through, which is a term in rowing where you're just gaining.
And they are, and it looks to me like Santa Barbara was trying to take a move there, but didn't quite work. And as they come right in front of us, and we're seeing things about 5 to 10 seconds before you see them online, Sewanee has moved up very even with Santa Barbara, and we'll be probably switching to a drone shot from the side, and you'll see that click, and there it is, and you can see what we were seeing live. Swanee sort of having moved up a little bit, but Santa Barbara holding on a little bit. So that's going to be a race, and that's bringing them both up in a little bit to Wichita State.
And the third race behind you, the Lady Vols are trying to fend off Seattle U and then Georgia Tech on their starboard side. It's going to be pretty close. I think when we get down to the last 250. And then at that point, I mean, like all bets are off at that point. Is the crews are going to start their sprint, and I think all these crews are going to really bring it in the sprint. This is the last row of their weekend. They're going to lay it all out there and say, I had nothing left to give but that, and see where it lands them. So Swanee, I think, is
in front of UC Santa Barbara there, I think, right now. You can sort of see these, where the drone is lined up is pretty nice to the side. So you can see these lines of buoys that are roughly lined up to give you a sense of where they are. But it's not more, than a seat
No.
now.
And that's something that UCSB can take right back away from them. So we'll see what they have in the sprint. Hopefully it cleans up a little bit as they were getting that move on in that third quarter of the race. Their blades are just kind of not hanging up, but just missing the water a little bit. So the power they're adding isn't in the water long enough to really propel their boat forward. Whereas Sewanee, although they've picked up the stroke rate to a little bit higher pace, they're long through the water. They're hanging on it with those croaker oars and really following through.
And the other thing we can see is that Wichita State, even as that race happened behind them, has been moving away from the other two crews, really open water, establishing there. They're now into the red buoys, the last 250 meters. And unless UC Santa Barbara has a sprint in them, I think Swanee's going to take that second place position.
And I think the order in the back three crews is still going to be Tennessee, Georgia Tech, Seattle U, but we'll see if one of those two crews gets a bigger sprint.
And it'll get to be a surprise because we're going to follow these crews into the finish line, and then we just sort of get to wait and see what happens. We are not sitting on the finish line as announcers, but it allows us to see from the 1,400 meters the whole last 1,000.
And Wichita State Shockers control that from, I think,
very
wire to wire. Nice work by Swanee.
UCSB.
Really, really great race.
And then your Tennessee Lady Vols.
Lady Vols.
One of the things that we had to do when we got into town was stop and let Eddie find a Tennessee hat, and he wanted a Lady Vols hat, but the light blue color was not gonna work on him.
Yeah, I don't wear light blue hats anymore, but I'm just a huge fan of Lady Vols basketball, and as far as I know, their softball team's #1 in the country. So as we come through, Penn State finishing off this D final race, holding down the back of the pack. So congratulations to all crews in there in that D final. Welcome to ACRA. Really happy to have you here.
Absolutely, and we actually drove around a little bit in Knoxville to just sort of see the town. Eddie'd never been there, hadn't seen the Tennessee boathouse or the water, so we went and did that. And there was a baseball game with huge crowd there.
Tennessee men's baseball is, I think, second in the country. I think they might have just lost to Kentucky in the SEC, but they were leading the way as the best.
So for one point, you had baseball and softball here, both #1 in the country.
And a pretty good men's basketball season this year as well.
We'll see if they can get football under control.
It's
been a challenge.
Changeover, but we got the men's novice 4.
F final, so sixth final.
We were remarking how crazy it was. There's 25 women's novice 4s in this event. So this
So an E final gets to you to place 30. So this is 31, 32, and 33.
Wow, 33 men's novice crews in the 4s event. I think what we're seeing in this is it's a lot of crews. It's a really solid mix of crews that have 1 or 2 novice 8s and crews who this might be their top boat. So this great event has a lot of large programs from large state universities like your Michigans, your Minnesotas, and a lot of great programs from small schools like your Bucknells and Boston College. And then you have both the small schools, small boat programs, so schools that prioritize the 4. As far as I've seen, Virginia Commonwealth University has mostly 4s and small boats, and I can't tell at the moment which lane this is, but what we're looking for, this is a 3-boat race between Virginia Commonwealth, Boston College, and Colorado, and I believe that is VC. No, that is the Eagles from Boston College up ahead of the field. Two great coaches from that program down here today in Tennessee. TJ is the main novice coach, puts a lot of just great intentional work into his guys and is always so proud of them year in, year out. Head coach Nick Gaida took the helm of the program, I think, about 5 years ago, weathered the COVID pandemic. It was really tough for Boston College to work with the university to get back on the water, but he was tireless about it and has brought a couple of eights in this forward down here. So I know they're cheering from the sidelines. Go Eags, as many of their alumni probably are as they watch this live stream. So really great work in this red Hudson shell. Great catches here from these guys. I think they're just up at a pretty high clip. I think they're fearless. This is their last race of their season. No holds barred, right? They don't want any stroke to go to waste, not a single stroke where they could say, I could have pushed harder there. They want to lay it all on the line because next year they're hoping to make one of the varsity eights. They're trying to make their way up to represent this team. Love the large lettering tank tops they have here today. Very old school with it, with the maroon and gold cross on their oars for their Jesuit school. Fighting in the back, VCU, I think, is in the third place spot. And Colorado, coming here with a great presence, is in that second place spot. Nice clip. They're coming into my line of sight, so they've passed through. It's about the 1,400 meter mark. The skies are opening up, smiling on them. Bowman's getting a little bit ahead of the three guys through the water. Just a little bit too excited, but this is a really solid piece through. Strokeman's doing a great job of laying the power down. Love what Colorado's doing here, holding a pretty strong base pace in that, I believe, Swift, Hull, and VCU also putting down a really great piece. So again, this is the F final for this event. So they're fighting for one of the 28th through 30th spots in the country. Really great to see such a deep event to be a part of. Pretty even among who they are racing against. So these guys are trying to represent their program to the best ability they can so that next year, after they finish their first year of competitive eligibility as novice collegiate rowers, they can move up to varsity and make a bigger splash. This is great strokes here from our third place crew in the men's novice F final. We pan back, we're going to see Colorado as we catch up to the middle of the field. Still trying to put it on, but I think the Boston College Eagles have really started to separate in open water, take advantage of this beautiful flat water at Oak Ridge Rowing Association's Melton Lake.
Absolutely, and you know the novice rowing in some ways is becoming a feature of ACRA because at least on the men's side, on the varsity side, the novice event has gone away. The freshman eight at the ACRA used to just be absolutely, like, actually in some ways the hardest event to win, because it used to be required, not just an option, that you would, in your first year, in your freshman year of college, race in the freshman eight. And so that went away for a couple of reasons as some of the big programs started to recruit Olympians. So a guy would show up at the University of Washington or at Cal
as a freshman,
with an Olympic medal and be put in the freshman eight. But there was a lot of, and instead, sort of wanting to go and race that. So if you go to the IRA back in the day, it was a varsity eight, a second varsity eight, a freshman eight, and then you had varsity four, freshman four with, you had a straight varsity straight four, and you had the pair, no sculling. But that freshman eight no longer exists.
Right.
So you now are being recruited, and part of it was as men's rowing. Sorry for the extended history of the sport here, but it's coming to a point. And a couple of things happened. One, actually, Michigan came in and took a silver medal in the freshman eight. and it was very funny. They were right next to Cal, and they have the Michigan and
Same
the Cal,
colors.
not only the same colors, but Michigan's blade cuts in, the point cuts into the blade, and it's yellow, and in the Cal blade, it's more like a chevron that goes out.
Right.
So they're not only the same colors, but they're almost the same. And the announcer was sitting there calling this that it was Cal, it was Cal, it was Cal, it was Cal. And I'm not sure if he dropped an S-bomb or not, but it was like, oh, that's Michigan. What's Michigan doing up there? And the guys, I wasn't actually coaching Michigan that year, but Greg brought me in to watch them. That was Mike Guerrieri, who was coaching
Nice.
that 8, who's gone on to coach at some pretty good places. And Guerrieri's guys, boy, they were rough, but they were very, very fast.
Very
right?
powerful.
And that was one of the first times, along with, say, I believe Minnesota had a 4 that won the 4 there, and Michigan and Virginia and Purdue sort of putting crews up into the petite finals there at the regatta, if in the varsity 8, so in the top 12, starting to sort of push out
Push out IRA, Eastern Sprint,
IRA
and
Eastern Sprint crews,
our programs that
whose
are,
athletic directors expect them not to be beat by a club.
yes,
So
for many reasons.
So in the same push that got the clubs kicked out of the IRA, there was also then a discussion that they had about sort of what, does it even look appropriate to have a novice, quote unquote, event at
Right.
a national championship? And on the women's side, varsity, there are, the Big Ten in particular has a novice 8 at their
They do, which is great.
championships, which is happening today. Actually, I think
It is.
I believe that they're in Wisconsin this year. Not sure completely, but they're one of the few that really sort of one of the few conferences that still actually uses novice rowing, and sort of recruits in
As a
people
development.
who haven't really done a lot of rowing. But on the men's side, you have a few walk-ons at a place like Princeton, but there is not a freshman 8 to learn, and there's not a Princeton freshman 8 racing a Harvard freshman 8. I mean, that was how I learned to row.
Yeah,
right?
Not even anywhere.
Sort of lost to Harvard at Eastern Sprints my freshman year, but we were second right there, and as I said, in the 2F, we had one guy in the boat who had rowed at the Maccabea games and rowed in high school.
Mhm.
He ended up switching onto the lightweights. He was a sort of a small guy. A couple of guys who rowed in some prep schools, but the rest of us were walk-ons.
Right.
And one or two of them ended up going on and making varsity 8s at Princeton. That just doesn't happen anymore. That's gone away.
So what we have on the course right now is the E final for the men's novice 4, which is spots 25 through 31 in the country. They're past the 1K mark. They're coming to our line of sight. We missed the opportunity to talk about it when they were on the drone shot, but from the top of your screen towards the bottom of your screen, we're going to have crews Clemson, Nebraska, Oregon, UC Santa Barbara, University of Cincinnati, Central Florida, and it looks like that is UC Santa Barbara up in the lead, yellow hull, yellow blades. Unless it's
I believe that's Santa Barbara right back there with Cincinnati.
Okay, so that would put Oregon up in this 3rd spot. Nebraska's 2. Yeah, I think that means that is Oregon.
I'm sorry, is that Cincinnati there in the? Yeah, this is Cincinnati yours anyway, and that's very definitely UCSB in lane 4.
And then who's the yellow crew ahead of them?
That would be
That's Oregon.
lane 5.
Lane 5, nope. Lane 5 is nearest
Or
us.
Central Florida, no.
Central Florida is nearest us.
Oh, I'm sorry, looking the other way. Oregon. Yellow.
Love it. The Ducks are charging ahead, open water on the rest of the field, but UCSB and Cincinnati in a really tight race among themselves. I think they're going to catch up and get a little bit of overlap with Oregon as they pass away from us. Nebraska holding down a great piece there.
UCSB Cincinnati race really quite tight again.
And we've seen it a lot this weekend where this race so close. These two are just trying to push their bows ahead of one another, but that extra reason
that
to
extra drive to go
hard.
there. Yeah.
That is gonna catch them up to Oregon, who's in command of the race, who is command of the field. It's not like they're struggling, but this race right here,
You can see Santa Barbara now up a seat, going for 2 seats, not holding back. They again race with a race plan very similar to that Michigan idea that you're going to come up and just getting faster and faster and faster as you go through. And very nice rowing out of that stroke there, actually. Very nice rhythm in the Santa Barbara stroke there, body under control, being backed up by his 3-man. You can see the bodies in Cincinnati, but laboring a little bit more. And that's the difference right now. It's just it's almost not who gets faster in some ways, it's who slows down less as you get tired, who handles that. I mean, they're 6.5 minutes in, so every muscle is saying, please stop. Can we please stop now? Do we really have to do this? But those 3 racing out, and then Oregon out in front nicely here. We
really
can see
solid
the Ducks
representation of the West Coast in this
and
event.
they're just trying to finish off this race in a really great way. And this will put them as the E-final 25th in the nation.
25th in the nation, West Side, Best Side, let's ride. They are out there going into Red Buoys pretty soon. Nope, they're already in there. I guess
there they are.
Losing my sense of color. Great work. We'll see what their sprint does, if it opens up on the field, or if these other 2 are going to let the internal race for second and third push them in closer and closer to overlap. But
and here we can see coming in the final that a sprint actually.
Oregon's just going to walk away.
Yeah, Oregon's won, but there's a sprint that has come out of the University of Cincinnati to move them into second very nicely. And yeah, the guy, as soon as went over, the bowman's like, okay, can we stop please now? Maybe stop to stroke too early.
Clocking in about 23 seconds ahead of the winner of the F final, 5 seconds ahead of the next crew in their event, and I'm sure Gaucho's 2 seconds, just barely. Great work.
1.5.
1.5. I can't count. Great work.
The 10th count. It's one of the things when we've been coaching these youngsters up in New York City, and they stop a stroke early, and you're like, finish out, and they're like, no, it really counts, and they will at some point figure that out in their own career.
So, great work in the E final of this event. We're going to be followed by the D final for this, and then we will move into one of the 8s for the morning. I'm just going to double check. I'm looking at a piece of paper.
The men's second varsity 8 C final. And we're right on schedule here. This is an 11:28 race, and it's 11:28, and they're already 45 seconds in.
Love it.
So this is great reffing and great organization here in this event. We have closest to you on the left is Michigan Rowing Association. In lane 5, Grand Valley. Lane 4, Northwestern. Lane 3, Tennessee. Lane 2, Arizona. And lane 1, Delaware. So Michigan, Grand Valley, Northwestern, all very much seeing each other a lot in the spring and in the fall. Looks right now like we have Northwestern nicely out in front there, with Delaware on the far side in second. Michigan holding up the outside in lane 1, but fairly close with Arizona State actually. Tennessee trailing a little bit. Grand Valley trailing a little bit, almost 2 minutes into the race. The class of the field right now is Northwestern.
Nicely done. Northwestern out of Chicago, Evanston?
Evanston, yeah, just north of Chicago. Grand Valley putting a move on to move back up into Michigan, and at the same time we have Delaware moving nicely, and Arizona State putting a little bit of a move on. Maybe Michigan sort of throwing out a start there that they're not backing up. And Grand Valley seems to be moving through them right now, very definitely over there on the far side. Delaware picking up and trying to move into Northwestern, but they're fairly out there. Arizona, maybe 3 seats back, etc. Then we have to jump to the far side to see some racing with Grand Valley and Michigan again.
I think all 6 of these crews on your screen are going to be in contention for first and second, right? I think the crew that's up ahead, if that's Northwestern, great move, but they don't have open water on anybody. So like we saw in the last race, if the that crew in second on the left side of Team Delaware starts to push up on
get a good race behind them,
everyone else is going to push up with them. The whole field, I think, is going to close in on each other.
But right now, the rowing that we're seeing, very rhythmic, very powerful out of this Northwestern crew. I don't think they have a freshman 8. So
I think you're right, yeah.
So I think this might be their 4 best freshmen here. Again, I keep using the word orderly this weekend. All the blades doing the same thing. The body's doing the same thing. A little bit shooting the tail, a little bit of the legs moving without moving the handle. But the rhythm there looks pretty good. The legs are staying down on the recovery, which when the blades come out of the water, that's a really important way of stabilizing the hull. And they're not flopping up and down. But there's some extra, there's some extra water being thrown up. But as they come through here, 3 minutes 45 seconds in, you can see they're nicely out in front. And then the 2 boats on the far side there.
So it's Delaware furthest way, top of your screen.
And Arizona State. And then Grand Valley, Michigan, Tennessee trailing. Again, sort of, can Michigan put their move in that second part? Is it going to be enough? It looks to me like Northwestern is really far out. I guess the question here is going to be if Delaware can bridge that gap here soon.
Right.
Get a sense of that a little bit. The coxswain is probably
I'm sure
stretching the truth, shall we say, a little bit now. Say, yeah, we're right on there. They're right there. If they're smart, they've moved the focus forward onto the Northwestern crew, occasionally talking about the crew behind them. Grand Valley putting a nice move here to move up into third. The Grand Valley tent is emptying onto the shore to go and yell next to us. Looks like they're one of their 8s is here because there's some big, tall men up there standing. And just as Grand Valley's making a move to try and move up, and Michigan is moving up with them as well. Northwestern just clearly, gorgeously out in front.
Yeah, so they're really opening up on the field. They might have heard me or something, but they're not letting this lead go away. The rest of the field is still pushing up on Delaware. Those guys, I hope they don't fade soon, but it looks like these folks are getting a little belabored.
Grand Valley moving, Michigan moving up with Grand Valley, maybe passing over. Who's that out in lane 2 out there? Arizona State. So the race there, Grand Valley moving up, buoyed on by the loud
and proud Laker Nation.
Loud and proud Laker Navy charging out. Hello, John Bankieri, if you're out there listening. Michigan trying to move up in there too, but throwing a little bit of water here and there. And that race on the right side, well, for you, the left side, since we're now looking from the finish tower, is actually moving those crews up a little bit into Delaware and Arizona State. And so we'll see what happens. For Michigan, this is the third 8 guys.
Right.
There's
fourth 8 guys, right?
So in the novices, they have third freshman 8.
You.
Yeah. So they have a novice 8, second novice 8, and then they had a light 4 and a light frosh 4 and a heavy frosh 4.
And if it wasn't enough, I know Michigan guys are already just it's part of their DNA to race hard and to build up their speed as they hit the last third of the race, especially here in the red buoys. But they're also trying to get as many team points as they can for the organization. So these guys have just have a higher calling here. They just want to do it for the rest of the guys who aren't on the water right now. And they're novices. They're hoping to make a big splash on the team next year as they move up into the varsity.
Michigan has held the men's point trophy for 15 straight years. They have won it every year
much to the chagrin of all other programs.
Much to the chagrin
really
of
hard. Done a lot of stuff. They're doing
to
the
try
same
and
thing.
to try and do this, right?
Got some extra 4s, but
and this year you have some really deep teams, particularly in Purdue, who has publicly thrown down the gauntlet and said, we're coming for you. UVA, very good in sculling, but as we said, also has some really, as they always do, really, really fast 8s out here this year. So the difference is going to be in these small boats in some ways.
Delaware crosses through the line, holding on to that second place, and that's
Grand
gonna
Valley
be,
just third, just
I think,
barely.
Arizona
Delaware
State
second,
snuck
Grand Valley third,
up
Michigan
on
fourth.
them. Oh, you got them.
Yep.
Grand Valley, 40.3. Arizona State, 40 point. Oh,
Arizona State was in
just
third,
squeezed their way in.
and Michigan in
of a
fifth.
second.
Oh, I guess they were clearing up a time there.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Grand Valley, 740.3.
And so what we have here to shift total levels of rowing is the second varsity 8 C final. But these are, now we're starting to see the big programs. You know, if they have a 2v8, they're already going there. And so we have Boston College, UC Davis in lane 2, Rutgers in lane 3. This is left to right on the shot. UC Irvine in 4, Middlebury in 5, Northwestern in 6, and Virginia Tech out in lane 7, which is rarely used today. But Rutgers, gorgeous 2v race, just barely got popped out into this C final. I know that they expected to be higher, and they're going to sort of put it down there. Rutgers leading out Boston College and UC Irvine showing some speed there. Middlebury not that far behind.
Not that far back.
So for all of these programs, varsity rowers, these are guys numbers 9 through 16. And you know, it may actually have some of the best ergs on the program. Sometimes you have a big erg and need to learn to refine a little bit more. And so you end up, some of these guys have probably raced in their programs 1Bs at some point in the spring and sort of been selected out. Rutgers just walking away. I mean, we're a minute and a half in, so they're probably hitting about 500, or they're already through it, and they are open water and just moving away. A little bucket there in 6 and 7, which means that they're on the same side.
Oars side by side,
Side by side there.
alternating, but there's just so much speed. You got to catch it in a bucket there. So
we love buckets.
We're really walking away.
So
Boston
they're
College,
they're out there to set a time. They're
sure.
out there to set a time and hopefully say, hey, you know, the conditions are close enough when we get to the petite final, the B final tomorrow, that you can see that, or you'll have the AB semifinal this afternoon, that they'll try and sort of say, well, we would have been there, but this is their last race. Next to them, so that's one out in front, and then 5 boats cross.
And then Boston College and UC Irvine are still fighting for that second place spot. I can't quite tell, just because the dials are so close, can't quite tell who's going to get a hold of it, but they're rapidly approaching that 1K mark.
Middlebury pushing up in there as well.
Yeah, I think I'd like to say the Eagles are getting a little bit ahead, just 1 seat maybe over Irvine. So I'd love to see that race capacity from the Eagles
being
out of
Boston College in lane 1. Yeah, absolutely. So you can just see the Rutgers. This regatta is helping them rebuild their program. It's giving guys something to come to. They spent some time, I think, after they sort of lost their varsity status. They kept going to the IRA for a few years, which was allowed because they'd been a member for so long. And then they realized that this is where they need to be racing. And it's rebuilt their program probably faster now than they were immediately after they lost varsity program. Definitely deeper.
Representing the club so well. I think Boston College, as they cross through the 1K mark, is still just maybe not even a seat, just maybe a little bit of the deck ahead of Middlebury here, who's now gotten just a little bit ahead of UC Irvine.
2 seats maybe. Middlebury having put a nice move there. Again, 5 boats across. This is what happens when you start to get, and this is the third level.
And this
final.
is a big move. So Boston College is starting to get a couple more seats on Middlebury. I know this is a crew that races to the 1,000. They don't care where they are before the 1,000-meter mark, because they could be anywhere. Everyone has now laid down the first half of their race plan, and they're ready to strike while the iron's hot. And they're making a really big move to start to look. Their stern is about to open up on UC Davis, the 4th crew in this pack. And I think they're going to do whatever they can to get their stern out and ahead of all 3 crews behind them.
Meanwhile, coming up to us, this Rutgers crew out in front, just gorgeous rowing, bodies under control, blades right down in. Really nice rowing there. The drone shot is picking up the horse race, but we don't want you to forget as we turn to call this great race that's going on here. Boston College, you could see just a little bit out of the cowhide oars of
out of Middlebury, Vermont. The Scarlet
Middlebury
Knights, I think
College.
Coach Warner is going to be super proud of their guys just representing the Scarlet Knights really well, just laying down a fantastic time. Excited to see what that is when we finish up the day. Boston
Absolutely.
College, open water on the California programs, and still
Irvine and Davis, who have
bit.
definitely raced each other before, and here they are coming all the way across the country
little bit
to try and get a race there. And then we still have Northwestern in it a little bit on the far side. Virginia Tech trailing back a little bit, but you know this is why the 8 is such a great race here. Is you have all these crews overlapped. There's a lot to be seen. There's a lot to go. Boston College looking quite nice there. You can just see Rutgers stamping its dominance on there. But here's BC coming, moving to try and get open water. They do have a bucket hat on lane 6 on their 6-man, so that's always worth some speed as they're coming into the red and Middlebury.
They're charging.
You know, Middlebury, one of the smaller schools here,
actually.
Really, so for them to have 2 8s of varsity and be racing nicely here and strong is a great indication of what's happening in their program. By the way, their head coaching position is open.
Open if anybody wants to.
If anyone's looking for a place where you can go build something, some nice things are happening at Middlebury right now.
See that, and Scarlet Knights Rutgers about to come through the line.
Gorgeous.
6:24 or so. Fantastic row out of the guys from Jersey. Boston College opened up on the rest of the field, unless this quartering angle is misleading me a little bit. No. Pushing through.
Boston College. Oh, really?
Wow.
Oh, that's gonna. I'm not gonna even call that one.
I can't.
Seriously, that's gonna be a
photo finish
you've had. I think that's really gonna be the
we had
ball.
A 4-boat photo finish.
So they're saying Middlebury unofficially. Again, we have to say unofficial up there. And you'll notice that the result has stuck a little bit. UC Irvine. So Middlebury 640.71. UC Irvine 640.78. The unofficial times. Right, so that is 7/100ths of a second.
So we'll see what the photo finish tells us. This is the last race of the morning before we take a break for lunch. At least I'll be taking a break for lunch. I don't know if the athletes are doing.
So sort of walked over to shake the hand here. Longtime coach at Purdue. We've been talking about his son who is stroking the Tuvi. Is that correct? Because there can't be that many guys with that last name and that same hair. So, you know, it's there. That's the other thing about this ACRA race is it really, over the past 15 years, has built an amazing community of coaches that's not just dependent on seeing each other every weekend, right? So it's not like the Michigan coaches see the Purdue guys all the time, but, you know, they never see the UCSB guys, or they don't see the guys from Georgia or something like that. But this coaching community is really strong and holding together. So lots of handshakes and hugs.
Getting a sneak peek at the, sorry to cut you off.
Please.
Of the photo finish, it looks like Middlebury has eked out that.
So didn't they have it the other way in the results at first or not?
No, I think Middlebury had it in the results too.
Okay, gotcha.
7/100ths of a second ahead of UC Irvine. Fantastic work, guys. I hope you all loved that race and your C final, ending the morning of our second day at ACRA off on a really high note. Racing is going to take a break until the updated schedule says 12:20 for the women's novice 4 semifinal. The schedule are pushing up just a little bit in preparation of what could be some inclement weather coming in this afternoon, and we want to make sure that our semifinals are races that really need to happen to figure out progression to grand at the team finals tomorrow. We want to make sure that those get off in case of thunderstorms. We don't miss out on those. It's already long enough dated for our officials out on the water who are coming in for lunch break, our coaches, our athletes, and our team at Here Now. So join us in just under 40 minutes or so.
What time is the next race coming up on the
12:20 on the Here Now schedule. It's
12:20.
updated to prepare in case of bad weather.
So you'll see, yeah, please go check that again. Just not that Eddie didn't say it completely eloquently and correctly, but please do check the afternoon schedule to make sure that you're on there, and we'll come back with semifinals in a bunch of events that will sort the crews into the A final and the B final.
We will take a break too. We'll be back with you shortly. See you soon.
Have a great lunch.
All right, good afternoon, everybody from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, at Melton Lake. We are about to start. Oh, we've already started our first race of the afternoon, the women's novice 4 semifinal number 1, hosted by Here Now on the live stream. I am Eddie Moog. I'll be joined by Charlie Sullivan in just a minute or so. This race is off of the blocks about a minute and 42 seconds in, so pretty close to approaching the first 500. This race is going to be, I believe, top 2 to the A final, top next 2 to the B final, next 2 to the C final for this event. So very exciting racing that's going to come down the course. We saw the novice women's 4 D final earlier, and that was tightly contested. So I think we're going to see a lot of crews pushing their way up, trying to do whatever it takes to take one of these top 4 spots. And even if they go in the 5th and 6th spot, see if they can get the fastest time of the crews that will be approaching the C final. So A final will mean that these crews move to the top 6 contention for the B final will be crews 7 through 12. C final will be crews 13 through 18. And then we had a D final on top of that. So it's a deep event this year in the women's novice 4. Charlie Sullivan is signing on.
Absolutely, and one of the things that I just noticed actually, we went out and grabbed some lunch really quickly to deal with this changed process, and there are 3 semifinals here as opposed to 2.
Very
I was
exciting.
just sort of assuming it was going to be 2 in the top 3, but it's 3 and the top 2 here as we go. And so in lane 1 here we have Oregon, lane 2 UC Davis, lane 3 Middlebury, lane 4 Washington University, lane 5 Texas, lane 6 Orange Coast, and 6 is to the left for you to see here. So to me, it looks like Washington University is out in front there. Hard to tell from this thing, but they had a really nice race by one of their varsity 4s earlier this morning to be able to go there. So there's maybe worth something to sort of be able to go and get out in front. Now, that said, these 3 races are circle seeded, so we should be seeing 2 of the tightest, the fastest crews in the middle. They're WashU sort of nice and easily out in front, but they're also set up, as you'll see, if this is WashU.
That should be WashU. It's looking like Green Blades.
I think WashU was all the way out in front, weren't they?
Yeah, that's. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Yeah, so this is 2nd and 3rd here, but you're trying in some ways here to get the right selection between who's 2nd and who's 3rd to get the right 6 crews into the grand final. So if this is semifinal 1, that's WashU. I'm sorry, May, is that Middlebury out in front? Is that what you're saying?
No, we didn't see the cow print oars. That's the best thing about Middlebury as an announcer is their oars are so distinct. They have this cow print on them. So
cow print is back behind. You can see them now
so
as they come
near
in there.
Bottom of the screen should be Orange Coast with the orange tip on their oars.
But up front, we'll say yes. This is in fact WashU nicely out in front there, and Middlebury in lane 3 sitting in 2nd. But the question is whether Texas in 5 can get up into them. This is the separation that we're trying to get here. This WashU 4 pushing really, really nicely. WashU has also had a pair out here in the varsity pair rowing just absolutely gorgeously. Hoping to have them over to talk to them a little bit about their racing. And this WashU 4 coxswain down in the bow there, just barely peeking out over to see where she needs to go. But she doesn't have to see anything right now. Probably the bow woman is letting her know, yeah, we're clear, we're easy. So my guess is that with a grand final tomorrow, they're just going to go down the course with some nice power, but not really play it on. Same thing here with Middlebury coming up. They're 5 lengths of open back, but they're 3 lengths of open up on Texas. And Texas maybe
Orange
half
Coast
a
are starting to
length
separate
on
themselves
Orange Coast
into that next 2 and 4 spot to secure a B final progression. And I think that's how it's going to shake out as we move our way through. But I think Orange Coast is going to try and trade foul spots with Texas, if they get any overlap, I think if they get a foot, they're gonna take a mile, and it won't. It'll affect what lane they're in the B final. It's not going to change to see if they're going to fight for top 6 or the middle 6. But you always do want to come out of these pieces. If you're fighting against other crews, you want to come out with the fastest time to know that, yeah, we have it in the bank. We can be the faster crew and not leave it up to the last race to be like, well, here we are. So Middlebury, great catch and send here from our Cal Printadors out of our crew from Vermont. Coxon sitting up just a little bit. I'm sure they're looking around, making sure that no one else in the field is closing in on them. Think they have a tight look at their bow women, looking at Texas and OCC behind them. I love the front end emphasized stroke here. They're really getting the knees down quickly with really good force on the front end of the stroke, letting the swing really be generated by how the legs come down. It's not like they're making their backs, upper bodies, core replicate the work. It's all happening in sequence with a really powerful leg drive.
And driven from the front end, and that's one of the reasons that they're sort of out there. How well you can get suspended, how quickly you can get onto that oar, makes all the difference here in how you can move through the water. Again, here's that WashU crew, lengthened out pretty nicely, moving to an overhead shot of Texas and Orange Coast. Orange Coast, as you said, Eddie, they can get their bow ball in. That might work. And you can see just right there, that's exactly what they were doing. WashU now in the red buoys in the end, sitting up, pushing, practicing their spin a little bit, but very controlled. Really very nice across. Very nice. Congratulations, WashU, into the A final with an inside lane. So they'll be in probably 2, 3, or 4, or 3, 4, or 5. I don't know how they have it set up to go.
And I think it'll probably come down to the time. So this is the 8:02, first time to come through at the women's novice 4, and we'll see if the next 2 fours events, if anybody finishes in first faster than WashU.
They don't look at the times at all.
Well, never mind.
So he said. So they have 2 different ways of drawing the final for where people go from where to where. And so it's random because otherwise, if it's time, you might get some people trying to play for where the win's going to be. So they take that completely out of it, and they just have several progressions of how those 3 heats will fill in. You do know that the number 1 crews will be in the middle together. Yeah. And then the second place crews will be to the outside.
This is a thoroughly coach-run regatta, so part of that is making the progression process and the decisions made about the regatta very transparent to coaches, former coaches, athletes, so that you know what you're getting, and nobody can game the system. The Fairness Committee is very serious about that. So we got our first 5 crews through in this first semifinal. WashU and Middlebury moving on to the A final tomorrow. Texas and Orange Coast, second and a half, not even 2 seconds apart. Moving to the B final, UC Davis, followed by Oregon, headed to the C final. We have the second novice women's 4 on the, I should correct myself, the women's novice 4, semifinal number 2 on the course, about 3 minutes in, so they should be approaching their 1K mark pretty soon. WashU holding down a great time, and although it won't affect where they seed, I'm sure they're interested to see if they did post the fastest time for this.
Absolutely, the rowers and the coaches will be looking at times for sure. And in semifinal 2 here in lane 1, which will be on your left as we now have a shot, you'll see Oklahoma State, lane 2 Purdue, lane 3 Lafayette, lane 4 Rhode Island, lane 5 Vanderbilt, lane 6 Georgia. Again, 2 to go here, and again, if the racing has been good up to this point and the data has been good, and you don't have a crew that had sort of an off race in their process,
right,
then you should have the lead 2 out in front. But what we also have here right now is Vanderbilt up with Rhode Island and Lafayette. In fact, it looks to me like Vanderbilt may be coming through Lafayette a little bit, moving up with Rhode Island. And this is exactly what we're trying to catch in this racing. But still, that will be great. We're about 4 minutes into the race. So coming through the 1,000 there, you can see that little white set of boards up on the top of your screen. That's the 1,000-meter marker so that people can see where they are. Although most athletes now are using technology
Technology,
to know
there's
where they
speed
are in their
coaches
meter
in the
count
boat.
speed coaches.
We were talking earlier about a telemetric system called Peach. I think these crews have it in there because at the novice level, there's a lot of technology. I'm sure they probably have a speed coach, or at least on their Cox box, seeing the splits to know what boat speed they're going. But
too much information gets in the way.
Too much information can dilute. What is really important is just embrace the racing, embrace the training that you put down for your first year of collegiate rowing, and give your very best out there. Right? We'll add on more and more. We'll pull the curtain back and show you a little bit more of the science that's happening back here. But right now, I think a lot of coaches are just hoping that in their first year, they've developed a group of athletes that love racing. I'll say as a coach myself, that's what I hope to do. Results can go where they are, but if you walk out of the season with athletes 4, 8 more who love racing, love being in right here, a really tight fight where nobody's surely getting that A final bid. No one's surely going to be that first crew through because URI is working really hard but hasn't dropped Lafayette yet. If you walk out of these with all these athletes loving rowing, you got a really great class coming up here varsity level. So this is URI in lane 4, leading the way. Great blue shell. Love to see them here. They also have a varsity women's program on campus, and then there's this club women's program. So the love of rowing is all over Kingston, Rhode Island. Lafayette out of Easton, Pennsylvania.
Still hanging in there. That bow ball, you can see popping in there.
And
so
I love
the
seeing
coxswain's
on that
calling
video
that for sure.
that bow ball is trying to creep up into the stroke seat, and the coxswain in this bow loader position, looking directly ahead and not having all the rowers in front of them. I'm sure that Lafayette coxswain is calling off of that. Get me even with the 3-4 seat. Get me even with the 3 seat.
Get me up there and get me away from Vanderbilt.
Get me away from Vanderbilt.
Right. And which
charging.
it looks like they're doing right now. There's just those 3 crews just past the 1500, able to sort of move in. And again, we like to read the blades a lot. We like to read the bodies a lot. There's a little bit more oomph going in Rhode Island's rowing, but their blades are not quite as tight right now as we're seeing out of Lafayette. But what we're not seeing out of Lafayette's crew, on the other, while it's very nice and orderly, is there's not really the push going. But so you see, they're just sort of sitting there. You can see in the picture now, URI out in front, absolutely pushing and cleaning up a little bit. I mean, a little power can go a long way, properly applied, to clean up the rowing. It's just easier to hang on to when you have a nice, powerful jump going. And so that sort of, I think, is how this is going to end. Doesn't look to me at all like Vanderbilt's going to be able to get up and get into that A final. Nice charge coming on the outside from who would that be over in
lane 6?
In lane 6,
UGA, Georgia.
Yeah,
the Rams from Rhode Island representing their school really well. Their varsity counterparts are actually at their championship race this weekend too, representing the Atlantic 10s, and usually year in, year out, fighting for first place. I shouldn't say fighting. Usually in contention for first place. Every so often trading spots with George Washington, but often getting the A10 bid for NCAAs. A great program there up in the Northeast. And this quartering angle makes it look like Lafayette gained a little bit, but I'll let you know as we come across to this side view. I think URI still has open water.
They've opened lead up here. There you can see their blades more direct going in right now. A little bit cleaner work as they come into the last 250. That's where the red buoys come in, and they're across the line, nice and cleanly, about 820. And second, behind them, behind URI, will be Lafayette. So those two get to move to the A final. Much closer to the time of Middlebury in the first semifinal.
Yeah.
That Wash U 802, quite standing out on its own right now. We'll see what can come out of the next heat the next semifinal when it comes down. And Vanderbilt manages to get in right there with Georgia, very easy. So those two going to the B final, and then Purdue into the C final with Oklahoma State coming into the finish here now. So that'll sort those folks out. Now we're going to move to semifinal 3, which is going to be Lane 1, Colorado. Lane 2, Gordon College. Lane 3, Michigan State. Lane 4, Chicago. Lane 5, Berkeley. UC Berkeley. And Lane 6, Ohio State. And we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this. But what we've been seeing in the racing so far is, again, these middle crews being up a little bit, so that and that's again how the results have set it up to be, and how they've come seeded out of their semifinals or out of their heats to get into this space. So right now it looks like we have Michigan State and Chicago up there. Chicago out in front of Michigan State. Still some overlap between Michigan State. Excuse me, let me get that right. Chicago over Michigan State, right? And Michigan State with Gordon coming up into them. Just wanting to make sure I have the right crews.
And we've seen
here.
a lot of great rowing from Gordon all morning, and yesterday, singles, doubles. And so I'm excited to see what this score does. I don't think that we should take this third place spot that they're holding on to for granted. I think they're going to charge with the finish. It's a really great small boat group.
Absolutely. And they're still, as we come up alongside, you can see there's still overlap between these three crews, all three crews. So depending on what happens now, as they're coming to about 750 meters to go, who can handle some pain?
Right.
Who can stay focused? Who's going to decide to attack it, really?
Undeterred by other crews being next to them.
I wish the coxswain in that lead boat would sit down in the boat, because that actually is slowing her crew down. There are a lot of coxswains who don't feel comfortable getting down in there, but you can see her body getting buffeted around a little bit, and that is giving up some speed. Maybe she's turning to look. I just don't think it looks like she's comfortable getting down in the bow of the boat. And you can see the other two crews inching up on them bit by bit. They have about 700 meters to go here now, those three crews.
Yep, they're coming into our line of sight.
still looking nice and long. The blade work really, really solid. But there's overlap. Now, technically, they have open water on Gordon in third, but there's this other boat sitting there for Michigan State linking those two boats.
Yeah, and I think Gordon College is doing so much work to gain on Michigan State, which looks like it's happening stroke by stroke, that, that's going to close soon. And those two, Michigan State and Gordon College, are going to be in a fierce fight to the end, because this is the difference between fighting for the top 6 and the top 12. And I'm certain both of those crews, their coaches send them out there saying, you are a quality crew that can be top 6, if not the fastest crew in the country. So they're trying to put that.
Yeah, and one thing that's absolutely clear at ACRA is you have to fight your way into these finals. No one's rolling over for you to let you be in the A final here at ACRA. You can go back to the previous race, and we have 5 and 6. They finished, that's Vanderbilt, and my memory's failing me right now. Vanderbilt and Georgia. That is the 1/10 finish there. And so here's Gordon moving up.
They're fighting
into Michigan State. There's some really nice assertive just pop on that. Michigan State also entering the front end of their drive isn't quite as locked. And that's allowing Gordon to move nicely, almost pulling even. The question is, will it take the two of them up into WashU or not? This is quite a race to have, but they're not in the red buoys yet either.
Here they are
right now, 250
and Gordon
to go.
is edging their bow ahead into the red buoys. So this is the last 250 meters. If you're watching an athlete, so this is their first year of rowing, and you're chiming in for the first time watching a rowing race, red buoys, last 250 meters. They see red, they got to go. And look at that charge from Gordon, right? Nothing.
Absolutely moving out. Will they end up catching WashU?
Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Up in lead, is that Chicago?
At Chicago. WashU was 2 races ago.
Oh, sorry. Lunch is settling in. Will they catch up in Chicago there? Sorry, I've been calling them WashU. Hard to say, but they are looking more orderly of the two crews. Chicago sort of throwing some bodies around a little bit. And I think they're about to catch it.
I think they might. Coach Hopkins, I think, has these crews ready to race to the last minute and know exactly when they need to go their fastest. This is going to be down to the wire.
No, we still have Chicago up just a little bit.
Holding on, finish
just
line.
Barely.
Chicago and Gordon.
A great
to the
move by Gordon there to sort of move in and absolutely make clear that those are the two. Michigan State, a great race. Just have to be able to go with them. Hopefully the Chicago Coxswain maybe will slide down into that boat a little bit if they're able to.
Just under 1 full second separating these crews. Looks like 9/10 of a second. And interesting to see, it's still about 20 seconds behind that WashU pace that they set in the first of the semifinals. So we now have our top 6 crews moving to the A final, which will be WashU, Middlebury, URI, Lafayette, Chicago, and Gordon.
With that WashU for posting 802, quite up on there.
Unchallenged.
Moving forward from the novice fours, we're moving in on the women's side. We're moving in on the men's side. Again, this is 3 semifinals, so the top 2 get to move in this race in lane 1, which is up at the top of your screen, Colorado State, 2, Sac State, 3, Middlebury, 4, Vanderbilt, 5, Florida State, and 6, George Mason. And it looks like we have Vanderbilt way up, moving very nicely there.
Coming from the other side of Tennessee, from where we are in Oak Ridge, these guys out of Nashville, really great rowing, aggressive in this first 750 as they get out of it. Love it. This coaching staff has done such a great job over the last couple of years, and I'm sure they've been doing a great job for a long time, but I only plugged back into the ACRA scene a couple of years ago. These crews looking like great racers every time they come through. These guys are actually through the 1250 mark, charging down the course. I think they're going to take this open water and see how much they can extend it away from Middlebury and the Florida State Seminoles, who are fighting Middlebury to see if they can get that second spot into the A final. They came up a long way from the, I believe, capital region of Florida. I'll stick it to the crew from Vermont.
And that Middlebury crew rowing very nicely, again, with a bucket. So 2 and 3 on the same side of the boat. Makes the boat maybe go a little bit straighter. Also looks like their bowman is the small guy in the crew, so they've worked to put him up into the bow where it's a little bit lighter. And Middlebury now creating some open water on Florida State. That's just what they wanted, just barely getting open. Don't get me wrong, those guys are going after it, Florida State, but that lake has happened. Where there is another race that affects where we're going to be is between Sac State there and Colorado. Sac State now in the UC Davis boat. Just again, breaking open just barely over Colorado State. So that way you can, they're shutting for the 4th spot. That'll put them into the B final. So just very nice, very nice. But some of these semifinals, sometimes, I think even more particularly when there are 3 of them, the speed is spread out more.
Really
get
is.
Into some of these semifinals, which is just 2 semifinals and 3 to go forward, you're going to take, instead of having the top 18 spread over 3, you're going to have the top 12 spread over 2.
Right.
And a lot more sort of on the line between who's gonna be 3rd, in other words, sort of the 5th or 6th ability, and who's gonna be 4th.
Vanderbilt is still charging through the red buoys here, pretty close to the finish line. I'll see what they do to post the
You're good.
fastest novice 4 semifinal time of the afternoon.
Coming across very easily.
Easily be posted in just a second here on Here Now. Florida State going a little bit back behind the guys ahead of them. He's done. 4 crews through the line. I think we'll see Sac State and C State, I believe, probably coming through to round out this first semifinal for the men. You're the novice 4
of 3. Again, you know, sort of the thing about these fours here is some of these crews are going to be the best novices out of their program. Some are going to be in essentially a second group with a varsity with a novice 8 in front of them. Some are going to come from a third 8 with 2 novice 8s in front of them. So you just have this mixture of where people are coming. Right now in this next heat, we have lane 1, Chicago, lane 2, Villanova, lane 3, Virginia, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, Bowdoin, and lane 6, Minnesota. And it looks right now like Virginia out very nicely in front there. You know, Virginia not all just about sculling. Make that absolutely clear. This Virginia for easy, nice water out in front of Texas. The Virginia novices have been fast all spring in their frosh 8 for sure. Do they have a second frosh? Do they have a second novice 8? I don't think so.
Oh,
so I think that they're broken down into
I
2
remember
4s.
Coach Biller's notes about that, and that's why they had Jackson in the single. Have this 4, and I think they had another small build with light 4. But this is Texas out ahead, right? With the state flag blades.
Am I looking at the wrong race again?
I think they're in lane 4. So. Virginia's back.
Oh, okay. So if this is a
Virginia's ahead of the field.
No, that is Texas out front. Sorry, with Virginia up in the second spot, still in a nice place to make a finish. Yeah, there's the Texas
To
blades.
your point earlier, I will assume that this is Texas top novice 4. This is
they do not have a novice or a
Yep. So they prioritize the 4s, and then the small boats after that. We've already seen a quad, and I think I remember seeing a double. So these guys are really swinging on it. I love the stroke they're putting in here. Love to see if that program is going to continue to grow as they spend more time coming to ACRA. Really great patience placing those blades there.
They're going through a 750 to go here.
Yeah.
Apologies if you're seeing it say novice and I'm saying freshman or frosh. I'm old.
Good. Yeah.
I turned 60 later this year, although I don't look at it all. Well, the hair has looked white since I was in my 30s. The novices' first year of rowing, many of them freshmen. Some of them sophomores often. This is just some really gorgeous rowing for guys who are in their first year of college racing.
Yeah.
Novice definitely means that.
Pushing the second part of the pack here, hopefully hanging on to get that second part of the A final bid. This Virginia Novice 4, Coach Biller is always a fun one to watch. They didn't make the first Novice 8. Historically, UVA always has a 2N8 that eventually makes up the V8. But they fell apart, just couldn't get all these in the 4. This is their first weekend racing together, and they have been holding it down, holding it together. Bowdoin trying to resist this charge from Minnesota, which has had just a great pop of life in the last few years, resurging to become one of the stronger club programs that arrives here. Bowdoin, this boat is all first-year athletes. All of them learned to row in college because Bowdoin does have a great tradition of being a name around that New England private school, public school rowing scene. A lot of guys do come to Bowdoin, young men and women come to Bowdoin to row that already have experience, but these polar bears are in the midst of final exams throughout training, and their coxswain Carla Ruiz, coaches at Bowdoin, say have done an amazing job bringing their crew together for their first full week of rowing together. So,
is it really the Bowdoin Polar Bears?
Bowdoin Polar Bears, yeah.
I had no idea.
Oh yeah,
Eddie is the trivia master of team.
And
team
rightly
nicknames.
so for how cold it up is in Maine. I wonder how much time they actually had wet water to row on instead of things that were iced over. Great rowing from the bucket here in Virginia. The more you watch these races, if you're new to rowing, you're going to see that UVA has a really distinct, technically sound stroke that extends from their top varsity 8. That does it with a huge smack of power and down to their novice boats. So if these guys all learned to row at Virginia or adapted from high school programs, the Virginia area junior rowing is a
Northern Virginia, DC area is one of the largest rowing junior rowing
areas. They learn how to row the UVA way because it's produced a lot of great rowers on this course.
So here we have Texas coming in to the finish stretch. Don't look like they're actually expending a lot of energy here. Most particularly, as we said earlier, emotionally, just really sort of building confidence as they go, because it's probably going to be a barn burner of a final.
Yep.
tomorrow.
Nicely done. Despite not being pressured too hard, I think they're putting down a 7:10.8, 4 seconds faster than that Vanderbilt crew, which also asserted itself early. So it's going to be really exciting to watch those guys race tomorrow. I believe that will be UVA holding down the second spot as they make it through the line with those distinct orange blades. And Minnesota taking the third spot away, but they'll be seeing Bowdoin in the B final tomorrow, rounding out the rest of this race with Villanova just ahead of the University of Chicago. So those Wildcats with the great stripe unis are really laying down a good sprint here. You can see some great movement out of the boat. Wildcats coming in fifth, Chicago finishing the course sixth in this semifinal. Great work by the Longhorns securing that top spot and the fastest time in this event of the semifinal. So on the course already, 2.5 minutes in, is the men's novice 4 semifinal number 3. We'll have them up on the screen in a minute. This is also going to be a pretty intense race. So from this angle, we're going to go left to right. You're seeing Purdue, Vermont in lane 2, trailing the field a little bit. Long Beach State, half a length behind Washington State, both of them contending for first in the race, and then Florida on our right and Illinois Illini back in
Trailing
lane
a bit there.
6. So yeah, this is going to be Long Beach State is working their way to stay and hang with Washington State, and then 2 lanes over, Purdue men's novice 4 is also trying to make their way into the conversation for first and second place. So Purdue is absolutely one of these teams where these are guys who did not make the first novice 8, did not make the second novice 8, and are still here hanging.
And this Purdue freshman crew this year,
is
their first 8 is really quite a class of season. Was reminded by one of the Midwest coaches at lunch that that Purdue novice 8 at a fall race, the first fall race, would have been third in the varsity 8 event.
Remarkable.
In their fall. And so there's just sometimes you get the right group of guys and you get not only athleticism, but you get them, they're new to school and they become just a big herd of guys who are doing this. And so you have the third 8's worth of guys out of Purdue sitting here putting a nice press. What I'm most impressed with in that Purdue crew, we're over top of it right now, I believe.
This is Long Beach State.
No, that's Long Beach State. Also, you could just see the bodies moving really quite nicely together. The knees come up, the knees come down, the hands go up as the knees come up. So the timing is gorgeous, actually, in both of these boats.
Right.
Long Beach, very definitely Southern California school.
Yes, sir. And I think this is their
top
top
of time
novice
on the water,
Yeah.
and their top 4 novices probably having rowed in one of the nice programs there. So working pretty well on that for sure.
So this
Washington State
crew,
open water all year, but much colder and a little
much
bit rainier,
colder,
foggier.
So notes from their coach Bjorn Elliott. The stroke man of this Washington 4 rowed in high school, rowed at the Green Lake Rowing Center, and then moved to the other side of the state to Pullman, become a Cougar, and he's leading 3 guys along who are in their first year of rowing. So a little bit of composure comparatively, right? It's maybe his first year of racing college, but he knows what it takes to get down the course, and he's shot what it means to really race, right? And not just, we need to have the fastest time and we'll be all right. We need to get ahead. He knows these crews can close in on them at any minute, and he's doing whatever he can to help this crew not lose the edge that they have.
Florida pushing up there a little bit.
Florida. They're pushing
another sort of state where they spend a lot of time on the water.
And they are moving up on who?
Sac State.
Wow.
Long Beach, sorry.
And so that means, is that Purdue that they moved through?
Let's check that. Yeah, they have.
Won. So Florida put themselves in the conversation for third. I think they want to put themselves in the conversation for, is this crew going to make an A final? So Long Beach, if they can weather the storm, hopefully the bowman has told their coxswain, hey, this crew is starting to walk on the field, so she doesn't have to find out when she can see their seat.
The nice thing here is our second shot of Long Beach from up top, and it's the same rowing that I saw last time that I was going to comment on, just the knees coming up very nicely, the shoulders staying forward. You can see the knees and the hands come in together, so the blades go right in and they move. That's really good synchronized rowing, particularly for first-year novices. Some of them maybe never rowed before, and that is helping them to separate themselves out. In fact, if anything, they're moving back a little bit into this Washington State
Nicely
boat.
done. So they're getting really close to the finish line as you see them rowing among the red buoys. Great lines by all these coxswains. And we are probably going to see this finish order stay maintained now that Florida's pushed themselves into the top 3.
You can see just a little bit of a sprint coming up. Even if you don't know rowing that very much, you can see Washington State. Just sort of the rating goes up, the click rate, if you want, goes up a little bit, moving a little bit quicker, and actually getting a little sloppy as they try and do that. But it's always good to come off of these semifinals and have something else to work on, even if it's let's make sure that
Nicely
sprint
done.
is a little bit tighter. So
Great work, Long Beach State.
2
Close in
middle
a little
boats, and there we have Florida, who managed to work themselves up. Sort of looks like Purdue has lengthened themselves out a little bit to come across
just a
and
little bit.
come back to race another day.
Now we're just waiting for the crew from Vermont and Illinois to round out. Vermont now passed through the line. Illinois fighting Illini, rolling through, great uniforms. And so 7:22 from Wash State. So I think that is still Vandy. And then I don't know, Texas Longhorns posted the fastest time for this semifinal. Can't compare everything exactly to the second. The conditions change even on a really nice body of water like this, but I'm sure all 3 of those crews that walked out with the #1 spot from this semifinal are very happy with how they did.
And
sure.
here we're at
Nice.
semifinal 1 of the men's novice 8. This is 3 to go through, I believe, A and B. Is that correct, or are we on 3 semifinals here with the novice 8? There are 3. So the top 2
And this is the
get to
CD
move forward.
semifinal.
Oh, this is the CD. That helps a little bit. Thank you. The A-B finals are right after, so that's semifinals 3 and 4. So this is 2 CD semifinals. The top 3 go through to the C final here. In lane 1, Wichita State, lane 2, Clemson, lane 3, Michigan State, lane 4, as I move to the right now on your sheet, is on your screen is UNC, lane 5, Rhode Island, and lane 6, Oklahoma State. Looks here, oh, there's Oklahoma State. Okay, just making sure which 5 we were seeing in there. So right now we have lane 5 in this of URI up in front with Michigan State also there up top, and just right back stuck between them seems to be UNC. No, that's URI.
That's Michigan's. Yeah. So URI is in this red shell, bottom of your screen. UNC just above them, the lane interior of them. Michigan State leading the way. Clemson
right behind
in
them.
the orange shell to match their colorway, and then Wichita State on the outside. And we've seen a lot of great racing today. I think we're going to see it in this event too. This crew, the top 3, I believe, from this will move to the C final to try and get the 13 through 18 spot in the country for novice 8s. But there's so much overlap here that don't take for granted that URI is taking the lead right now. Anybody's race here, anybody's decision if they want to start making a move to get ahead. URI about half a length up on UNC, although it might just be a little bit of the angle, and it looks like UNC and Clemson are just about neck and neck. So that ACC rivalry is extending itself to this course like it does to all the other sports that they compete in against each other.
But with Michigan State here trying to sort of make sure that they're getting out in front of the fray, which they're just being able to do. URI, Rhode Island, making
a great move here.
Absolutely. And this is when you need to make it. There's 600 meters to go. 3 or 4 seats goes a long way, which doesn't mean it's over. UNC still hopping in there and starting to race and answer. And Clemson out there also sort of in the space to get, so that they need to be able to get up and see the race here. And this, I'm not quite sure what's going on here right now with UNC. Seems to be making a move on URI here.
So this is when we call a move, this means they're bringing up the stroke rate or at least the pressure, and they are.
Well, they're bringing up the boat speed and closing the distance.
Yeah, because they are trying to line their bows back up and get ahead. This is something I've seen in a lot of UNC crews. They never lose their energy too early. They always hold on.
You
and
see
find
a little
something.
bit of labored rowing from the URI stroke in there, but that could just be he's giving it all to try and get them to move right now, trying to get them to answer. The body sort of throwing around a little bit. You know, they're not in
Stroke
the
for
red
stroke
buoys
here.
yet. There's still some time, but they're moving out on UNC here. You know, and the stroke can feel. I was on the 5 seat. Now I'm on the 4 seat. We're
Right.
moving. And right now I'm saying it's 2 seats from the overhead. But with Michigan State out in front. And theoretically, North Carolina should beat URI from the lane seating that we have in here.
Yeah.
Theoretically, they should.
But you know what?
But
That's
it's not
why they
working.
don't give medals out for theoretically. They got to
do
make
not
you
give
race it down the course and prove the theory wrong.
Exactly.
URI, honestly, moving up on Michigan State a little bit. I thought it was a little bit more bow to stern earlier, and now they have a couple seats into their lead. I think Michigan State is going to hold on to the lead through the red buoys as we close in. Great race from all these crews. I think those top three have separated themselves a little bit. I think UNC is a lot further ahead of Clemson than they were at that 12:50 mark. And I think
all of them moved away. But there's Michigan State across. Rhode Island having worked their way back in.
Nicely done.
And UNC, valiant race there, having separated themselves out.
Clemson Tigers moving through Wichita State.
Maybe a middle. They'll be in lane 4, lane 3 tomorrow in their C final.
Next semifinal should be on the course. We're going to watch Oklahoma State close out their semifinal race. I suppose it's on the course. We might be a little bit ahead, so we'll find out
across the line there.
Moment. Great work, 6:54. Great pace there.
And 6:56 for URI. UNC 6:59. So that last 500, just a little bit faster there for Rhode Island to get the better of UNC in that race.
And the next semifinal is 30 seconds onto the course. They are started. Blades moving around. We'll get to them in just a moment. We'll be seeing University of New Hampshire, Penn State, WashU at St. Louis, UC Santa Barbara, and UC Irvine. Let's hope I can get those mascots right as they come down the line. I got put in the corner earlier for getting them messed up. Sorry to California.
Santa Barbara is the Gauchos.
Irvine is the Anteaters. Nobody's come to the tent to tell me what Davis is. I'd appreciate anybody from UC Davis if you want me to know. Write it in my notes.
I know I'd be glad to get you right there. But we would rather get our information the old way from a good old-fashioned interview. And it looks right now like we have WashU and UC Santa Barbara leading up there, maybe Irvine in that as well. I remember Santa Barbara and Irvine had a heck of a race earlier, and they're ending up in the same semifinal. They've also seen each other, I'm sure, a lot. WashU from St. Louis, and then Penn State and New Hampshire from the East Coast. So truly a national regatta here. UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos, rowing very nicely there. A little bit longer, a little bit lower than
WashU, but they've just moved up on them, and they've established at least a seat and a half above Washington U. And I think they're going to look to either hold that or extend that. They've made their way definitely through the first 500, closing in on the 750 pretty soon. Great rowing.
Yeah, so this means what we're likely seeing is pace speed. Maybe WashU pushing back, trying to push back a little bit, but UC Santa Barbara continue to move very nicely. These two crews racing are separating themselves away. WashU looking like they're taking maybe a 10 or something. There's just a flutter in their rowing right now. And I don't think that's a sustainable speed, though. So we'll see what comes up.
I think it is just a quick burst to get them into the 750 and then recheck their pace. I really love the rowing I'm seeing out of UCSB here. The knees come up pretty quick into the cache, and they just strike the boat while it's still on the run. They don't let it slow down whatsoever on that recovery while the blades are out. It is a very systematic approach to making
There are some nice big athletic guys on that UCSB campus who've never rowed before. But, maybe they swam, maybe they played volleyball, and they do a lot of recruiting on campus to get that team. Very little recruiting in the high schools necessarily. It doesn't mean you don't get high school kids who are experienced who go to Santa Barbara. One of the harder schools to get into in
Right.
the UC system, along with UCLA and with
UC
Berkeley. So you got to be a really good student to get to Santa Barbara as well. And you can see UCSB now just laying it down, establishing a dominant race in there, and making sure that they're open water ahead. Still some overlap between second and third, but it's a full boat length, so that's also hard to move back into. As we sort of said earlier, in the pairs and the doubles, you can make a big difference in position very shortly. In the eights, you can't do that quite as much.
And so a reminder, these two crews are looking for first and second are going to move to the C final for this event. Third and fourth will move to the D final, and beyond move to the D final. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Top three of the C final.
Yeah.
And the next three will go to the D
The
final.
next two here, they're only five.
Thank you for the correction. So UCSB are trying to cruise their way in, make sure that they make the final, and I think I say.
And there they are. That UCSB yellow tank has not changed its design since the team started.
Nice.
So it's absolutely classic look there. You can see some big guys in the middle of that boat,
Can.
and they're pushing hard. I mean, they're not giving up there at all. So they're working again to set themselves up to try and go and make the C final, be the third crew in there. We have Wash U in second right now, and UC Irvine sort of still hanging on there, but with 450 meters to go, 400 meters to go, not enough water to really get back in unless something happens in that Wash U boat. But that Wash U boat is rowing quite nicely. Well. We can see right there. Very tall stroke man up there in there, sitting up and really getting a nice long stroke that the rest of the crew is having to match. Sometimes that's why you put a big tall guy in the stroke seat, just because he gives you some length that makes everyone else not shorten up at all. But hanging around that California crew from Irvine, not letting themselves get completely pushed away. But Santa Barbara showing that at least between them and Irvine, they're the class of this field. And Wash U also in the middle lane, so not unexpectedly moving up into that space. I'm sorry, this is actually the top three, so Irvine's still in a good space.
Yeah, they're in a good space.
They're still
and
moving
they've separated
forward
themselves from the rest of the other two crews in this event. So I think all of them are maybe going to show a good sprint here because it's what you do when you're on the race course, but they might say like, all right, well, what does UCI have? What does Wash U have?
So the UCSB 5 man, quite big. He needs to learn to sort of hunker down a little bit.
Keep it
the
in
body's popping around a little bit there, but you know that there's probably a good erg behind that.
Sure is, yeah.
And UCSB going in front straight into the C final. 6:41, and that is faster than Michigan State in the one previously, significantly so. Wash U coming in at 6:53, which is Michigan State won the other one at a 6:54, so setting up a nice race there. 6:56 for Irvine, and Rhode Island was also a 6:56. So I think it's going to be a fun little C final to watch tomorrow.
Sure is, and Penn State just followed through into the line, closely tailored by the University of New Hampshire, to round out our CD semifinals for the men's novice 8. So on the course now, we'll pick up in just a minute, will be the AB semifinal for the men's novice 8, formerly known as the men's freshman 8. These crews are going to work to put themselves in the grand final tomorrow for the novice 8 and decide who's going to be one of the top 6 crews in the country. So from left to right here, we are going to have Ohio State, UVA, Purdue, Minnesota, UC Davis, and then on the right side, UCLA. Really great programs all across.
Absolutely, and this Purdue freshman 8, novice 8 has just been so impressive all spring, as we said, all fall, and just over a minute in, so not quite to the 500. they have almost a length on the field, and as we see, there's a bunch of crews together there. In second right now, to me, it looks like it's Minnesota.
Looks like it's Minnesota.
With UC Davis up there and UCLA connecting, and then Virginia a little bit behind those three crews, but still in it. All those five crews overlapped. What Purdue has not done yet is break open water. We're almost 2 minutes in, and it's about to happen.
Yeah, I think my crew I'm going to keep an eye on is Minnesota here. I think as Purdue starts to open up on the field, I think they're going to stay hot on their tail. This crew, the organization run by Scott Armstrong and first-year with Minnesota coach Steve Witcher. This crew beat Michigan in their opening race at the Lovers Cup, and three oarsmen rowed before in the 3-6-7 seat, but everyone else is in their first year rowing. It's always great to bring a little bit of that composure to this course because right now they have UC Davis side by side with them, stroke for stroke, almost mirror images of each other. And it's good to have guys in your boat who know and probably told their teammates at the trailer, don't break. You're just going to weather the storm. You're going to let them do that, and then we're just going to keep walking away. I think we see that
it looks here like this UC Davis and who's the third crew there?
Minnesota.
And Minnesota, sorry.
And then UCLA on the outside.
And you see Virginia still keeping their neck in there, and even out here in lane 6, UCLA not out of it at all. But these two crews side by side, Minnesota and Davis, are pushing well. So what we don't know about Purdue, they laid down some smack yesterday, and they're very, very fast, and they're out in front. Virginia maybe popping back into a little bit.
Great work by Virginia to work their way back into it.
Get back on terms with these other two crews. So Purdue now out in front, just pushing with base speed. And the other three crews and UCLA still attached to them, rowing quite nicely. But I do think it's still Minnesota and Davis in second and third.
Yeah, and they're just
or Davis and Minnesota. I'm not making an order there.
They're going to come into our line of sight. This novice crew from Virginia has 6 complete novices in it. I've never touched an oar before this fall. But the Shokesy, Andrew Ayler, his dad rowed in the UVA back in the day. So there's a lot of family ties in this boat. UC Davis just slightly getting their bow ahead of Minnesota here. And again, this is top 3 to the A final, right?
And Virginia making a move in there.
Nicely done.
They're not quite there. And UCLA not
UCLA making a move too.
Right? So 2 of these 4 boats will go through into the A final.
This Purdue crew coming through our line of sight just looks fantastic right now. I wouldn't believe you if you hadn't told me this was a novice crew.
Absolutely. Davis up a seat maybe on Minnesota, and they're 5 and 6 seats up on UCLA. UCLA has moved in, I think, just ahead of Virginia. But the race with 500 meters to go, if either Virginia or UCLA is going to get up there, they got to go now, and they have to have something to do it with. I mean, it's not just wanting it more; they actually have to have something that they have to be able to
when we say
in.
You got to go now, it's not like, what are you waiting for? It is.
Don't you want it? Come on, you've got to want it. All these guys want it. Right?
But it's strategic, and also we talked about it at least yesterday. You're going to put these guys on the spot where they're almost redlining, right? We're revving it up as high as we can.
Yep.
If we tap over that, batteries.
Now, one thing that Virginia does very well historically is sprint.
They do.
You can never be too far out in front of them, and they're making a nice move and pushing out on UCLA.
Love the zoom in.
This Minnesota crew, just 1, what big guys, and 2, still so composed.
Yeah.
Right. So long. So Davis is moving up on them in a sprint mode. We'll see what Minnesota has.
Is really giving it everything.
The power on those Minnesota oars is pretty amazing and very, very effective. That said, here's Purdue just stomping on people. That's an amazing, amazing victory there that's coming through very easily. Congrats to the Boilermakers as they're coming. See, you're not the only one who knows team names here. So Purdue just rowing very nicely, under control. Quite a race behind them. People going really quite hard. You know that Virginia's giving everything they have to be able to to try and get into that A final and play with the big boys in the final. Purdue across the line.
This is going to come down to the wire.
Here we
Minnesota,
go. Minnesota now putting
UC
I think, but
Davis.
UC Davis, I just barely has it.
Yeah.
And then Virginia right there. Minnesota, I think they could have sprinted maybe 10 strokes earlier, and I think they would have had that.
But less than a 1/10 of a second separating them.
Exactly
so
1/10 of a second there. And then Virginia a second and a half behind that. Purdue at 6:17. So we're going to want to sort of see how that stacks up with the next heat once it's going.
So in the next heat of the AB semifinal, which should be starting pretty soon, we're going to have University of Massachusetts, Michigan, Orange Coast, Bucknell, Southern California, and Washington State. We got West Coast, we got East Coast, we got
Midwest.
No Southern schools, but otherwise, they're on the course. It looks like probably just through the first few.
They are about 2 minutes into this raid, actually.
I was wrong.
So they're fairly well in there, and it looks like we have Bucknell, Orange Coast, and Michigan up in the top 3 is my guess from here. Southern California, USC also playing with Michigan, but I think they're back. Hard to tell if Michigan is up on Orange Coast or Bucknell is up on them, what order that's going through. This Michigan novice freshman crew has been record-breaking indoors. They have 2 guys who got onto the top 4 6K all-time.
Wow.
1 guy on the top freshman 2K all-time. But they've been lacking race experience because they got washed out in 2 of their 5 races this spring.
4 races before they got here. This is
their 4th regatta.
Wow.
So they've been putting things together. It looks like Todd Gokin's crew is out in front there, though, pushing nicely. It's either them or it's Orange Coast. I think Orange Coast up there right now in front of Michigan, looking very nice. And 2 lanes over from Orange Coast, we have Southern California. Bucknell also up in that race. Bucknell and Michigan have raced very early in the season, and Bucknell won that race. This is the end of the season. We'll see where that's going. This Orange Coast crew moving nicely.
And the Southern Cal
Michigan
crew
moving up with them, I think, to take second over Southern California. And as we've said, you need to watch out for the Michigan middle thousand.
Sure. They're coming into our line of sight pretty soon. Really great rowing here. University of Southern California still holding a little bit of an edge over the Bucknell men. Michigan starting to charge their way up, but this is going to stay close this way. Washington State holding the back of the field a little bit. University of Massachusetts also holding the back there.
And right now, I'm actually going to say that Southern Cal is seat up on Michigan and Bucknell quite even. So Bucknell looking a little racier right now than Michigan. Michigan long and strong. We'll see what happens with that. We have Orange Coast, though, out in front quite easily. This is just going to be a heck of a race. Looks like Michigan now moving up on Bucknell, taking some seats as they go. But still a little bit of a challenge. USC in second. I'm pretty sure that those crews have a race as we come on top here. Not sure if Bucknell hasn't moved back on Michigan some.
We're going to see in just a minute when we pan out. This is great rowing by this Orange Coast college crew. It is a complete stroke. These guys look very composed. We're going to see when we hit the red buoys what is going to happen in their stroke. Bucknell moving back up on Michigan.
Absolutely.
In this Resolute crew, seeing a moment where Southern Cal is putting themselves, because I'm sure they're not letting.
They're in front of Bucknell there.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Wow.
There's
so
a
they are starting to lengthen out. Don't count out Michigan. That last quarter of the race is really intense with the last lift. But Southern Cal going with their California counterparts, Orange Coast.
Yeah, and those folks have seen each other a lot.
Absolutely.
So they know the speed quite well. The question is going to be who's got the sprint out of Michigan and Bucknell. 2 crews with a lot of respect for each other, programs that that race each other. Michigan goes out to Bucknell early in the spring to race on there. So
another one of those situations where they want the steel to sharpen the steel, because Michigan is working their way back in. You got to make sure they don't run out of real estate if they get through them.
I think they are. Bucknell here is moving. They're not backing up, and Michigan, I'm not seeing a pop come out of them to move them. So there's Orange Coast in front.
Takes it through the line.
Bucknell third. Michigan now 4 seats back. So Michigan will go into the B final.
Washington
Good job to Bucknell. Really nice race. Bucknell likes to remind folks gently that they are a small school, that they are not Michigan with 24,000 undergraduates, that they are not USC with however many graduates that are there. And they do this with a small bunch of guys or guys pulled off of a small campus, which already has varsity athletics with a lot of guys already on other teams. So just really good row there by Bucknell at 6:27, Michigan at 6:29. We have Orange Coast at 6:22, and so that puts Purdue nice 5 seconds or so over Orange Coast in terms of times, but I don't think they were pushed. And then we have Davis at 6:26, Minnesota at 6:26, and just trying to see what will happen in so going back to the former one, that's Virginia just barely losing to Minnesota there to try and get into the final. So that's going to set up a Virginia Michigan fight in the petite final. And in terms of looking at the overall points thing, Purdue has this very strong novice class. Virginia has this very strong varsity group. Michigan right there with both of them in some ways, but Purdue's going to get some more points on the novice rowing, and Virginia might get some more points on the varsity rowing. And so tomorrow it's going to be a big deal, Michigan, Virginia, not just this rivalry that goes back in here, but also let's just point out that the two teams that have dominated this regatta historically, Virginia and Michigan, with really good coaching, have their novice eights in the B final.
So that just speaks to the strength of the field that is developing here at ACRA on the men's and women's side. It is just a lot of crews that are coming with full packages of eights that are deep from the first eight through the frosh eight, and we'd love to see that.
Yeah, Davis, Minnesota, Orange Coast has been around a long time there. You know, Southern California reasserting itself. But when we look at times, you know, Virginia in that tight race 6:27, Michigan 6:29. You know, the top 6 crews by time moved into that A final.
And we are off in the first semifinal. This is first CD semifinal for the women's, the 4 from the bottom of your screen to the top. We will have Vermont, University of New Hampshire, George Mason, Middlebury, Colorado, and then Virginia Commonwealth on, I got it totally backwards, from the top screen to the bottom. Vermont, UNH, George Mason, Middlebury, Colorado, and at the bottom of your screen will be the Virginia Commonwealth University. Thank you. The crews out in the lead in this first 250 meters, almost first minute of the race. UNH is just barely above the crews from Middlebury and Colorado, but we are going to see them come down off of their high strokes, off of their starting sequence, and we'll see whose base speed is putting them ahead of the competitors. I think Colorado just starting to squeak ahead a little bit, but these bows are going to keep changing places until one of these crews establishes that they want the open water, that they want to be more than 1 seat up on the competitors. In the mix in the middle, there's Mason and Virginia Commonwealth still on our screen. Around the speed, bow to stern with Middlebury, who's fighting for the 3rd spot right now to head to the C final. So not quite with those top 2 crews. There's open water there, but the strokes they're racing are putting them in position where it's not the time yet to count them out. They still want to be in the mix, and we've seen a lot of races over the last day and a half where it hasn't been decided to the last stroke. It is totally changed up once we hit the red buoys. So I think these crews, if they are giving it this varsity effort, are waiting until when it matters most towards the finish line to go their fastest. Colorado looks like they're not fading, but their base pace is a little bit less a little bit less than what University of New Hampshire's base pace is. As we fade back on this wide shot, it looks like University of New Hampshire is holding the lead just by half of the deck of the boat, maybe at one full seat and a half. But we'll see as they come closer to through their first 500-meter mark, and as they get closer to the 1,000, a lot of these crews wait till that 1,000-meter mark to even assess where they're at realistically, because you don't want to pat yourself on the back too early in the race. Oh, we won the first 500. Okay, what happened the rest of the way? Did you keep that lead?
Yeah. And sometimes that's sort of an approach some of the junior rowers take because they've been taught in high school, just get out in front and you'll win. That's changing, by the way, in junior rowing. Crews are learning how to race more effectively and really bring the second half of the race a little bit. But there are still a lot of junior high school coaches whose race plan is let's get out in front and then try and hold on to it. And that certainly works a lot of times. So not necessarily saying that, but it's very easy to go too fast at the beginning. We've all seen the big strong guy who pops on the erg at the gym and just thinks he's gonna show and see what he can do, and he goes really hard for about 20 strokes, and then he starts realizing that this is harder than he thought. So we are seeing right now, I think UNH has moved out to sort of establish themselves fairly well, fairly easily, then three boats, over to Colorado, and then Middlebury right behind them. Those three, a significant amount of open water now, a really sort of large break to the other three. So what are you seeing in the rowing here, Eddie?
I'm seeing actually three crews that are taking pretty much the same approach. The stroke rate doesn't look super high. It looks long. It looks like something they can sustain in a way that this isn't them maxing out their absolute top speed on the course because they have this final tomorrow that they want to do. It's not enough just to get first in the semifinal because we talked about in the other race. In theory, that means you'd be one of the fastest crews, but we don't race on theory. We race on the river, or in this case, the lake. So I'd love to see what Middlebury's doing. Their base pace is right in time, matching with Colorado, but it looks like they're getting more meters per stroke out of the boat. It looks like this rate is much more efficient than their Colorado counterparts. So we'll see if that keeps lining them up.
But as you said that, Colorado just lengthened out some rowing, and I saw what you were seeing, and part of their response, the coxswain isn't always go harder.
That's a good point.
Sometimes the coxswain's call is, okay, give me that length back.
Yeah,
I'm only getting X number of meters per stroke right now. We know that we can have Y, so get me back there.
That's something you're probably only seeing from seasoned coxswains at the varsity level, or those who are coming in with more than just 1 year of experience. Okay, that crew's coming up on them. I'm sure the bow woman is communicating to her coxswain who can't see the crew that's behind them. But yeah, right.
And Colorado has responded here very nicely.
And now it's almost 4 seats worth of open, not quite a length. I'm sorry, not open. 4 seats ahead of the crew next to them.
Middlebury.
Thank you. And yeah, it's great to not just say, oh, they're coming, let's get another rate up, let's get another rate, because you need to reserve that again for when it matters in the sprint, when it comes down to who's going to complete the finish order.
And we're seeing some very nice, efficient rowing here out of Colorado. In fact, it's moving them back up into contact with New Hampshire, who was out there by themselves early. And again, sometimes it's just, being reminded to do something well at a certain time. They can still do it, but they're still, again, if they want to, those three are going to be the three that go through. So there's no roughness there, but to be reminded to row really well with your power in a real racing situation is a good learning situation. And for Colorado, I believe that's their top 4 women. They may have
I believe it is.
I'm not sure
For UNH, I believe this is also the top 4 women.
They're top 4, but for
Middlebury,
Middlebury, they
they've got some
definitely
eights.
have an 8. Yeah. So again, just sort of some nice moving. Again, I think no one's really saying we gotta go win here. They're just rowing really well because they're all going to go to the same semifinal.
Right.
So they're to a certain extent thinking about tomorrow already, or they are being told if you're clear. Their coach maybe told them before they went out, if you're clearly in the top 3, don't kill yourself today because we have another final tomorrow to come back, which makes a difference. So here's UNH out in front. And again, just to sort of train your eye, if you've never seen it, if you look here, they're missing some water, right? The reason crews have come back into them, they've just lost some efficiency. You look at the 2C, you look on the starboard side bound 3, and they're sort of pounding the blade in a little bit. And you look on the port side, and there's some missing water out of 2. If we were looking back overhead on that crew from Colorado, we were seeing much cleaner, smoother rowing. That said, this is the crew out front. So.
This is the crew out front. So it works for them. And they're in the red buoys now. I think this is a quartering angle, so it's a little bit of a misleading one. If you're new to watching rowing races, this is not that much wide open. As we go, we're going to pan over, and they'll be coming side by side, and we'll see their profile. And it will be a little bit closer than this gives us, but UNH, I think, still with a commanding lead that they've opened up as they come.
In the end, it can look nice and pretty, but it is the power through the water. Oh, we get a little push from Middlebury here. They're deciding to sprint. That's fascinating. As we say, maybe they're just locked in. No, there's some advantage, and Middlebury is actually going to move right through with that little sprint. So that's a fascinating little play there at the end of the race.
Good on them for it.
Good on them.
Great
Absolutely.
work.
Middlebury coming in at 8:28.8. And then in third place, Colorado at 8:29.7. So they came back.
George Mason, Virginia Commonwealth. I'm sorry, Virginia. Not Virginia. George Mason and Virginia Commonwealth coming through, and I believe Vermont will be wrapping up our last crew in this.
Both Mason and VCU in the state of Virginia, but neither of them the University of Virginia.
Funny, I forgot that George Mason was in Virginia. Awesome. The next semifinal to come up will be another C, the semifinal. If you look at here now, you can get results from all these races as they come in. The second semifinal is 2.5 minutes onto the course, so we'll pick them up pretty soon once we see the last crew from the first semifinal come in. And we've got our chevron. They're starting to come back. What we're imagining is that the crews in the middle lanes are probably the fastest, third or fourth fastest from the heats that put them in the CD semifinal. So from left to right, you're going to see Emory, University of Cincinnati, Oklahoma State, Chicago, Florida, and Tulane. I would like
Chicago
to assume
out
that
in
Chicago
front there, very clearly.
Out in front, fighting for second place. I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. They are looking like they are ahead of the rest of the field. Second there in lane 4. No, I had it wrong. That should be Florida, Oklahoma State in
Florida sitting there in 2.
Lane 4. There we go. University of Cincinnati and Emory are at the bottom of our screen, now the left of our screen. So this is another top 3 to C final, next 3 to D final, and I think Florida and Oklahoma State are going to do their best to make sure that that is them. But Oklahoma State is not going to do it without Cincinnati responding and through the strokes they say, because these rowers do not talk to each other on the water. There's no chirping. There's no smack talk.
Sometimes there is, but it rarely works.
It's not encouraged by the coaches. And if it happens on the water during a race that you did not win, it is rarely received positively on land. Just a matter of how the sport is portrayed. This is a great trail of crews making their way down the course. This is still Chicago holding a great pace out in front, open water on the rest of the field. And then that might be Oklahoma State. Nope, Oklahoma State still third to Florida. The Gators putting together a really great piece here, trying to establish themselves clearly as the second fastest crew in this heat. Love the stroke that they're putting down in Florida. Not a lot of rotation out, but the blades just disappear into the water, lock in, send this shell along the river. I'm sorry, the lake.
You have the Oklahoma State
Cowboys, I believe.
Cowboys. They are the Cowboys. You have their crew, their teammates here yelling for them across there, and in a tone of voice that is probably echoing out across that water.
Yeah,
and being
hopefully.
heard.
I don't know. I think those athletes hear it, and that's a nice little morale boost. I've had coaches on the water hollering at us, and it's just been that last little thing I needed to get my stuff together.
And they're
drive
trying
the
to
other
be in
crews.
third place there and make it into the C final.
And it looks like this is a move they're picking up. The stroke rate's raised up, and it's effective. It's really moving the shell along. But Florida,
Cincinnati is going right
and
with them, and
Cincy
Florida's
are
not out of it.
They look like three mirror images of each other, and I don't know if they're gaining anything on those crews around them. I think they're all in this stalemate.
So, starting Cincinnati, starting to put a little bit of a lift or a sprint in there, trying to get back up there. Oklahoma State actually going quite hard right now, throwing their bodies around, swinging into the bow. And right now it's working, but it's going to be harder for them to switch up from that rowing into a real sprint because you get stuck in the bow a little bit. Florida up there, Cincinnati still in it. And a lot of body going.
I like the Oklahoma stroke. They're drawing the boat through the water as they're getting that. Thank you. Yeah. They do not want to be mixed up with the Sooners, but I like that OK State stroke. They're drawing the boat along through them with the water. Still not getting that edge on the Florida Gators, but this is going to get them to the red buoy. Still
and for me, what I see out of Cincinnati is I just wish they would go.
Right.
I mean, it looks to me like they're poised, they're ready to do it. I just wish they'd say, okay, it's time to go. And maybe the Cox would have to say, well, we're only supposed to take a final 20. I need a time final 40 out of you because we got to get into that final. And they're moving now. So there they go. Now it's happening. Now they just sit up. And Cincinnati is moving through. And as I said, Oklahoma State is getting caught in their finish. It's not that they're not working hard, just their rowing is getting them caught. And Cincinnati's tall, upright style is letting them move around the finish and get back up for the next. When you stop worrying about the ratio of the boat so much and trying to just lay it down. So maybe the sprint was called just right by Cincinnati for what they have. Florida also in there sprinting pretty nicely. And the Cowboys getting dropped here. Well, not dropped. It's just 2 seats. But,
when there's little course left behind you, this is a drop, right?
This
it's
is
okay
a drop.
to have all this overlap, but if it doesn't mean your bow is overlapping with the crews that are in your race, it's not enough because 2 and 5, they're catching up. We can see Chicago back in the
stern,
picture.
yeah. And there they are, just barely.
There we go.
And it's going to be who are you going to call?
I'm not sure who I can call. I'm going to say Cincinnati just because of that.
I'll say Florida just because why not?
All right.
One of us gets to win. The other one is shamed for eternity. Cincinnati, you win.
Look at that.
There you go. 821.5 for Cincinnati. And then we'll have Florida 821.7, less than 2/10 actually in the second.
Really
when
incredible.
You look at the hundredths. And Oklahoma State sitting back only 4/10.
Not even a full second behind.
Yeah, so that was pretty tight.
So this is the first semifinal of the AB semifinal for the women's varsity 4. We are a little over. We're halfway. They're going to our line of sight pretty soon. So the refs are doing a great job. The officials might be starting these crews directly on the time center, maybe a little bit early if everyone's ready. We are making sure to get in as many races as we can safely in procedure in case inclement weather rolls in this afternoon so that we can get as much done that requires racing to progress to grand finals and petite finals tomorrow. So not all on our screen from left to right, we will be seeing Washington State, Ohio State, Virginia Tech, who I think is that crew in the lead.
Lafayette's out in front.
Thank you.
Just can't see them.
Penn State and Florida State. Florida State just to the right of center on our screen. So Lafayette out of Eastern Pennsylvania.
Up easily open in front.
And that's pretty much how their feet went. Yeah,
they've just been handling competition very nicely to get to this point.
And I think that is correct that Virginia Tech in that yellow hull should be holding on second. And Penn State and the Nittany Lions on the shoreline starting to cheer for them, fighting for third. And I think
More cowbell.
More than a couple seats ahead of the crew.
More cowbell.
Lanes. So they are coming. They're through the 12-15, running in the last third of this race. I think the first two crews are going to hold their finish order as they go through. If they've already established it this early, they have what they need in the tank to keep pushing themselves ahead. Penn State all on the line here in their women's
Very nice
varsity
move here out of this Penn State crew.
Yeah, to see if they can
really
cement
making
that.
sure that they can move to get up there, separating themselves from the crews behind them
And
to make sure that they are
just
where
enough
they need to
open
be.
water around Florida State and around Ohio State, their Big 12, Big 10 rival.
Isn't it like the Big 16 now?
A Big 16, big,
Something like that.
big everybody
Huge.
come to the party. But I'm sure those Penn Staters do not want Ohio State to get anywhere near them, as Michigan fans also would say.
Absolutely not. So some really nice racing there. And after they go through all of the tents where there's this enormous noise, their last 300 meters is actually pretty quiet. There's the entrance into the lagoon, so there's nobody on the shore there at all. So having gone through all this, let's go, all of a sudden they have to focus back in on themselves.
And I'll say, I think probably nice to that in that last most essential part of the race, you can hear your coxswain.
You can hear your coxswain.
And maybe not hear anything else besides the boat. And hopefully hit flow state where all that exertion you're going to put into the last couple strokes of the race is maximized. It's everything you have. It is not, well, I couldn't hear that we were going to make that move. Lafayette still handling crews really well. I think we're going to see a lift in their stroke rate. I think we're just going to see that boat send away from the crews around them. Virginia Tech walking away with that second place spot. These will be the first two crews that will cement a spot in the A final for the women's varsity 4. I believe they're top 4 athletes for both of these crews. I don't know if I've seen a Virginia Tech 8, and if I have, I'm sorry, Virginia Tech.
No, I don't think they have on the women's side. They've tended to come with some smaller crews. I don't think they're a large program. But some good rowing happening out of there, yeah, absolutely.
Penn
So the
State
4
will
is an
find
appropriate
if they
boat for
held
them.
off Florida State's surge as they head into that buoy themselves. Only a couple more strokes left to go for the women out of Lafayette.
Yeah, and they're sort of they're going hard, but I think they're also marking that a little bit, making sure what they do to keep out in front. Very nice race there, and a nice move earlier by Virginia Tech to sort of move up and be a little bit closer. That'll be helpful. Very tight race there for the third spot that gets you into the A final.
And
Looks to me like that was Penn State coming through, but we'll see. Yep, Penn State third into the A final. At an 8:02, and then just picking off Washington State at an 8:03. So 0.5 of a second, really.
And I'm sure Mid-Atlantic Coach of the Year, Rick Kelleher, is very thrilled with his women from Lafayette. Virginia Tech and Penn State also having a lot of All-American athletes. Virginia Tech, as I'm reading this, 4 All-American athletes, probably half of them in that top crew, as I assume it is athletes with the best academic and athletic.
So I think this is
year.
a finish line picture from the race before.
Yes.
Between Oklahoma, between who would it be? Cincinnati and Florida, maybe 8:21.5, 8:21.7 there, lanes 5 and 4. Make that between 4. Where are the lanes? It's 5 and 4, so we're 5 and 4 tight on that last.
So we are waiting to see the start of. I'm not sure. We are waiting to pick up the last women's varsity 4 semifinal 4, which is getting crews into the A and B final. They're 3 minutes into this race. We're going to be looking at Michigan State, University of Georgia, Florida Institute of Technology, who are the reigning champions of this event last year, Texas, Pittsburgh, and Georgia Tech. We are seeing them from the 1K mark. I can't quite make out who is ahead, but it looks like the middle lanes, which should be
I think we have lane FIT
and
up
Texas
there.
up. FIT handled their heat really well, so I am assuming that they will handle this
FIT
heat
in the
really
lead.
well too.
I think fairly easily, actually. Sort of, you can see they're just further down. Even with that, it looks like a fairly tight race there. in the other middle lanes, which would be on your Texas, Pittsburgh, and Georgia. Pittsburgh to the left, Texas actually maybe up on Pittsburgh as they come out of the shadow a little bit. That's the problem with these long shots, is they're quite shadowy. So Texas may be sitting in second, Georgia and Pittsburgh, maybe they're sort of pretty
and here
tight.
comes the drone.
Yeah, there you
giving us
go.
the
Pittsburgh
cruise.
and
That
Pittsburgh
looks like
and Georgia.
Texas is in the second place spot.
Yep,
I
Pittsburgh
believe
and
that's
Georgia
gonna
in the
be-
race for third,
Yeah,
and Michigan State not that far out of it, over halfway through the race here. So
they're going to come into our line of sight pretty soon, and we can talk about how great some of this rowing is. This is a little bit wider of a field in terms of spacing than we saw in the last race, but that race for third, as all these crews come to the 12:50 mark, that's going to tighten up. No one's going to take fourth as an option if they have third in their sights. So as they come in, I believe this is the Florida Institute of Technology FIT crew.
up in front,
Ahead of the
easily
field.
just pushing nicely.
Great long rhythm
Absolutely.
in their pace. They won Dad Bale, I believe that was last week, and they are the reigning champion of this event from last
I
year.
imagine they raced at Sierra here as
Probably as well.
early in the
Coach
season.
Davey does a great job with these athletes, preparing them to put a great piece out on the water, whether they are in the mix, whether they are ahead. Nice long flow here. I love the length of these strokes.
Absolutely. So FIT up there very, very nicely. And then Texas in second, also very clearly up. And at this point, it looks like Pittsburgh has managed to separate themselves from Georgia and Michigan State.
Nicely done.
Georgia Tech moving up into that trailing three as well, speaking well for their race. As we come in with the drone shots, hopefully we'll get some footage of this FIT crew, because
and actually,
it's really very, very gorgeous rowing that they're doing right now. Now they've pulled their rating down and are just going down the course. And if we get there, speaking of emblematic unit, sort of tank tops, they have one of the oldest ones in the country, which is this red and gray stripes. Sort of looks
very classic look.
Absolutely, it sort of looks a little bit like they broke out of prison and are rowing away to get free.
I will eat my words from earlier. This field is spread out between first and sixth, but the last four crews in this race are pretty close together. Georgia Tech holding on, getting a little bit closer to Michigan State, and that would be Georgia. And so they're going to keep fighting. Nobody's going to settle for B final if they have A final in sights. And although they're not going to take first,
but Pittsburgh out there in front of those final three, they're still racing. They're having a race to hold on to that third, but they're in control of it right now. And as we said, the larger the boat gets, the harder it is to make up distance.
But really like the run I'm seeing from all crews in this, because it's changing up what we're seeing in the last quarter of this race, and you're seeing everyone really have to put some strong strokes together to continue to hold their spot in the race. They can't count on anyone just
Here
being
we see those stripes of FIT, a very nice bucket in there, some very nice rowing, the blades just going in. The two women quite tall, very long and stretched out, and some just nice rowing going here. They're not pushing even particularly hard. It's good for where their rating is, but easy. They're gonna sort of bring it across. And FIT in 7:34. Let's say Lafayette won the other race in 7:49, so 15 seconds faster than the race behind them, than the race before. Texas comes in at 7:48, which is the same time as Lafayette. And Pittsburgh manages to come across in third there, we think, with a little bit of race. They had to come up a little bit to go 8:02. Penn State, which finished third in the other semifinal, also 8:02. So we're seeing again, there's no one in either of those semifinals that would have gone through if they had been in the other semifinal, and that's always good to see that sort of distribution in the times. Or at least if one's there slightly, it's not like they were 5 seconds faster in fourth than the second place crew in the other
This
semi.
is
You never
great.
sort of want to see that.
The next race that we're going to have on our screen is the first semifinal for the men's varsity 4 EF final. So the top 3 of this event will move on to the E final, and the last crew will move on to the F final for tomorrow. So speaking of depth of events, we just went through 4 semifinals for the women's varsity 4 A, B, C, D final. We got 2 more finals after this, and again, you're going to see a really big mix of guys. Is this their top 4 athletes? Is this their middle 4 athletes? Is this their guys who didn't make the first 3 eights, and so on. So it's going to be a really unique field.
And we're just starting to get the first bits of rain. The whole afternoon having been moved forward to be able to get us to do that. This men's varsity 4 semifinal here, Middlebury, Florida State, Virginia Tech, and Kansas, and 3 of them racing again into the C final, as we were just saying. And we have 3 out in front, fairly nice together: Florida State, Virginia Tech, and Kansas in 3, 4, and 5. Sort of racing together nicely and clearly out in front of the Middlebury 4. So now those 3 crews, as we come overhead, you can see sort of getting into a little bit of a phalanx. So my instinct is it's not going to be a row over, but we'll sort of see. There's nothing really pushing anyone to try and get up there too much, besides maybe their own pride, right?
They're
So
talking about a phalanx on the live stream. It's all Greek to me.
it's all
Great
Greek
work
to you.
by this
Thank
Florida
you.
State crew.
And this is a big event. So this is actually pushing to be in the E final. That is the 5th level final, actually. When we look at the race that's on there, Kansas with the red and the blue Jayhawk colors there on their oar, pushing quite nicely. Rowing well. They race on they train on the Kansas River, the Caw. They have a bay in the Varsity Women's Boathouse, which is quite a nice facility, actually, and some good water, but very live water. And up on them is Virginia Tech, and then up on Virginia Tech is Florida State. And those 3 crews rowing pretty nicely for D and E varsity crews, just sort of popping it all together. This race is going to, I think, come down. The rowers don't mind rowing in the rain at all, but maybe a little bit of a race here coming up. You can see the rain now coming in front of our drone there. That's just been happening the last few minutes. Maybe Virginia Tech sort of moving into Florida State a little bit, and we'll see what comes back as they're about to come into the 1500. Looks like Virginia Tech is saying, let's give this a go. Florida State still staying pretty long. And just now you can see the coxswain making a call to move up the rhythm of the boat, getting different, taking the rating up, wanting to stay in front. Pride as much as anything. Kansas popping there a little bit, and Middlebury back a little bit. Following, they'll be going to the F final for sure. So, what I'm seeing though, this is going into the 5th and 6th finals here. And the rowing here is actually really quite nice. The blades are going in well. These are well-trained, well-drilled crews. There's nothing out there that looks like it shouldn't be here. Everyone gets to be here anyway. That's not what I mean in terms of any worth. But the rowing is the quality of the rowing in ACRA over the past, even sort of coming out of COVID, is just getting better and better down through the ranks. The Varsity 4 always one of the bigger events here at ACRA. You have both some crews, as we said, who are the 4 is their boat, and you have crews from programs that the 4 is coming in after a 1V, 2V, 3V8, maybe a lightweight 4, and then they're putting in a varsity 4. So these semifinals, quite deep in terms of the number of races that we might have in that event. And we are seeing today F and E semifinals, then C and D semifinals, and then A and B semifinals. So that's going to be 6 races. This is the first of them, 6 semifinals to shake out all of those finals for tomorrow. And there you go. Florida State going across, Virginia Tech having moved back into them. We'll see Kansas come across here in the line. Those 3 will go into the E final, and then Middlebury a little bit further back will end up going into the F final. That F final will be a 2-boat race. There are 8 crews in these 2 E and F semifinals, sort of going there. That second semifinal is about a minute and a half into the race. The referees are moving this along quite cleanly and effectively. It is supposed to be a 1:59 race. Here we are at 1:56, and we're already 2 minutes in there with this weather coming through. If the crews are there, they're going to send it and get it moved. So coaches, if you're online hearing this, just know that the referees are taking the weather into account, and if the crews are ready, they'll have them go. So put that into your planning caps for some of the later semifinals that come up. What we have here, William and Mary in lane 2 on the left, Arizona State in lane 3 looks to be out in front. Clemson in lane 4, I think right now in 3rd, about a seat behind Tennessee, who's in 5. The raciest crew out here is Arizona State. Rating is higher. They're pushing up. Again, 2.5 minutes in, wanting to make sure that they are establishing a little bit of open water. One of my important rowing racing rules for my crews is never sit on a bow ball. That is, if you can get out and break open water on a crew, then you should, because it gives you the space to be able to absorb any move that comes at you. So Charlie Sullivan's rules of racing, when you're moving, move. When you're moving, move. So if you're moving on a crew, keep moving on that crew. Never sit on a bow ball. So if you can get open water, do that. And here we see in lane 3, that would be Arizona State with I think it's a pitchfork. It's probably a trident, but I'm calling it a pitchfork on there. And I definitely remember the beard on their 2-man, which is quite impressive. Little bit of facial hair. Not that there isn't facial hair with others, but that is a full man's beard on that 2-seat. And then you have Clemson and Tennessee, and then a little bit back here to William and Mary in lane 2. And so that F final is going to be William and Mary and Middlebury, I think. But Arizona State moving very nicely. Clearly, there's some power in that boat. Clemson, you can just see smaller boat, smaller guys in the boat. So there's some power versus some finesse there maybe going on. Tennessee making a move to get up into Clemson perhaps, but Arizona State's still out in front. And you see the blades in Arizona State go in, and you see the pressure put on the foot plate.
Yeah, and they're coming
legs.
to our line of sight. What are you seeing in the wrong as they pass by us?
You know, what I'm seeing is that I do wish there were a little bit more forward body angle, just a little bit more ability to hang on that. That might actually put them up in another class of the racing, but I see power.
There's power, and that's not just your preference of rowing. You find that to be really effective for the fours, for some late season racing, right?
So I think that you can, there are many different ways that you can row. There certainly is a huge debate among rowing coaches about front end versus back end focused teaching in particular. But I think it's just becoming clearer and clearer from the data that you have to have a rowing style that gets the shoulders over in front of the hips and the hips behind. And that the initiation of the stroke has to be in the legs and a suspension of the upper body.
Right.
And if you don't get, it's like if you're trying to pick up a heavy box, if you don't come down in with your legs pressed and sort of your core up a little bit, then it doesn't work. So I'm not talking. So that leads, I think, some coaches to not get enough body angle because they're afraid that, in fact, what's happening is they're putting the back in a weak position.
Right.
And I don't think it is. I think that, again, with sweep rowing here, you have to teach crews how to swing out and follow that upward handle around.
Right.
Get some rotation in the upper body. So if you think of throwing javelin, if you think of playing tennis, hitting a baseball, all of those sports, it's all based on rotation. And rowing, sweep at least, is a rotational sport.
Yeah, and the sweep and also the placement, I actually think a lot like pole vault, right? You are sweeping, you are getting that catch position, you're suspending between the foot stretcher and the handle, your weight off of that, and the oar is going to bend. For those of you who are new to the sport, the oar is literally going to bend, filling up with potential energy that the rowers are putting on it. And like, it's not quite as intense as a pole vault, in which it jumps you up over a couple feet in the air, but it is going to send that boat a couple meters down the river.
But it is the suspension of a blade past a pivot point,
Yes.
right? So it's a levering motion in terms of the physics. And I think that for me personally, I would rather get the crews up as far as you can